After witnessing the known names cause ruckus, now it's time to venture in some new territories. Welcome to Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2026, where I'm going to be a host of Castanet John alongside with me on the panel. It will be IC Maybe 1-2. And IC, the main event's finally over here. We're currently inside of the round 2. And yes, round 1 is already done. In round 2, we've got 512 teams in total. And also the 16 teams coming through from the grind as well.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well, considering in round 2 itself, it is going to be a free-for-all. And what I mean by a free-for-all is that you do not know which team is going to be playing against which team. And on the contrary of that as well, they're going to be playing a total of 12 matches at the expense of being eliminated as well, because only the top 8 teams after a total of 12 matches in 4 days, we will decide who's going to be advancing and who's going to be, well, out of BGIS, I would say.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be interesting, right? As we know, you just need to place yourself in the top 7 of the overall standings if you want to move on towards the next round in the particular group itself. And as you mentioned, yes, 6 matches are going to be played by these groups, so even that's going to be really exciting. We've got, of course, 2 groups playing inside of 1 day, which means 3 games is going to be played by Group 1, and then 3 games is going to be played by Group 2, and the same thing's going to happen tomorrow as well. But I see, once again, the conversation really boils down to how exactly things were inside of the grind. We saw Group C and D duke it out, we saw Group B and A duke it out, and the skill gap was clearly noticeable.
Yeah, it's definitely clearly noticeable as well, especially coming from the invited teams, right, in group stages. And obviously, those who fell into round 1, some of them has already climbed their way back into round 2. So it should be a walk in the park coming from them. So obviously, when we talk about teams like that, you know, notably here, I was hoping maybe Team Alpha is going to be one of those teams that we have to be watching out for as well. Just because they do have their weaknesses, you know, it is going to be Rondo and Miramar is going to be their weaknesses. But for that, let's talk about the overall format on how the entire BGI has begun.
Exactly. We witnessed the grind before the main event itself, and we know inside of week 1 and 2, we witnessed Group C and D duke it out. From Group D, we had the bottom 8 teams moving on towards round 1, and the top 8 teams heading on towards round 2. And currently we're inside of the round 2, so we've also got the bottom 8 teams from Group D, Group C playing in currently inside of over here. So it's definitely going to be really interesting. Inside of round 3, we're of course going to have those 240 teams moving in from the round 2 itself, and also a few teams coming through from the grind too.
Yeah, and of course, when we come towards round 4 as well, we also witnessed just a few days ago, actually almost a week ago, Group B and Group A was duking out for the slots in round 4 in particular. Obviously, the top 8 actually went into round 4, and the bottom 8 from Group A has pretty much going towards round 4. And again, all these round stages from round 1, 2, 3, and 4, every single team is going to be risk eliminated. And obviously, if you want to stand a chance for a second chance in life, you are going to be looking forward to qualify in towards the quarterfinal stages, where the top 8 from Group A has pretty much is going to be waiting in this phase where there is a second chance in life.
And speaking of the quarterfinals, of course, things are going to be really exciting over here too, because if you manage to place yourself in the overall standings in top 16, you're directly going to head on towards the semifinals. The remaining teams will not be eliminated. Instead, they move on towards the wildcard for a second shot at life. Inside of wildcard, you need to place yourself in the top 8, and then you're once again going to head on towards the semifinals. And in general, inside of the semifinals, we're of course going to have those teams duking it out against each other as well. The top 8 teams from the semifinals directly head on towards the grand finals. The remaining teams move on towards the survival stage, and even the top 8 teams from the survival stage head on towards the grand finals. We've got the prize distribution as well on the screen. There's a lot of money that's on the line. As we know, even Discovery Island's going to be in play, so you guys stand a chance to boost the prize pool all the way up to 4 CR.
Exactly, and as of yet, this is the current prize pool distribution that has been allocated. Obviously, it is going to increase over time with you guys watching at home. And on top of it all, besides the top 16 in the grand finals as well, we also have a special award for the best IGL, best clutch, MVP of the grand finals, MVP of the tournament, emerging star, and also the fan favorite teams. So obviously, you know, the teams are going to be fighting for, some of the players themselves are going to be fighting for some of this award here, include on top of the prize pool distribution. So there is a lot of money on the line.
Exactly. For the individuals, that's definitely going to be a big motivation. And it's also about the bragging rights at the end of the day, right? BGI is one of the biggest tournaments in the entire nation. Who would not want to get their hands on that trophy? And how do you do so? Well, it's through this points distribution. The first placing team inside of the game will get 10 points. The second one will get 6. The third one will get 5. And it's going to keep on descending downwards until 9th till 16th get none.
Well, it is going to be a very, very tough one as well here, but considering the fact that this points distribution, how does this affect the overall gameplay for some of these teams? Obviously, it feels like the same from every single year, but this year, it is going to be a little bit different as well, because all the teams, including the teams coming from in-going qualifiers, has to start things off with Rondo. And with Rondo in the mix as well, obviously, finish points is going to be a little bit of a priority here compared to placement points.
We've got the schedule on the screen as well. Group 1's going to be playing the first 3 matches, which means they also get their hands on the map Rondo. Group 2 is going to be chiming in for the rest of the games, where Erangel is going to be the map where they kick things off with. Then 2 Miramars will be played by Group 2 as well. So this overall schedule is definitely going to be really interesting. Since you mentioned Rondo in the mix, it also means it gives you an opportunity to go frag heavy and also secure one of those big games that can really give you a big boost in the overall standings. And we've got the playing teams on the screen as well. Inside of Group 1, we do see Team Alpha, and in the grind, we all know what Team Alpha did. They were just dominating through and through. In total, and out of 24 games that they played, they managed to acquire 217 points, which is remarkable.
Exactly, but joining them as well, we have Team TBWX Bodoland, we have Team PDD, Team Destiny, Only Pain, Sovereign Esports, Gravix Esports, Team Almighty Esports, Arsonist, Team Flash Esports, TGYT Esports, Team Vintage Esports, Loads Gaming, Team Easy, Insurgents, and also Suchamp Esports. So this is going to be the teams coming in from Group 1. And obviously, a lot of these teams are teams that we haven't seen them in a long time, or have not seen them at all. So these are the potential up-and-coming rising stars that is going to be wowing us in the near future.
That's what BGIS is all about, right? Seeing those new faces, especially in the early rounds. You're, of course, going to see a lot of those new faces, a lot of those new teams. And we're really excited to see them because there's always going to be those X factors coming through. You never know. There might just be that one rising star, that one team that just performs out of nowhere and directly propels themselves on the top of the board. And we all are just sitting over here and astonished.
I think last year, BGIS, the one that really surprised us the most was actually Scary Jord as well. So he was one of the potential ones that, oh wow, who's this guy? You know, now he's doing okay. He is in the ecosystem, but has he won his first trophy? Well, his ex-teammates did though, unfortunately. But that was during BMPS for Team Aryan, and obviously even then as well, no one kind of expected them to actually, you know, come out as champion. And that's the beauty about it as well. Expect the unexpected. And
that's what round 2 is going to be pretty much all about. We do not know what these teams are going to be up to. We do not know how the playing structure, how the gameplay is going to look like from them, what sort of strategies are also going to be utilized from these teams, because there's still a lot of questions in my particular mind as well. And if you look at the prediction as well, it seems like everyone, literally almost everyone, has went with Team Alpha other than AnkiBot himself.
Okay, it makes a lot of sense why all of us went for Team Alpha, right? Because, you know, we've pretty much seen how Alpha play. They should dominate as well. I am a little bit skeptical, a little bit on Team Alpha, because of the fact that their best performing maps are in Miramar, and today they're not really playing Miramar as well. They're playing Rondo and Erangel. But still, I give them benefit of the doubt because, again, they are a grind team. They've already warmed up. They do have the experience. However, interesting enough, Anki actually went for Team Bodoland, and the reason being is that they are the higher scoring team out of every single team in this particular group that scored 84 points in total in the 6 matches that they have played during round 1.
Which is really interesting, right? Because this is another one of those teams that we all should be looking out for. As you mentioned, in round 1, the performance was incredible. But at the end of the day, now the ball game is going to be a little bit different. You move on towards the round 2, where you've once again got some of the best teams lined up against you, and also a few names coming through from the grind itself. Team Alpha is not going to be an easy piece of cake. There's a big chance Team Alpha will just continue their domination, move up in the overall standings, and probably create that vacuum over there. It's not going to be a surprising effect, but what's surprising is going to be that is there going to be someone else contesting Team Alpha?
See, that's the thing about this current match as well. I think that it comes down to just Rondo in particular, right? We've seen, you know, in statistics as well during the ground stages as well, teams who perform really well on Rondo, even if they drop a few balls in the next coming games, they do have somewhat of like a 2-game, 3-game safety cushion to work with. So this is going to be a very, very important round for all of them.
Exactly. It's also going to be a very important round, and it's also going to be an extremely important game as well of Rondo for Group 1. And without wasting any more time, let's just head on towards the first game of Rondo. The planes in the skies for the first ever game in the round 2 itself. And this plane fly path, it's definitely going to be creating a lot of mysteries. And mystery also unfolds a lot of confusion. And is that confusion really going to be here this time? That's my question as well. We all do want to see an aggressive start once again to this map, Rondo. And there's a big chance these rookies, they might be up for it as well.
Well, speaking of a rough start here, seems like the flight path is going to be coming in from a southern approach as well. There's no 2 flight path. That means teams heading towards the furthest north of Minhu, Nanchuan, Ranan, Kunxia is all going to be a very, very long stretch as well. I'm curious to see what kind of strategies the teams are going to be playing as well. Are we going to see that 1-3 split? Are we going to see a 2-2 split? Or are we going to see a hot drop all the way towards New York's factory, which is very, very popular among the grind teams there. And it seems like we do see a couple of teams heading towards that vicinity, but as of yet, it seems like one player coming from SO seems to have dropped far offside right from the get-go, split off from his team. So there is going to be Sovereign Esports that is going to go for a 1-3 split coming from them. Which is
quite interesting, right? Once again, that man wants to prioritize the revive, and that's what he's going to do. He's heading towards that recall tower, so he can have things a little bit better for his team. The moment his team gets knocked out and finished off, he can instantly go ahead and trigger those recalls. But as of now, we've got BTD taking a fight against Team Alpha, and already a lot of those players just getting taken out like that. For BTD, it's quite a solid start. That 1 finish point already confirmed. That's going to give them a lot of confidence boost.
Yeah, they're still in a little bit of a hot spot to begin with as well. There is not just one team. There's more than 5 teams within this vicinity, so they have to be a little bit careful on what's going to be happening as well. But on screen as well, we do see another scuffle as well. It seems like there is going to be one knock here coming in from Love. As you can see, Baki is going to go in for a flank here, but gets surrounded, gets taken out as well. The return fire not available here. His face is not really in position to try and take this fight against Vintage here. Insurgents in a lot of trouble, and right from the get-go, they lost all 3 players, but no! Faiz, just before he goes down, he actually gets the nade and takes 2 out with him. What a wipeout!
Quite a solid play. And now we move on towards Team Alpha. A team that's supposed to dominate this entire group, but instead, they're the one who are getting rocked currently. Sovereign Esports, solid stuff, delivering, finishing blows to the boys of Team Alpha, but I'm pretty sure the recall towers are now going to be triggered as well. So Team Alpha, everyone should be around the block instantly. Looking at the boys of BTD, the fight against ALA still continues. And as of now for ALA, it's quite an interesting spot that they've got.
You know what's really unfortunate about this? Vintage Esports has been eliminated as well. So there's 2 teams right from the get-go has been taken out. But on screen now, we do see Team Lowe's having a little bit of a merry-go-round here with Rohan from FL. And it seems like Rohan is trying to get into the vehicle here to try and join him. But at the same time, he's just dodging his way through. T2 Gaming still deciding whether or not he wants to run him over. Still messing around eventually. He's trying to go through, but Rohan is hugging onto the T2 Gaming. And is hugging through the blind spot. And there is a vehicle here that Rohan can try and capitalize on. Well, it seems like that we are going to put that on stop as BTD still in another fight once more.
That was probably one of the most awkward scenarios I've witnessed. But BTD, now for them, they've actually managed to do a lot of damage as well around them. Team Almighty, the players are not looking too good. BTD, for them, things are looking pretty good and dandy. 3 finish points already secured, and there's another man in the front lines who's quite hurt. Venom pulls out the shotgun once again for up close and personal combat. And for TD, it's not looking too good either. The man in the back is just going to fall away. He wants to patch himself up first and then maybe engage inside of the battle.
Yeah, BTD is doing a fantastic job with this hole, but at the same time, there's just too many teams around this vicinity. And far on the far horizon as well, we also have Team Easy looking to try and third-party this fight. Destiny may have whiffed the nade there. Actually, takes up a little bit of splash damage off his own, but has to put in on a full stop as well. But Team Easy been lobbing a nade of their own from the sides, but no connection so far. So there is 3 teams in this vicinity, and it's going to be a tricky spot to be in, considering the fact the longer this takes, the harder it is to get out as well. But at the same time, Team BTD, they are split 2-2. They do have a backup plan of a recall from the sides, but Nishan here needs to either wrap things up or get finished off here so they can actually regroup and plan for the later stages zone. But it seems like they're not giving up yet for BTD. They want to farm as many finish points as they can.
They indeed aren't. And why would you want to give up when you know you've already got the recall available? Use it to its maximum potential. That's what they want to do. They've got the recalls available, squeeze in as many points as you can. The same thing can also be said for Team Easy.
Yeah, It's going to be a tricky spot to be in here, but Taxi, it looks like they do not have a spot on him. The nade looks good, does tag up Skyboy, and immediately Skyboy knows that, oh, there is a bogey right in the corner as well. He's going to try and jump out, but Taxi may have not spotted him. Oh, actually does as well. He's going to pick through that small little hole, and that's going to be not coming through here for Taxi.
Unfortunate stuff. An easy knock, an easy conversion. Now Team Destiny, they're also getting charged on by the opponents. This time it's going to be the boys of BTD, and they're not going to let go of them just like that. Denver, though, the man's still constantly trying to fight back. He's got a really good angle that the man's holding. He's waiting for them to just funnel in up that staircase. BTD as well, taking things a little bit more slow and cautiously. For Team Destiny, they just need to make sure that they're wrapping this fight up as soon as possible. There's also another team close by, and that's going to be Team Easy. So anyways, this man is not going to be able to get away that well. And now in the end, Denver also gets pushed on by BTD, and that's going to be the confirmation for them. As BTD, they managed to secure 4 elimination points off the rip. Now that's a day with Destiny. But look at this nade from Team Easy. Brilliant stuff. Able to toss it to perfection and shuts down 2 players at the same time.
Wow, New Taxi has just punished everyone here. But eventually Team Easy will be the ones to come on top. But at the same time, BTD, they do have members outside as well. They can go for those recalls, so they should be able to pick them up. Meanwhile, Team Destiny here is going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in here as well, because 2 of their players are already inside the zone. However, they do not have recalls. There's no recall towers around them, and that's going to be a big problem as well, because they took too long from the initial fight. And right now, they might look to rotate away to look for a recall tower, which again is pretty far off. Hopefully they do not get punished midway as well.
I really hope they've got the recalls available, though. Do they actually have the recalls available?
Yeah, it's going to be tough here, considering that a lot of teams are already making their way inside the zone. But it seems like Sucham Esports, they do find themselves a straggler outside. And that's going to be the first knock and first confirmation coming in through as well from Unlucky IGL. You know who's unlucky? That's going to be Borderland right there, losing 1 player.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a punch in the gut. Losing out on a man like that, it's going to be a stinger. And now for Sucham Esports, that 1 finish point, it's going to be a ray of hope. Look at GX. What a knock that was. Yuki, solid stuff.
Oh, wow.
The man just put to sleep. Did not even stand a chance. It was a great drive-by. Only Pain is another one of those teams that we all should be looking for as well. Liability. I'm not exactly sure if it's the same liability that we've been seeing since 2025, or it might be a different one.
Oh, it is from 2OP liability. Even though now they're no longer part of 2OP, this is still technically the same name. Only Pain, just different kind of OP. I would say.
Makes sense. Yeah, actually, you're not wrong.
It could be the same liability, though.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance. Yeah. Definitely a chance. And liability was one of those main playmakers as well, securing a lot of those finish points for 2OP back in the day. And right now, I'm not sure if the same thing is happening yet. 2OP's taking things a little bit slow, or I mean to say, Only Pain is actually taking things a little bit slow.
Well, speaking of a slow here, seems like the circle is about to make a move as well. Seems like it's going to shift up north of Jiaotin. And TD still hasn't been able to find the recall tower yet, so they are in a lot of pain if they do not get all their 4 players alive here. Team Low is going to be playing on the outskirts as well. They are in a 1-3 split. And fortunately for now, Team Low, it seems like the initial drop, they were not contested, and that's why they have been split up. They're hoping that T2 Gaming was going to, maybe pick them off, recall, and then try and rotate inside the zone. But unfortunately, that did not happen. They actually did not have major encounters right from the get-go.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Circle shifting on top of Jiaotin. You've got GX's ball moving in around that centric side. A few more teams around the block trying to move and place them around that spot. And it's really going to be interesting because we know now there's going to be a big cluster of teams just around that centric part as well. Utility utilization, utilizing those deployable covers as well. That's going to matter a lot. Oh no, Sucham Esports. The vehicle, it's on the verge of being blown up, and it actually blows up as well. They can utilize that vehicle as cover, but Only Pain, they're really inflicting a lot of pain and hurt.
Yeah, Only Pain definitely, doing the right things here. They are going to try and deny mobility, going to try and punish a couple of stragglers here. In this case, Sucham Esports, what's going to be their game plan here? They've lost their vehicle, they've lost mobility. They need to find themselves to try and reposition here. They're kind of stranded out in the open, and they're still inside the zone, but I do not like their position right now. But seems like we do see a little bit of scuffle here as well, coming from Team Flash Esports, as they are going to try to take the mountain terrains to try and push up. And that's going to be TGYT in a little bit of a awkward spot to be in as well. They've heard all these commotions, but Flash Esports looks like they're a little bit hesitant actually going for the push. But meanwhile, off angle here, TGYT, they're getting hit from a different spot. TOP seems to be able to get a couple of interesting shots from afar.
Indeed. Team Flash, they just want to get the revival on the fallen player.
Oh my goodness.
And there we go. Even Only Pain is now taking those shots against him.
I think this is the same liability we're talking about.
Yeah, I think as well. I've also seen Zohan in the past. These individual players, you always feel like you've seen them. And I'm pretty sure they do have a bit of that experience as well. Recall tower still being triggered. Keep this thing in mind that recall towers will be disabled once the late stage 4 hits. So yeah, you can use the recall tower as of now as much as you want, but then later on, it's going to be taken away from you.
Yep, but at the same time, so guess what? Currently in the game itself, Gold Spin, you can actually check out the Winter Bloom Prodigy using the Gold Spin as well. Spend some TUCs, hope you get lucky, and maybe you get yourself a very, very nice skin. Meanwhile, Team Borderland, seems like they're going to be smack middle of the center as well. We might expect a little bit of urban warfare. They haven't really made their mark yet, but again, you know, this is a team that we are going to be looking to watch out as well, just because they are the team that has one of the highest points coming in towards the round 2 stages. And it seems like the strategy is just not going for the 1-3 split. They are trying to play position all the way through, and now the circle is going to force them either to gatekeep the south side or actually push up north. So that's going to be a tricky spot to be in.
Look at BTD on the northern side. Vara towards the top left. The remaining players in the circle. They've got a decent spot. Esso as well in the close by proximity. And now you've got TBW taking those shots in the front. Unfortunately for that man, Nick, he gets taken down. Now you've only got 3 men standing for that team in the front. That's definitely going to be a major stinger for Easy as well. They lose out on the big guy. New Taxi is not going to be there in the game anymore.
Yeah, Sucham Esports, they were in a little bit scuffle here. They couldn't find vehicles, but fortunately for them, they were able to find one. But at the same time, was caught mid-rotation. One of them pretty much lost out to Boloran. But now on the north side as well, BTD outside the urban warfare here. They have to gatekeep their way through. And SL in a lot of pain here. They've lost 2. It's going to be a 2v3 situation with Team BTD in the lead. But the question here is, will they be able to push through? And yes, they will. Where did those shots come from as Team BTD wipes the floor with SO?
Almost a flawless fight. Just one man dropping down, and that's it. For BTD, this is definitely remarkable. Looking at the elimination count as well, 8 finish points on the block. They're definitely looking really good. And to be honest, these are the type of teams that we're here to search. Really showcasing themselves, making sure they're putting out good moves on the board. Not really playing it passive, instead showcasing aggressive gameplay. And speak of being aggressive, another team, this is going to be Almighty. And Almighty straight up just making that pounce, ramming their vehicles on the compound as well. The opponents, unfortunately, they've only got 2 players around that block. And Almighty, oh, that one man whips a lot of shots, and now he needs to pay the price as well. But still, Almighty, they've got too many men around the block, and things will still be under control.
Yeah, they've lost 1, but TGYT was caught slacking here. Classy immediately abandoned ships and try and reposition here. He's got to force himself to play some positions, but at the same time, there's 13 teams still left alive, and they've only got 1 finish here, Necro, in the map of Rondo. That's not going to be looking good. But at the same time, we do see another team that has been eliminated here, and that's going to be Sovereign Esports that goes down. Seems like there are a lot of teams that has been eliminated. Very, very unfortunate. TBTD, they do scout him out, the last player of TGTY. Oh boy. TYT, Classy. Ooh,
the man's
very,
on the
very
run.
Close.
Literally on the run. Looking at TBW. Even they've got a decent spot to play with. It's not the best, but something they can work with. All the way down south, if the circle does shift away from them, then Bodoland, they're definitely going to have a lot of problems. And as of now, just trying to get the lay of the land, know exactly where teams are positioned, play on the intel. But the circle is slowly and steadily shifting away from them. And the good thing is that Almighty are the one in the smack center. And look at TGYT somehow triggering that recall, getting the fallen comrades once again back on the board. It's looking really good for them.
Okay, seems like they are going to be back in action here. A little bit under-looted, but they still have one vehicle here, courtesy of Classy. Can they get the revenge against BTD or maybe even Almighty here if they try and go for a fight? But it seems like Team Lowe's is going to be having a little bit of trouble here. Lowe's now going to be pinned here, looking to try and lob his name, but it does curve the wrong direction here. Lowe's, he's going to push down here. Suppressed fires are coming in, but they are getting third party from afar. Lowe's forced to go back up to try and reset his health. Joff is down on the outskirts as well. That's going to be a tricky spot to be in.
Oh no, LOL's not in a good spot at all. And the same thing can also be said for the foe since they've also taken a lot of damage. And eventually, a big mistake coming through from Unlucky. The IGL just steps in the side of the battle without even giving proper comms. And he gets shut down instantly. LOL's now just holding down that staircase. Still wants his battle. Shuts down the first man. Wants to take down the second one as well.
Way.
LOL! He shuts them all down! Oh, that's a 4-piece on the board!
What a slapdown from Lowe's! What a play! Wow! Necro, I've never seen that before.
Individual man just putting everyone to sleep, devouring them just like that. Impressive stuff from Lols. And now his wrath continues. But he also wants to get the revival on the fallen comrade as well, as T2 Gaming's knocked out. But there's another third party on the way. This third party does not seem that strong, since already one of the Mets dropped down. Stone from the back is trying to provide that cover as well. But ISG, they're in a real bad spot.
Oh my goodness. Now Lowe's, he's going to try and go in for a little bit more as well. Lobbing a nade here right under the cracks of the car, but no connection so far. But they're getting shot from afar, Team Lowe's. Even though they do have some sort of cover, but as of yet, there's just so many angles they can't shoot from as well. T2 Gaming still bleeding out very, very slowly as well as Insurgents is going to be knocking up the door. They will have to sacrifice one player here from Team Lowe's, but the stairs are coming in. Kunal on the outskirts, providing cover fire here, punishing them, forcing them to walk up the stairs. This is a death sentence in the making for Insurgent, and Kunal will get the confirmation as well. As you can see, Jobs is trying to bait out the teams that kind of come up as well, but it seems like Team Lowe's, they're going to be expecting company very, very soon.
Yeah.
Soon gonna get spotted out from afar.
That was some crazy stuff from Lols. This man is just not stopping. Lols single-handedly dominating this entire area. The defense is being played to perfection from Team Lols. Yeah, Lols himself gets knocked out as of now, but once again, the revival's going to be there, so it's not a concern. The fallen man will be back up on his feet. Utilities being tossed from Fez, but I highly doubt it's going to be the difference maker. Lols, I think so. The man's also running low on meds. He does not have meds to patch himself up. But there we go. He's still trying to constantly apply the bandages. ISG, not in that good of a spot. Utilities being tossed against him as well. And how does ISG Fez win that fight? Advantage was still in the hands of Team Lols, but they messed things up. But yeah, props to Lols himself. What a 1-on-4 that was.
Yeah, that was just insane as well. They just could not find a chance to reset and regroup as well. And this is the perfect third party coming from Insurgents, and just like that, they get themselves 8 finishes. But at the same time, they had to wrap this up as quickly as they can. Look at this. The zone actually forces them out in the open, and BTD has control of the northern section. And look at down south as well. In the city itself, there's just still too many teams available. OP still there. We have Team Borderland, we have Team GX as well. There's so many teams kind of stuck in a skirmish where they need to find a way to get out of the city. And Gravix, they are going to be forced to try and find Borderland here, as they are split off from the east side. It seems like Gravix Esports, they are not going to let them exit for free here.
Yeah.
Looking to try and get a pounce on them.
The circle shifting away, that also means we're going to be able to see some of those rotation clashes now. Team Flash, even they're on the run. A lot of those shots while rotating, taking liability. What a spray! Also shuts down Rowan in the process. Beautiful stuff. Claiming all those elimination points for himself. And now to spots out GX in the far fray. Only pain as well. There's a bit of that pain being inflicted against them too. Damage now starting to happen on equal sides. The fight's down to a 3v3. The man is knocked out. But the moment the fallen player's back upon his feet, the man advantage will be back in the hands of only pain. Liability's position spotted, and through the smoke, Liability, The man's able to thread that needle. Only pain. They're not done with the fight yet. They still want to inflict a lot of pain and hurt, as now Liability is going to be the only person to make that pounce.
Oh my goodness, he's still pouncing as well. He's hiding through the smoke as well. He finds an off angle, and they're not prepared. The jump shot comes in, and he finds another one here. And just like that, grabs the pin out in the open. They get surrounded, and only pain delivers the death blow on towards them. But at the same time, the third parties from afar gets like a nice little snipe onto his Liability, but they cannot commit to this fight, and only Pain is able to push through inside a zone, and they are the only survivors alongside Bodoland that has made it through from the city itself. Wow.
Only Pain. 9 frags on the board. That's some solid stuff. And they're still waiting for more. Maya just trying to get some intel. There's Team Easy in the front lines too. Then you also do see that one man from Flash. Almighty with a solid spot in the circle. And looking at this replay once again. Yeah, this 1-on-4 from Lols. The man was trapped. And still, for some reason, the opponents were lost. Look at Lols just wrapping around, shuts down the second man, targets the third one as well. The last guy in the back lines whipped every single shot.
Yeah, but at the same time, the cover fire from his teammates Kunal as well on the stairs will actually force the first team to either push up or push down. So they were in a pincer attack from the inside and outside at the same time. They tried to do the same thing to Insurgents. However, Insurgents was able to pick up Kunal outside, and that's the reason why it came down to a 50-50 coin flip here when they went in for the push. So nice little play here from Insurgents, but still, Team Lowe's had a big game that round.
Oh no, the circle actually shifts away from Almighty. This is going to be interesting. And the circle is in a way where playing that terrain is going to be really tough for the players. Still a lot of those teams in the outskirts, the moment they try to make it inside of the circle, those fights will start to happen. You can see Boz as well. Just trying to see where exactly the players are positioned. Bodo Lance with 1 frag on the board, looking pretty decent.
Well, they have been playing placement for a very long time as well. It seems like they are going to try and punish people from the edges, but they have to push in first. They still have 4 vehicles, but DTD, they do have a very nice off angle to work with. Perfect line of sight to kind of capitalize on everyone as well. The Prones comes in. Nishan almost getting taken down as well. He tried to get a little bit sneaky. And on contrary as well, they do have the advantage here as well. BTD, they do get a couple frags in. Team Easy, they are going to be the next one to fall here, as every single one is looking to try and tag team on towards them. And only Pain, they push up closer as well. They are going to be jumping on towards Arsonist now on screen. But Arsonist, with the nades coming through, finds the first knock.
Oh no. These utilities now starting to do a lot of damage. And actually inflicting that hurt as well. Another man gets knocked out from Only Pain. They're down to player. Another nade toss to perfection. What am I watching, AT? They're doing a lot of damage in this lobby. And actually the spot they've got as well, sustaining that seems tough. But Only Pain, they're constantly losing men. Liability does not even have a lot of HP. But he's still gone for that revival. Yuki will be back upon his feet. And even Maya's knocked out right next to the boys of AT. How can this fight be converted? Return Nate's being tossed out once again in the hopes of finding that re-knock. And that's what happens. Yuki should reposition.
Oh my goodness. Arsonists, they are truly the Arsonists. They are. The floor was lava. There was just no way to push up. And the Molotovs just surrounded the entire compound, defending and stopping Only Pain, forcing the man to be out in the open. And now with the nades are coming in as well, Liability, he needs to start setting up a couple plays, hoping that a third party doesn't come through. But Arsonist, all they're doing is just playing a little bit slow play, chill pill here. But Borderland pretty much getting caught out in the open, gets picked up by Insurgents. And interesting enough, Insurgents, they made it a zone. They find themselves a small little rabbit hole that they've kind of dug themselves, and they're just punishing people out of the open. So very nicely done.
Oh my god.
This wow, that is some precise nades coming from Insurgents.
Straight on the mark. And that's what happens usually when you do dig yourself that hole. The nade is automatically going to just tossed towards that centric part. And that's what happened. The nade was tossed. Directly just went inside of that hole. Deployable covers being used as well. This time the nade on top of Liability. It's going to be 1-2 combo, and instantly the entirety of Only Pain eliminated from the game as well. What just happened? I saw a team nade as well. What?
That was really, really unfortunate as well. But FL was the ones that actually chimed in to try and get a couple of snipes in. And Exorcist, I think he was the one that actually shut down Only Pain in that scenario. And right now, he finds another one. Oh, it's actually not. It's actually a little bit of tag teams, but it was actually Arsonist that still actually got those points. But now, Flash Esports, Exorcist, last man standing. He is getting gatekept by Almighty. In this case, it's going to be a 1v2 push here. Almighty Esports looking to try and punish this solo warrior while focusing on Arsonist, who is going to be looking to try and push inside his zone. You can see on the far horizon as well, Insurgents with a 2-man roster. Seems to try and gatekeep everyone else, but while this is happening, well, BTD, they finally get a couple shots in. That's going to be the first connection from Nishant.
Solid stuff. Just spamming away in the smoke, now tapping away. Wants to find someone. It's not going to be that easy, though. You've already got Slayer Boy making that move in the front. Another man spotted in the back lines, and actually everyone from the side of AT's out in the open. Oh, wow. No! Everyone is in danger. And AT, they still do want to fight back. Vampire, his position's compromised as well. There is Vaxo in the back lines. The man's knocked out, but I highly doubt he's going to be able to survive for too long. And eventually the confirmation follows up as well. Look at ISG right next to AT, and these should be free elimination points. Ooh. Utilities tossed out Fez. He already gets the confirmation. After eliminating Lols, I'm pretty sure the confidence, it's going to be all-time high.
Yeah, BTD now looking to try and clean out the game as well. They've got 16 finishes in this game, and Insurgents, they're looking for more as well. They've got the first knock onto its Slay. Knight is going to be the next to fall as well. And just like that, Insurgents with a 2-man roster makes it into the final 4. And they're still looking for more. How is this possible?
Interesting. Look at Faz now spotting that man in the water lines. And he puts an end to his story. Just like that, AT, they've been eliminated from the game as well. Now you've also got another man in the back lines tossing those utilities. BTD, they've been dominating this whole game. But Almighty, now they are the one to take a fight against the boys of BTD. With only 2 men standing, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. And you can see Niku constantly just taking those shots. Oh no, it's going to be a tough fight. Almighty with only 2 players. All it takes is 1 place nade from this guy from BTD. And he's already cooking up that nade. This nade might just be tossed to perfection. Ooh. Was really close, but not close enough.
Does do a little bit chip damage though. Another one lobs over as well. Needs to find a connection. Another chip damage onto Ritish once more. But they're slowly pushing out. FTW needs a little bit of backup here. There's no one actually providing cover fire. They are going to try and bait Team Almighty out in the open to get a little bit of capitalization here. But Nishan finds the opener on ISDG.
BTD, they want to continue their wrath. Looking at Almighty, it's been a decent game so far. 6 frags on the board. If they do get eliminated on the 3rd spot itself, that's also going to be 5 positioning points, which is going to be 11 points in total. ISG from the sidelines as well, getting hammered down by BTD. The entirety of the circle being controlled by BTD as well. Where can you go? Nade being tossed from the guy, and maybe it's going to find the connection as well, but it still does not matter. As the man in the front, he still keeps the head on the swivel, and he instantly cuts it off. Anku now on the run from the side of Almighty. He really does want to stay alive, but he will be denied too. As BTD, they come through with a nuclear game off the rip.
Oh my goodness, what a game coming from BTD. Just had things full control of the northern section as well. Just punishing every single team, trying to rotate out and open. And interesting enough, that split that is coming in from BTD, and for some reason, they actually found angles and dug holes so that they can actually prone safely to get those 0 recoil and just zeroing on every single team coming out from the southern side. And that's just punished so many teams. And that's a very interesting strat, but it actually worked out big time for them.
To be honest, the positioning was brilliant, right? At the end of the day, yes, digging yourself the holes is also going to give you the cover, but keep this thing in mind. When a nade is being tossed in those holes, it will be automatically attracted towards the center. So yes, getting taken down in those holes as well, it's quite easy. But still, the way BTD had placed themselves away from all the chaos and still been able to get their lines of sight on the boys, it was brilliantly done. And just look at the amount of elimination points they were constantly racking up. From the back, doing that poke damage, getting the elimination points. In the final few moments, BTD knew it was going to be their game anyways. 18 finish points in total before they did not even win the game. And then in the end, of course, shutting down the final guys as well.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, of course, BTD, overall, the best teamwork so far. in terms of surviving towards the end, except for Varad as well, was taken out rather early. But even then, you know, they still got a lot of finishes in this game. But on the contrary as well, I feel like the team that we have to kind of focus on is going to be Insurgents as well, because during their round 1 phase, they didn't exactly get too many points to push their way through. But with this performance here, especially with the 2 players, in particular, I'm talking about is going to be Faiz. He himself got 8 finishes, and I think he is the MVP for this game.
Yeah, that was definitely a cool performance coming through from ISG, especially after eliminating Team Lods.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure they must have gotten that adrenaline rush as well, knowing that, yes, now they're doing actually pretty good in the lobby as well. They did have that decent spot to play with. Later on, we also did see them rotate towards the end of the southern side, which was not a good position. They had to adjust, and they were also taking constant fights left, right, center. So for ISG, it was not an easy game. Moving the conversation towards BTD, that was a 30 bomber, by the way.
Yeah.
In the first game itself, you've managed to acquire 30 points. That's going to give you such a massive boost in the overall standings.
I know, right? That's just so much points. And we talked about how Rondo plays a huge impact in terms of how you dictate the overall standings in terms of the entire game as well. And most likely, they should be having enough points to pretty much qualify for the next phase.
And the funny part is, we all were thinking that maybe it's going to be Bodolands doing good, maybe it's going to be Team Alpha dominating that game, but Team Alpha just poofed into thin air.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate as well. And again, right, Team Alpha's strength has always been in the map of Miramar.
Yeah.
Even during the group stages as well, coming from the grind. But again, I didn't want to jinx it. I know we all made a prediction for Team Alpha. I said it, and they were the first team to get the second team to be eliminated in that game, which is very, very unfortunate as well, considering the fact that we expected a little bit more, you know, maybe experience or something like that here. But again, their strength has always been Miramar. Coffin has had his highlight reels before. Last year, Punisher has also had his moments as well, especially in the map of Miramar. And it's always been in the map of Miramar. But for some reason, Erangel Rondo is not just their specialty, it's just weird.
Let's just hope that maybe in the upcoming games they can actually do something good. Because to be honest, I really would like to say that it's just the game 1. Maybe they're just trying to get the lay of the land, know exactly how the gameplay is going to look like, know exactly how the teams are going to be placing themselves in the game. But once again, you've only got 6 games to prove your mark. You don't have a lot of time. Less time to adapt. So every single game counts.
Yeah, and I think right now, Insurgents and also BTD are pretty much quote-unquote qualified, I'd say, since this is going to be a total of 6 games. And with a 30 bomber like that, you do have like a 2-game, 3-game safety cushion to work with, just because of how many points you can actually get in Rondo as well. Like I said, 30 points is a lot of points. You're practically needing like, what, 4 to maybe 5 points in the next 5 games for them, and they should be qualified.
Yeah, definitely, right? And even speaking of only Pain, they did have a lot of elimination points, by the way. Lively was able to rack in a lot of elimination points, too. So for only Pain, it's once again going to be a decent performance. I wouldn't exactly say the best, but a decent performance coming through since it was the game 1. And at the end of the day, we know the top 7 are going to be the one to move on forward. If you do manage to get 8 to 9 points per game, and if you're going to stick with that average, you should be able to qualify.
This is going to be a tricky spot to be in, right? Like, if you compare the teams here that's going to be playing the round stages compared to the grind stages as well, where the grind teams had 24 matches to kind of adapt for Rondo, and then on top of it all, because Rondo is played 4 times, and every other maps to kind of average things out from the, I would say, discrepancy of bonus points coming from Rondo. But with 6 matches, wouldn't you say that whoever wins Rondo is pretty much qualified? Because if you don't do well in Rondo, the other 5 matches, it's going to be tough to catch up to Rondo points. Like, realistically, 30 points in the map of Erangel and Miramar, can you actually catch up?
So once again, the conversation boils down to the cutoff. What do you think is going to be the cutoff in the span of 6 games?
I don't know, 35 points?
Oh, 35? I believe 35 is still a lot of points, man. I don't think the cutoff is going to go that high. I think it's going to be lower, maybe like 25, 26, around that. So I still believe the fact that the moment you manage to cross that 30 points marker, you should be around the safety block. Now, once again, it's just a prediction. We do not know what the cutoff is going to be exactly after 6 games. And now the fact that this team has already managed to get a 30 bomber in the hand, you can say they've pretty much qualified. Because even if they do manage to get 10 points in the upcoming games, they've done it.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. But let's talk about the MVP from the game as well. Faiz actually got 9 finishes in total, not 8. And they actually wiped off Team Lowe's, which is very, very impressive. Getting out of the city as well, making it the zone, they were able to wipe out not just one, but two other teams alongside them while getting a couple finishes. Arsonist was also one of the teams that actually got taken out here, who actually shut down Only Pain from those compounds as well. So that was a very, very big game as well coming from Insurgents. They've got 9 finishes for fights. We also have Venom coming from BTD with 7. We've got Lowe's with the insane 1v4 clip. But the question here, did Team Lowe's get enough points?
For Team Lowe's, I do believe they did have a lot of elimination points, but when it comes to the placement points, they definitely struggled. You can say when it comes to keeping yourself in the average point flow, they do have a decent bit of points. If they do want to stay consistent, they just need to make sure that they're getting the same amount of points in the upcoming 6 games or in the upcoming 5 games as well. So for Team Lowe's, I would say it's a decent start, not the best. They can definitely work on it. They've got 7 points in the first game. It's not a lot. In my opinion, you at least need 8 to 9 points in one game. Then maybe you can be around that safety block. And actually, you know what? I agree with you. I think the cutoff will be around 35.
Yeah, it could be around there, right? Like, there's 5 more games to go. Technically, there is still few slots available. Insurgents does have a very decent safety cushion. I would say it's like a 1-game safety cushion, whereas BTD does have a 2-game safety cushion, or pretty much almost qualify here. We do say Almighty also getting some 12 points. OP, you know, I would say 9 finishes and not enough placement points does give them a decent amount of shot to try and retain that. This is a good game coming from OP. Lowe's 7 finishes in total, but no placement points, which is very, very unfortunate because everybody else does have a decent shot to try and pounce in towards the top 7.
Look at ISG getting 15 frags on the board. That's going to give them 20 points as well. Now, let's be honest, right? The moment you cross that 40 points marker, you can say that you're extremely safe.
Yeah.
If you cross that 40 points marker. If you cross that 35 points marker, your head will still be on the swivel, but I do believe that you will still be around that safety block.
Well, all things considered here in day number 1, they're going to be playing 2 more games to go, especially coming from this group 1 in particular, and it's going to be the map of Marengo. Do you think it's possible to get 30 bombs? 20 finishes and a chicken dinner.
In Erangel, it is possible to get 30 bombs. We have seen it in the past.
Okay.
But can you do it over and over again? Can you do it realistically right now, looking at the condition of the lobby? I don't think so. I do believe that maybe teams will be able to get 21, 22 points with a chicken dinner. But let's see how it's really going to look like, because Erangel, once again, really boils down to the strategic point of things. It is one of the classic maps out there. Teams are really going to try to bring in those textbook plays, and they will try to stick to each other.
So statistically, based on what you're saying as well, are you telling me that right now, because there's 7 slots here coming from round 1, and there's only 6 games in total coming from all these teams, is that 6 teams that is going to be top 6 here, each team needs a chicken dinner, and they should be safe, right?
Yeah, maybe, or if they manage to get 8 or 9 points per game, I do believe they will still be around the safety block, right? Now, once again, it's up to them if they really do want to just completely be around that one big performance, or if they do want to stay consistent for the long term. If they're consistent, it's a good thing. If they do get that one massive blow, just like BTD did, and they've already qualified, so even that can work out, right? We never know. Till the end, everything is going to be confusing, because you never know. In one game, you can see a team just getting a 25 bomber, and you will instantly see them at the top of the board. Anything can happen.
Okay, so we are looking for the best fighters across India. I would say that's going to be the game plan here for some of the teams.
And keep this thing in mind, there's also going to be fluke performances.
Ooh.
There will be team that will get a chicken dinner just completely off of fluke. They can also move on towards the upcoming round. So even at the end of the day, luck also plays a bit of that part. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Fixes with me on the panel. First of all, welcome, my man. It's been a while since I've seen you on the panel. And yeah, you're directly back towards the main event, watching new, fresh faces. How does it feel?
I loved it, especially, you know, watching all of you guys cover grind. I was missing out on all the action, all the fun. But right now, I think the stage is set. It's all about breaking boundaries. And game number 1 taught us that, especially with how Team BTD really played. Impressive clutch coming in from Lols himself. I think we were really skeptical initially as to how Lols individually is going to perform. I think that has been put to rest. But Team Alpha, man, Necro, a team coming in from grind. We really need to talk about them.
I feel like you don't need to worry about Team Alpha just yet. It's Team Alpha we're speaking of.
Really?
Come on. One massive game from Team Alpha. Instantly, they are going to be back in the overall standings. But hey, you guys see something beautiful on the screen, and that's going to be the Peaky Blinders set. And once again, I've got an important announcement for you guys. Today's going to be the last day for Peaky Blinders set in the game. If you want to get your hands onto it, move in the game right now. It's the last day. You are missing out on the time.
Of course, I mean, for me especially, who's been such a big fan of Peaky Blinders, I had to have my go at it, but unfortunately, I was not that lucky. Maybe I'll still have a go at it today, since it's the last day. But now, coming back into action, the way Rondo has set things up, especially even, I think IC brought up a really nice point, Necro, talking about Insurgents. Fairs individually was showcasing his skills, and these are the players that we are constantly on the lookout for, right? All those new faces, the likes of Scary Jord, or the likes of Levi from the previous years of BGIS, I think, still on the hunt for those new rising stars, and hopefully this BGIS gives us a lot of that as well.
Look, to be honest, I really do not want to jump to conclusions just yet. It's just the game one done and dusted. Yeah, things can definitely drop down for these names. Keep the thing in mind. There are still so many big names yet to make that comeback, and Team Alpha is going to be one of those as well. The moment Team Alpha wakes up, I for sure know that there's going to be a big vacuum of points in the overall standings where Team Alpha will just be constantly dominating the entire game. But hey, we've also got a bit of that substitution coming through on the board.
Indeed.
Wild's going to be sitting out, and Ray is now going to be back on the fray.
And that's going to be interesting because even when you talk about Team Sovereign Esports, they had a deeper run. But in terms of getting those points, they were lagging a little bit behind. But that's still okay, right? But, you know, I still need to get back to the conversation around Team Alpha. Now, this is a team that has played the grind throughout. They played so many matches and we had such high hopes from them. I'm feeling that they might be a little rattled at this point because, again, they are chartering into the unknown. They do not know how the lobby is. And especially after you mess up Rondo, that kind of gives you a little bit of a mental setback. So the next map coming up, I think Alpha needs to go for a biggie. Otherwise, like you said, right, just 6 matches, and you know we have seen it all. They are bound to make those mistakes. They're gonna have, they will be fighting it amongst themselves, and everything's gonna go tumbling down. Look, no second chance.
To be honest, I'm not really worried about Team Alpha.
Really,
I'm just gonna say it right now. Yeah, Team Alpha, I do believe that they are one of those teams who do possess a lot of firepower, and all it takes is firepower, especially in the early stages, to actually cross through as well. As I mentioned a while ago as well, you need 8 to 9 points per game. And that consistency, that average is going to keep you along the top dogs in the overall standings. And speaking of the top dogs, for BTD, just on the back of that one game, they've already qualified pretty much. Now they just need 10 points to topple it off, and that's going to be the icing on top of the cake.
Yeah, it's pretty much. Their shackles have been broken, really. And in the remainder of the matches, they're just going to go all out. We might see them targeting a couple of teams. And if I were in their shoes, I would have done that as well. I think when you talk about the likes of Team Alpha, Team LOLs, all these renowned faces we have seen returning from the grind. In fact, Team LOLs has been in the block since quite some time. So maybe I would not want to have them as a competition here on. I can go after them. I think they've got a lot of options to really experiment with. And what I really loved about them, they were very synergistic during their fights and even how they control that northern area. Now, looking at the highlights of the previous game, I think it was action right from the get-go, right? And Team BTD, I think we both have to unanimously agree, Necro, that both these teams, in fact, the entire team, every single player was contributing. And what we just saw previously, I think that's a little bit of a dumb mistake.
Yeah, definitely was. I mean, at the end of the day, it's round 2 we're speaking of, right? A lot of the fresh faces, Ricky's making Ricky mistake. Yeah. That's definitely going to happen. And a lot of these names were also eliminated quite early. And this was the particular clutch that you were speaking of, right? Law's just 1v4ing these players out of the game. And that's definitely going to be a big stinger for them as well to recover from, especially knowing the fact that that was your first game as well. And now imagine the mental setback that's going to be there. Getting 1v4'd by a man like Lols, it's not going to feel good.
Of course it isn't. I mean, for initially, everybody was of the opinion that maybe LoLs might go for a rank push, a conqueror push going on in esports. What on earth is he doing here? Surely he's proven his mettle. I mean, the initial glimpses of what we've seen from LoLs has been quite commendable. But even for Only Pain, they did have their moments, especially Liability. You've been talking about him. This man went all guns blazing. I think a decent start nonetheless.
Once again, back towards the LoL's topic, right? Let's not forget, Fixes, the man has dedicated his life to BGMI.
Of course.
So he has the individual skills. It's not even a question. It's just about that mindset of an esports player that might be lacking when it comes to LoL's overall performance. But now that the individual mechanics are there, we know maybe in the future things can go underway. He can do much better. Speaking of Only Pain, yeah, we do have that one-man Liability who's actually holding the torch, and he's leading the pack in a pretty good manner. Liability was able to secure a lot of elimination points as well for Only Pain, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Liability and for Only Pain, we would want to see more out of them. I think the initial glimpses were somewhat satisfying. I think we can take that. Yeah. But again, getting back to the LoL's conversation, another pointer I really wanted to put out here is this time he's come up with a little bit of a different team, right? He's just retained Kunal, and you've got two new players coming in and gelling up together in such a short span of time. So I think it's a promising squad to look out for. Even for Team Almighty, I must say I liked how their survival instincts were. Not a lot of finishes, but still enough to keep their heads above the water. But the next map is going to be really interesting because now the tone has been set, like we have established. Rondo, we've seen, everybody knows how each team is going to perform. Now in Erangel, I think all these teams, especially the likes of Team Alpha, who haven't really opened their account, they have to go heavy. Otherwise, there's nothing left for tomorrow.
True. Now, especially moving on from Rondo towards Erangel, even the aggression's going to be dropped down, right? See, teams cannot really be as aggressive as they were in that previous game. For teams like LoL's, things are going to be much more laid back, and maybe for them, they will be in the natural habitat. Speaking of Almighty as well, they are not one of those teams that want to participate in the early game chaos. So even for Almighty, things might just be looking pretty good since they are one of those teams that likes to play things a little bit slow. Speaking of Team Alpha, even we might see their comeback in the upcoming game. For Alpha, as I mentioned, firepower is a big thing, and that's what they rely on. Alpha will try to go for those fights.
No, that's what's really worrying, right? Especially in grind, at the back of your heads, you know you're going to get a second chance. You know that there is a tomorrow, but in round 2, there is no tomorrow, right? And that is where when you're rookies, when you're the young, fresh blood, sometimes, you know, you tend to get ahead of yourselves, forcing into committing mistakes. So I think Team Alpha, they really need to get their heads back together. Maybe have a slow one in this one, build it up, try and get a top 3 finish with at least 7 or 8 finishes. Then maybe they can make it into the top 7.
We also did see some valiant efforts from the side of Team Easy as well, but still the question remains, are we going to see a few of those good comebacks coming through from the latter half of the board? It's just been the game 1, but now it's time for us to move on towards the game 2. So without wasting any more time, let's just hop into it. The plane's going to be in the skies for the second game of the round 2, day 1. And this plane, it's going to come in with a ray of hope for all the teams that were not able to perform in the game 1. Now, the pace is going to be dropped down. Teams are now going to be playing a little bit more methodically, and strategies will be prioritized. Drop location, drop clashes, I also want to look out for those as well.
The only disclaimer, however, is going to be Team BTD. I think they will be the one bringing in all that oomph. They are going to be bringing that X factor into the lobby. I really want to see them hunting down teams. Now, the flight path trajectory has been well established. And I mean, to be honest, it is something that we have seen from a long time. However, what I'm really excited for is where the circle forms. Now, right off the get-go, a southern circle, I mean, for you would really love that. But I want something around the eastern side, maybe around the Lumberjack Hills or maybe Mansion, something of that circle to tip all these players off. I think that's going to be really nice.
Team Lords as well, ejecting outside of the plane. I really do want to see where are they going to be heading towards. Then you've also got TB. Maybe heading down south all the way towards the Systemic Military Base. And yes, that's going to be the answer. Team Alpha as well, taking an exit from that plane flat path. Maybe heading towards Corey and Primark's side. For Team Alpha, they will be in contested. And I really wanted to see a few drop clashes. Maybe there is a drop clash towards school and school apartments. This one's going to be interesting.
Indeed it is. 2 teams, we can see ATS. Alongside another team, we are going to figure that out in a wee bit while. But the circle has been formed. And it's going to be against TD. So ADS, they have that one compound to themselves, but they're kind of clustered, right, at this point. Whilst for Team TD, they've got a very nice spread to work with. Denver, he's going to get all those loot done. Even for Skyboy, he's not going to have any trouble in that. And what really concerns me is how ATS are going to figure their way out of that one compound. They do not have any access to any vehicles. And now Knight, he's making an interesting move. Could really backfire, but I think they believe in the motto of in unity lies strength. And I mean, for Arsonist, might as well go for it.
I like it. All the 4 players sticking to each other. They've got their hands on the basic loot. And now they just want to press upon the matters, catch the players of Team Destiny off guard. Skyboy still in that apartment, taking things a little bit slow, which might pan out well. Towards military base, we've got 2 teams as well duking it out. There's also TB across the line, and I'm pretty sure for TB, they would like to be a part of the fight as well. Maybe third party it. King now taking a lot of damage, but his nade, it was well placed, and he's going to find that knock as well. The boys from the side of Vintage Esports not looking too good, and Suchamp now having the man advantage in the fight as well. The fight's down to a 2-on-3. Actually a 2-on-4 for Suchamp. All the 4 players still on the block. For a moment, I thought King could have been knocked out, but no one capitalized.
Nice redemption, if you ask me, from Suchamp Esports, considering what happened to them in Rondo. But now they've got things under control, but they really need to press on the matter right now. The iron is hard, they're delaying, they're prolonging the fights, and for Vintage, they want to make those movements there. As King OP is given that high ground, but now he's got some assistance to work with. Nayak knows exactly where Sahil is. And now the floor is lava.
Oh, no.
He has been flushed out, and there you go. King OP doing the deed. Another beautiful knock, and Team VE again in a world of trouble.
That was perfectly played. Tossed him all the off. The floor was lava. Nowhere to go. The man had to push down. And that's where Suchamp Esports, they knew they've got the cake in their hands. But still, the fight's down to a 4-on-2, by the way. And there's a potential chance of third party from TB. But as of now, TBW, they're not even close. Actually backing away from the military base. That's a little bit weird.
Well, it's quite understandable in it, because what they're really looking forward to is having a good control over the circle. The zone shifted away from the military base, might as well make an early rotation, get control over the southern Pachinki hills, and build your play from that. That's a little bit of a gamble, but if I were them, I would do the same. Because again, you do not have all the information. You do not know whether 2 or even more teams might have dropped down at military base. So hence, they're not really risking it. Again, a disclaimer, there is no second chance in round 2, folks. So for Team Borderlands, I think, yeah, heading on. Maybe we'll take a little bit of a pit stop here at the gas station and then make their way inside the zone.
Borderlands in the round 1, this team was dominating.
Yeah.
In their particular group, they had the most amount of points. And yeah, single-handedly just creating that vacuum in the overall standings as well. But now that same gameplay is not being replicated, at least in the game 1. For game 2, nothing can be said yet. Looking at Lols, their position. One of the men from the side of Lols is actually moving in the close proximity of ISG. That's going to be interesting too. Towards Severny, we've got 2 teams next to each other. And even those teams are in close proximity as well. Only paying liability. He knows exactly what's happening around him. He knows that there's one man in the front lines too. And Liability is taking things a little bit slow and cautiously. Falls back once again, taking his time to make that pounce. But New Texi, this man's taking things a little bit slow as well. He's going to wait for Liability to just walk in. But Liability as well, he knew there was someone there. Opens that door first, baits those shots. Texi's position was revealed, and then he pushes up and domes him down.
I mean, I must say, a little impatient on the trigger. I think he did not have a lot of idea exactly where he is. The moment he gave those gunshots away, now Liability, he's an experienced player, really capitalized on that situation, and now they just want to bulldoze through. Another nade being flung at, and Bliss, he needs to run, he needs to hide, he needs to find some cover, but Liability, he's chasing him. It's a cat and mouse chase going on right now, and Zuhan, one of his teammates, has been brought down pretty low. As Phoenix, he needs to find some redemption, Necro, but now he's also being hunted. Phoenix taking a little bit of damage there. Liability brought down quite low, but Phoenix, a little bit of that passive movement there. He should really push in, shouldn't he?
Even Yuki getting knocked out. Oh no. Liability is down low as well. The man does not even have a first aid. And looking at the opponent, he's got his hands on the S12K. It's okay. Phoenix, the odds of him actually winning the fight are a lot more. Liability's position's also compromised in Phoenix. He's got his hands on the S12K, while Liability only has an AKM. And keep this thing in mind, all it takes is a one proper shotgun connection, and that's what happens! One shot connecting to the dome, that's gonna find the knock. Man advantage now, swinging towards an equal side. As now, Phoenix, he's gonna back away on the top, and he's gonna take things a little bit slow.
Ooh, he almost spotted a player of Team OP there. As for now, Habibi, he's gonna go have a go at Yuki. That grenade does connect, but not enough to take him down. But Phoenix, that's all she wrote. Completely surrounded as like piranhas. Team OP, they push in. And suddenly, Team Too Easy, they're in a whole world of trouble. Bliss and Habibi, they're quite far apart from each other. And seems like Habibi, his position has been compromised. But a knock on Liability could have made top things a little bit away. But still, he's going to have a go. Habibi just has that UMP to play around, and now he's surrounded, and that's it. That's all she wrote, and now only Pain. They get on the right side of the stick as another fight has already broken out. It is Team Destiny now taking a fight against Team Sovereign.
And for Team Destiny, Shine's already lost out. He's lost his Shine, Denver, and Rio next to each other. At this time, it seems like Denver is not going to stand a chance. Sovereign Esports, oh, they're definitely putting in a lot of hurt. For Team Destiny, what can be done? They've lost out on too many people at this point, and now it's just one man standing. And that one player, he can't do anything. He's actually gone for that revival towards Shine, so maybe still a chance for Team Destiny to be back on the foot. Those two players back on the feet for Team Destiny. Points can still be secured. All they need to do is just stay on the back foot. Let these two big giants duke it out against each other, and then Team Destiny can maybe third party if they want when these two teams are hurt. But as of now, they're running low on resources, running low on utilities, and even meds.
It's a little bit of a standoff going on over here. It's all about who takes whom down and who takes the spoils of the war. For now, Arsonist already one man down. They're going to be a little bit patient. And now they're just waiting for the Team Sovereign and Team Destiny fight to come to a conclusion so that they can make their move. Now, Vampire's position is really interesting, Necro. They've taken over the top of the building. One of those positions you do not really anticipate a team to be holding. But at this point, Sovereign Esports Grey, he's been in a very good form, at least in this game. 3 finishes already for this man. And Slayboy, he's got to be watchful, though. He's taken a couple of bullets there. Would want to heal himself as Sovereign. They're still applying that pressure. A couple of more grenades, and now they're also running out of it. So I want to see what their next course of action will be.
Keep this thing in mind, even the circle shifted away from them. So now the pressure's going to be doubled up. Almighty finally breaking the silence. They're done playing the patience game, and Almighty! How did this just happen? They've been eliminated from the game within a flash. That's definitely got to sting. Oh no, problems knocking on the door. That was not a good idea for them. Getting eliminated in such a way, that's definitely going to sting. But now the fight, it's not done yet. It's time for Team Destiny to try and play that defense. The shock, and it does click, but he was only able to find that one knock. Later on, Team Destiny, they lose out another man. But there is still one more foe standing from Team Destiny. And where exactly is that player? He's actually backed away. He's now playing a little bit on the back foot. He wants to keep his position anonymous. He wants to stay away from that action. He's hidden.
No monkey business, therefore, from Team Destiny. Of course, they've lost their men, and now all he's going to do and get those survival points up for his team. But Team Sovereign really loved their initiation, especially against Arsonist. The way they wiped them out, and seemed like Arsonist were trying to be opportunistic, but they made a lot of those mistakes. I do not know what on earth were they lying down doing any sort of those dirty business out in the open.
It's funny. Felt like they were just caught taking a nap. Arsonist, I'm not even sure what exactly the intention was. They pushed in tandem, but later on it felt like they were just blank.
But you know, what is even T2G up to over here? Out in the open. He's got no cover fire. Of course, LOL's, he's got that vision. He's got that visual. But the moment T2G gets knocked down, I think Team LOLs could find themselves in muddy waters. But like you said, the zone taking a shift, this time around the Pochinki area. And you could already see Team BTD, they're not really going on gear 5. They still want to take things slow. They're prioritizing on the circle. They want to take over the outskirts of Pochinki. They've got a nice spread, actually. But now they're also being chased down by Team GX. So they have to be watchful because foes are coming in from every possible directions. But Nishan Jot, beautiful connection and an instant finish secured. So BTD, again, kicking things off on a really good note.
That's got to be a stinger. For BTD, once again, securing that one elimination point. It's not a lot. As I mentioned in the wrangle, the pace is going to be dropped down as well. Securing and funneling those elimination points just gets even tougher. Every single team inside of Pochinki as of now. Only BTD is playing around the outskirts, and there's a big chance the circle might shift it outside as well. Gravix Esports. There's only 2 men standing for Gravix. And these 2 players, now there's going to be a lot of pressure on them. Looking at the boys of SO in the back as well. For them, all the 4 players are on the block. Sovereign Esports. Just a while ago, they were towards the apartments, and now they've already rotated towards Pochinki. Utilities being tossed out against Gravix, but nothing happening yet. Bolt's just going to back away, playing that safer line.
I think you have to be scared, especially if Sovereign are around you, and after almost eliminating 2 squads, they are in the mood to get a lot of finishes. They're hungry at this point, and they really want to make up for all those points they lost in the map of Rondo. And now, especially with Sovereign going all out, they have been looking to be quite fickle there. They're trying to initiate those fights, and especially in territories such as Pochinki, you've got to be very watchful. One wrong misstep, and suddenly you get a third party elsewhere. So I'm really keen on seeing what Sovereign does from here on, because majority of the teams, you could see even around the edges, I think a couple of fights can brew up around the eastern side.
Yeah, definitely. There's 3 teams in the close proximity. King Yopi now taking those shots against the foes, but no connection found yet. Just sprays, just max being unloaded so that you are instilling that fear and hurt. Suchamp Esports. Yeah, now they want to deal with the players of Lols, but Lols, they've already got the high ground to play with around Potato Hill. So dealing with Lols is now going to be a tough pill to swallow. And Lols themselves know that they're going to be uncontested anyways, so you might as well just focus on a good spot in the circle first. And that's what Lols is prioritizing on as well. The next zone's going to be extremely important, because that's also going to reveal if the zone's going to be staying inside of the city or away from the city itself. And it seems like, yes, it will be staying on top of the city for a while.
But you know what? I really love how Vintage Esports have positioned themselves. Albeit if they have all their players alive, that's a mystery. And at this point, that's one of those warehouses you would really want to have control on. Team Lols going for a mad dash, couple of shots being taken at them. And now it's going to be a little bit of a setback even for Team Lols, especially losing that 1 player. So they have to be very careful with their approach. They cannot really initiate those fights. They have to play slightly defensive. But then again, you do not know what Lols is thinking at this point. But Suchap, I think the redemption from Game 1 to Game 2, it has been pretty good. They have set their comeback. Now their heads are in good space. A fight against Team Alpha could be in the making. And seems like, in fact, Team Almighty it is. They know where King OP is. And this could be a nice grenade. Tossed, but to no avail.
Does no damage. Suchamp Esports. King OP's constantly taking that chip damage as well. Team Almighty, they're actually able to threat that needle as well. Successfully able to find one of the knocks against Suchamps. The man wants to back away to safety lines, but will be denied as well, as that frag gets stolen away. Gets confirmed. Team Almighty Esports looking pretty good and dandy. 1 man lost, but they've managed to secure 2 frags on the board, which is not bad. And the same momentum, the same storyline should continue. 2 frags on the board for Team Almighty. It's been a bit of a slow and steady start for them, but in general, urban warfares, they do tend to be extremely chaotic when the circle moves away from it. And that's what everyone's waiting for.
Hey, what just happened to King? He had cover. Certainly he was burnt alive there. And Suchap, just like that, have lost on 1 of their men. As for TGYT Esports, they're playing around the peripheries of the map. They've got Borderland, another team that had been quite aggressive, did get a lot of finishes in the round 1, but right now are struggling. Just playing from the edges, TGYT, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide as Rahul. He's got their number. Also, he could do one other thing, is try and blow the vehicles off, right?
Pretty much.
Just got their means of escape and make things worse. But for Team Borderland, I like how they're showing that proactiveness. But Vintage Esports, I'm telling you, man, that compound is golden. Somebody needs to contest that. It's all about that lack of information that just 2 players are inside the compound. The moment that information is out in the open, I'm pretty sure somebody's going to make a move.
Let's see, though. Still, it's a long shot. Teams just want to duke it out around the city itself. You've also got Team Alpha on the other side. And for Team Alpha, now they're going to start taking those fights because they know it's the right time. Alpha spotting out Team Destiny Shine. He's the only person standing against him. But I'm pretty sure Team Alpha has no clue that for Team Destiny, it's just Shine standing. Shine as well, constantly tossing out the utilities, and now Alpha, they start to drive around.
Nice.
And that's going to be quick drive fire. Shine gets eliminated from the game. That's going to be an elimination point in the pocket. Team Alpha, that's going to be the first elimination point added to the board as well. Adonis, he is quite a solid man to look out for. So at the end of the day, for Team Alpha, as I mentioned, for me, they're never going to be the concern. The next circle shifting inside of the city. And you mentioned that the compound that VE had, it was a prime compound, but the circle just shifts away from them.
Yeah, now it's going to be a little bit messy. Now, Vintage Esports have to be very careful with the timing, right? They can still hold on to it for another zone. And the next circle shift, it's going to be very crucial. But some nice interventions over here. As BTD, they're starting to lose out on men. Not a real cause of concern, to be honest, Necro, if you ask me. 30 points already in the bag. They had a couple of finishes even in this game. They're trying to reunite, but Varad, beautiful knock on towards Maya. Exorcist, though, a third party from his side, but still, nonetheless, Varad should not have any difficulty getting back up, but Nishan Jod, he has to be very careful. Now, this is going to be so sketchy, right? It's going to come down to how many utilities do you have, how many smokes, how many grenades, and it's going to be a technical warfare right now in Pochinki.
Yeah, the urban warfares, I'm not a big fan of them. They do tend to be extremely chaotic. It's really tough to keep count of the eliminations that do happen. Look at Team Alpha, what a big rotation they've pulled off. Alpha himself now stopping a little bit in the close proximity of TGYT, and Alpha has taken a lot of damage upon himself. It's also Bodoland from the sidelines, constantly doing that chip damage, and Team Alpha, the positioning, it's being a little bit skeptical. Nade now being tossed against TGYT boys as well. Ooh. Those 2 nades not doing anything. Look at this spray from Rahul. Precise, it's an absolute laser beam. Shutting down Alpha himself. Coffin is still standing, but now Coffin wants to back away. Tossing out those smokes, wants to get that revival on Alpha, and that revive will be there.
It's going to be a really interesting fight if you ask me, because Team Alpha, they are on a 2-on-2 split. And for Borderlands, I really thought that they could be pressing on the matter over here. Instead, they decided to hold on for a little bit longer as TGYT. They are in no man's land, Necro, and constantly being bombarded. I cannot fathom how even Toji is still alive. And even for sure, he's screaming for help. That Molotov is going to make things so much worse, but still, somehow he finds an inch of a space. He is going to try and trigger that revive, but Classy, he needs to provide some support. He's just hiding over there, and he needs to aid his teammates. What on earth is he doing?
Yeah, it seems like TGYT, definitely that lack of experience now clearly seen.
Oh no.
And Team Alpha just applying that constant pressure. Coffin, he's also taking a lot of damage. Wijay finally popping out, taking those shots. Stopping Coffin from making any sort of moves. Return Nate's being tossed out as well from TGYT. Classy's knocked out. It's not a good look at all. For TGYT, the pressure's constantly building up. Bodolands from the sidelines as well, getting the confirmations, handing out those death blows. VE in the backlines. Now not looking vintage after all. And now looking at the boys of TGYT, it seems like the tables, they're now starting to flip. Team Alpha, they're the one to take a lot of damage. The zone's also going to shift away towards Pochinki. Team Alpha, they found themselves in the worst possible spot. What can Team Alpha do to recover? Another man gets knocked out. Adonis, he's also getting shot at from somewhere else. It's also Team Almighty now knocking on the doors. TGYT unknowingly getting a lot of support from the surroundings. And somehow TGYT, the silence they're keeping, it's actually helping them.
It's a mad mess out of here. When you ask me, Team Alpha, they're in a world of trouble right now. They are running out of time and they need to make that push, and that's the right decision. And TGYT, they will have to be prepared for this. VJ is still down and it all comes down to Toji and Shaw at a sliver of HP, and there you go, just shredding them apart piece by piece. Team Alpha somehow managed to weather the storm, Necro. But now it's still not over. Borderlands in the nearby vicinity, and even for Team FL, they are making a move.
Yeah, look at Team Flash, already pushing up within a flash. Oh, but it was a rookie mistake coming through from Flash as well. That push, it was not well calculated, but they still do come out on top in the end. But now for Flash, they found themselves in probably one of the worst possible spots. Flash is going to be under fire from Borderlands. They're also going to be under fire from Suchamp and even Ale. Where do you go? Oh no, a real bad spot they found themselves in. And speaking of Team Alpha, I just feel like they're overthinking a lot of those scenarios. Team Alpha should not overthink in the lobby like this, and they should rely on their firepower.
And they indeed tried to actually. They wanted to go initiate that fight, but the cover-up after that was really not there. They were not prepared for a third party, and we know they were all clustered up. And amidst all that commotion, we could see majority of the fights, Necro, breaking out around the edges. Whilst all of those teams that have secured the center of Pochinki, they're pretty much chilling right now. Everybody is just waiting for the next circle to shift. As for Gravix, they do not have a lot of men alive, but Liability is going to have a go at it. Ohm for the win. He's been snuffed out. Couple of shots taken at his direction. But for now, even Team FL, Exorcist out in the open, in a car, trying to drive by, eventually will meet his maker. And it's going to be Anku who secures the knock, and Team Almighty will get another finish in the bag.
FL for them now, it's just Mike standing. And looking at the boys of OP, Liability, the man still standing as well. As long as OP Liability is in the game, you know a lot of frags will be funneled in by that one singular guy. BTD tossing out the utilities to get a few more confirmations because they know Mike is positioned in that little terrain. Only pain. Even they want to inflict a bit more of that pain and hurt against BTD. And for BTD, this time, this game, it's not that good. Taking a lot of damage, now just having 2 men standing. Even the Circle actually playing a lot of those mind games. In my opinion, the real MVP is going to be the zone itself. The way the Circle was taking curveball and shift, really playing with the players' minds. But these are the challenges the players should be ready to face. And BTD as of now, look at him. He knows exactly where Liability is. Position's compromised. And as of now, FTW is going to take his time. The next zone shift, it's going to be another curveball shift on top of the city. You've got Almighty in a good spot. You've also got Suchamp in a decent spot. For teams like TB, now they've found themselves in a real bad one.
Even for Team Almighty, they've got a very nice control over the circle. Now they need to start to reunite. Now they've got individual players possession, but for Team BTD, just trying to get as many smoke grenades and any sort of first aids, any replenishment would be welcome from their side. Brought down to 2 men, and Zohan finds an opener there. Varad down on his knees, and for Team OP, they could actually really third-party this one. A couple of more grenades being flung over as BTD in a world of hurt at this point, and Ohm has no interest in trying to trigger the revive, and Maya, he follows up, and in fact, he also steals a finish out there. So Team Only Pain, they have secured 9 finishes, and certainly one of the strongest contenders here in Erangel.
And probably one of the most consistent team as well. Only Pain did pretty good in that previous game, and they're actually doing pretty good right now as well. Insurgents, the previous game, they had 15 points, off to a fantastic start. Ooh. But now looking at Insurgents, they're making a lot of mistakes. 0 finishes racked up. They're trying to play a passive game. Looking at Lols as well. Their heads on the swivel. They won't be able to survive for too long. But still for Lols, there is that one man, T2 Gaming alive. And look at this guy. Wants to find the confirmation eventually from Lols. T2 Gaming will be eliminated from the game as well. Liability spotted. Liability's utility is a little bit overcooked. He wants to find the opening against Insurgents. But it's not going to be an easy piece of cake. Threading that needle is going to be tough. The way the circle is walled, just shifting on top of the city, creating a lot of confusion. And keep this thing in mind, it's still the State 7. We've got 6 teams and 15 players standing.
I think it all comes down to Team Almighty, Sovereign, and Team Only Pain. You know, these three teams being the major contenders over here. And what I really like is even Insurgents. They've made it all the way inside the top 6. I'm keen on seeing how many finishes have they secured, but a little bit of a parkour from Liability. I really love how he's controlling the situation. I think that's a very bold move, given the circle is really starting to dim down and it's shrinking. And for Sovereign Esports, a team that has had such a great start in the initial phases of Erangel, have now secured a lot of finishes, 12 being the exact number, have now taken it down to the CWIS. They've got a really nice spread working for them. And the next circle shift, that is going to decide who wins. Surely, right?
I mean, the circle already shifted on top of the city.
Still nothing separating. Everybody's still in.
Yeah, and Sovereign is the team that's actually in the circle in a really good spot. And now it seems like Sovereign might just be the one to pretty much get this chicken dinner. And it's going to be a massive chicken dinner as well, because Sovereign dominated the school apartments. And now for Only Pain, even they've been doing a real good job in Pochinki, dominating the entirety of the city. Zohan tossing out the utilities in the hopes of finding at least one man. Mike spotted in the back lines, and Mike is now trying to move on towards the safety block. His position's compromised, but Zohan, he does not have any nades.
Exactly.
He cannot even do anything about it. Spots that player constantly. Mike as well, he knows Zohan has an angle, but even Mike can't do anything about it. Tossing out a lot of those smokes constantly in the hopes of at least finding a ray of hope, but even that gets stolen away by Zohan. But Zohan himself gets shut down in the far fray. Only Pain now needs to get that revival towards Zohan as soon as possible.
That was a lovely snipe coming in from the backlines, especially Team Sovereign. Trying to get the better out of the situation. Only Pain did have Zohan getting knocked out, but still nothing to worry. Instant trade coming in. And now, I think Maya, he's got that intel. He knows that there are two players, and now even the time is against them. And there you have it. Again, AZ finding a knock onto it. Maya, of course you're out in the open. How long are you going to stay alive? But Storm, that is a nice intervention over here with Anku being taken down out of commission. Now everything rests on Nesso and Karma.
Insurgents refusing to give up, but Almighty, they've got more men standing, and the man advantage really keeping them better inside of the race. Storm is also taken down to barely any sort of HP, just a pixel available, but these utilities, they might just be the end. The nade's also clocking it perfectly, and this one's going to blast on his face. Storm's taken down once again to a pixel of HP, and eventually Storm gets confirmed by Zohan. Oh man, Only Pain, they're definitely inflicting a lot of pain and hurt to this entire Pochinki. Anyone that stands against him, Only Pain, they will be the one to claim the elimination point. A few more nades tossed out from OP in the hopes of finding those knocks against SO. But even Sovereign Esports, they're taking things a little bit slow and cautious. And now looking at the boys of OP, another nade tossed out. Who's down to barely any sort of HP. But look at Zohan, once again threats the needle. He's the man who's constantly finding openings.
Indeed he is, and now Zohan, he's going to make that bold move. He's going to go in for the push, and now Daisy, he is starting to fear himself. And at this point, they will surround him and annihilate him. Beautiful finishes coming out of Team Only Pain, and now for Almighty, it all rests on Nesto. The last surviving member, Only Pain, they know they've got their workout out. Nesto not having the best of HPs around the stairs. He has to pull off something special. A Molotov initially to try and delay them. We know he's panicking, but piece by piece are the players of Team OP trying to commit for the push, and it is going to be as easy as cutting a cake as Only Pain just slice through, get that final finish, and get that chicken dinner registered to their names.
Yuki was like a hot knife through butter, just slicing through anyone that stood against him. And it felt like Yuki just had his hands on the mob. He was just wiping the floor with anyone that stood against him. Almighty later on, before even he took down the entirety of Sovereign Esports. But yeah, speaking of Sovereign, man, what a game that was for them as well. Just wiping out anyone that stood towards the apartments of school, then moving on towards Pochinki, getting a few more frags for themselves over there too. But speaking of Only Pain, they dominated the entirety of Pochinki City in the end, and they also secured a solid chicken chicken dinner.
It was all down to luck, right? It was all down to who the circle favors towards the end. And for Sovereign, you've got to feel slightly bad for them because they ran out of options. And especially with only Pain having such a nice coverage over the entire Pochinki area, we were seeing them jumping over the roofs, trying to find multiple angles, which shows that they've got a nice read of the topography around the city. And even for Insurgents, I mean, we have to give it to them. They have been one of the consistent teams, constantly making it inside the top 4. And even for Almighty, I think consistent performance coming in from their side. I mean, Daisy, at that point, I mean, he could do nothing about that. But at this point, we knew, right, Nesto, he was feeling a little bit scared and only Pain. They just used it as a fuel, as a result of which, I mean, Zohan, that 8 finishes, surely should be the MVP. But overall, a very nice team effort coming out of only Pain.
Definitely the only team to look out from this group, I'm not gonna lie. Other than BTD, this is the team that's really standing out. The first game, they had a lot of elimination points, and okayish amount of placement points, if I'm not wrong. Maybe they did not have any placement points. They were still consistent. And now this game, they've got a lot of finishes. They've also got a lot of placement points. So for OP, they are pretty much the most consistent team in this group to look out for. Speaking of Team Alpha, heavily favorites, and for some reason, once again, bombing another game. It just feels like Alpha is really overthinking a lot of these scenarios that they don't need to.
Now, this is what I really wanted to touch upon because, you know, we were both in having conflicting opinions.
Yeah.
You were an ardent believer that, yes, Team Alpha will make it, but I've seen this in the past, right? Teams playing really well in the grind and knowing that, yes, there's a second chance. And now it's the pressure that is speaking. Their true self is yet to be unleashed. And when that happens, we do not know. But this time, still, I think kudos to them. At least they took one fight. They had a couple of points going. So it's not a 0-pointer game. That's the only takeaway from this game. But again, coming back to the winners, only Pain, Sovereign, they've racked up a lot of points for themselves.
Yeah.
And from here on, I think even Team Only Pain could have really inched into qualification, given
I think so as well.
Yeah, it's top 7, right, that makes it through. So I think now they can also unleash themselves. Same goes with Sovereign. They've got the momentum swinging in their favor. Really excited to see what happens next.
I'm pretty sure for Only Pain as well, as you mentioned, almost qualified. I still believe that the moment you get more than 40 points, then you can't say that you've successfully qualified. Speaking of BTD, I do feel like a lot of mistakes were made in this game. Particularly, they did not have a lot of men standing in the final few moments as well, so we did not see that continued domination coming through. And then later on, we also did see TBW in the close-by proximities towards Pochinki. They were playing from the outskirts, the circle constantly shifting away from them. Even that was something that really caught them off guard. I did have a lot of expectations from Almighty as well, but then later on in the final few moments, Almighty, yeah, they were there in the top 2. They do have a decent bit of placement points, but I also wanted to see them dominate a little bit more in the elimination point factor.
See, honestly, if you look at how they've played 2 of their games, they've still done decent.
I guess,
I think in terms of position points wise and couple of finishes here and there, still enough to keep them inside the top 7. But coming to Borderlands, I think this is one of those conversations that we actually had where we thought that they might go guns heavy. Rather, they have changed their ways. They're trying to play around the edges, but they're not actually forcing fights. They're not really showing that commitment to those fights. There were multiple instances where they could have gone for a third party, and they were always in 2 minds. They were always hesitating, and they did not secure a lot of finishes out of this game. Even for Team LoLs, we came in with a lot of high expectations from what they built up in game number 1 to game number 2. Unfortunately, they could not transition that as well.
Yeah, even for Arsonists, right? The way things really kicked off for them off the rip towards the apartments. I don't even know what exactly they were trying to do. It's like all the 4 players, they made a decision to make that bounce, and then later on, they were just caught taking an amp outside. So many questions still in my mind. I really hope that they do clear these sort of issues within the rosters. And then for TGYT Esports as well, yeah, they were silent around Pochinki for a long time. Later on, Alpha did make that pounce, but low-key, that silence was working out pretty well for them. But I just feel like for TGYT, they need to learn to take fights better.
Yeah, of course, they will have to, and they do not have a lot of matches from here on, just 4 more remaining, and the clock is against them. But another team I think we need to talk about was Suchamp Esports also. They had a pretty decent start, considering how they got 1v4'd by LoLs. I think a little bit of props to them, but the MVP, I think, no doubt whatsoever, it has to be Zohan. The way he was moving through those acrobatic moves, look at those 8 finishes, 1000+ points of damage, 4 knocks. He was all over the place, and I think rightfully earned title.
Yeah, I know, right? 8 finishes on the board. Zohan's looking pretty good. Survival time as well. Of course, it's going to be the most. Zohan was constantly finding openings in the fights for OP. And that was one of the main reasons why OP was constantly moving forward as well in the elimination count. You look at who as well coming through from SO. That's going to be Sovereign Esports, getting 5 frags on the board. Gray is also there with 4 frags. Yuki from OP as well was doing a lot of damage in the final few moments. Those 4 frags Yuki was able to secure in the end. And he was just mopping the floor. Liability once again a consistent performance from the side of OP. Only Pain, this is another one of those teams, in my opinion, that can go really far in the tournament if they keep on playing the same way.
I think they got into the zone, right? When you're playing, you're getting a lot of finishes. You kind of tend to have that temperament where you just take over. I think that is what happened with Team OP. Again, fantastic performance. 27 points out of this one game. Now, we had been talking about those 30 bombers, and seems like Team OP really inched in very close, even for Sovereign. Commendable performance, 17 points out of this game, and this is what I was talking about. Almighty, that 12 points is going to be so crucial. But for Team Flash, kudos to them, 7 points on the block, and now even for Sucham, little bit of a climb there, but again, the big names is what really concerns me. Team Alpha, just 5 points out of 2 games. They really need to buckle up, Necro.
Only Pain's now going to be on the first spot of the overall standings with 37 points racked up. Just 3 shy from actually securing that spot towards the round 3. BTD as well on the screen with 31 points. You've also got Insurgents right there with 25 points as well. Almighty consistency delivered in both the games they've played. Sovereign, that previous game of Erangel, it was brilliant, and that's why they've managed to acquire 23 points. Looking at Flash 2 getting 13 points. Lols, they messed up big time in that previous game. No points accumulated. That's why they've only got 10 points in total. ATS as well right there getting 9 points. Then you've also got Suchamp with 9 points. For Suchamp, as you mentioned, definitely a decent game since they completely bombed the first one.
But then again, when you look at the bigger picture, it's not about who comes first, right? It's all about who's in the top 7. I still feel the threshold is pretty low. Even teams like Gravix can make a comeback. All they need is one good game. Even for Vintage Esports, I think this is one team that I was constantly harping upon. I was hoping that they make something out of that beautiful spot they were holding, but eventually that man disadvantage really came into play. Could not do much. They really need to bounce back in the next game.
I was having a conversation about this with IC as well. What do you think is going to be the cutoff for this entire group? I personally think that it's going to be around
below
35.
30. Below
you
30.
think below 30?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, I mean, that's what I was
right
thinking
now, 7
initially
is at
as
10
well.
now.
That's what I was thinking initially as well, but then the way the grind games were going, the cutoff was actually going higher than expected. So I really do want to apply that same theory over here as well.
Let's have a leeway. I think let's keep the sweet number 30 at least. Because
guess.
It's either 30 plus or 30 minus. Let's have it at 30. And I feel like even 30 is an overstretch at given how teams are playing. Now, already 2 teams have secured their berth. I think they have crossed over 35. So really excited what they do in the next map.
I mean, definitely a lot of questions are still there in my mind as well. I do want to see that consistency once again being shown from the side of Team Lols. I also want to see Team Destiny do pretty good. We're seeing those bursts of decent performances coming out in the games, but just burst is not going to be enough. But for now, let's move on to a short break. We'll be right back.
All right, 2 games done and dusted in the BGIS 2026 round 2. I've got for game number 3, my man IC with me. It was Erangel before that. We have got another Erangel. But before we dive into game 3, talk me through anything else you really spotted out in game 2 that we did not discuss about.
I think OP is by far one of the teams that are a little bit more consistent in terms of all-rounder, in terms of macro decisions, and also firepower as well. We saw how Yuki was able to confidently push the final guy with just 1 HP and just coming out on top. So that's going to be 1 point. Obviously, you have talked about the winner chicken dinners, but there are 2 teams that we kind of missed out on. That's going to be Borderland and also BTD. BTD, they did really well macroly in the map of Rondo. That game, well, Circle wasn't in their favor. Things weren't looking good for these few teams here, but we do see a little bit of comeback here coming from teams like SDG as well. In this case, Insurgents, who did pretty okay in the first game. Second game, not so much, but it's still okay results.
They really need to get their riding gears ready and go heavy and hot. And even you guys can do the same. Of course, we have a beautiful collaboration going on with Royal Enfield. You could get those amazing bikes, could go for the spin. Of course, get your hands on the Classic 350 and the Continental 650 as well. Do it before time runs out. But yes, Borderlands, I see something that I want to touch upon, because if you look at their round 1 statistical data, this is a team that went guns heavy, got a lot of finishes, but from what we have seen in the previous games, they are being quite reluctant. What could be the possible reason?
I think just playing it safe is going to be the go-to here as well, right? I think when it comes to the cutoff as well, when we talk about the potential cutoffs, 30 points should be somewhere around the mark here.
Yeah.
And here in my statistics here, the teams that's pretty much qualified from round 1 to round 2, the lowest current point between both Group 1 and Group 2 is 31 points to qualify. So I would say getting past 31 points is going to be the goal.
Somebody needs to stage a comeback, because now we've got a lot of consistent teams. This is where I think we need to talk about Insurgents and Almighty, because the first 2 games they've played, they've racked in a decent amount of points. I think 20 plus points. They're looking quite dandy.
Yeah, I think in this case, all they do in the next 4 games in particular is just take a chill pill. Just relax, get like 4 or 5 finishes, and you're pretty much good as well. So far, in the current track record they're doing so far, I think they're doing okay. But the rest of the teams here, especially for Team Lowe's, they're in as a dumper as well, just because of the fact that, we saw Lowe's clutch big time in the map. Rondo, Erangel, what happened? That wasn't, what I was expecting coming from Lowe's. You pull something like that and then you just drop the ball in rotation. That's just unfortunately not going to be a good thing for you, because in BGMI, in competitive as well, it's not just about your gunfire, it's also about your macro decisions, your decision making, how you cover fire, playing as a team. All these things comes in towards the whole package.
Yeah, absolutely, because when you talk about Team LOLs, barring that one really good clutch, there was not much out of them, because the moment the third party came over, they could not defend their compound in Rondo, and even in Wrangle, they lost one of their men pretty early, and even their decision making towards the end was kind of questionable. But now let's address the elephant in the room, Team Alpha.
Ooh.
What on earth is going on with them, considering such a nice performance throughout the grind? Is it the fact that there's no tomorrow for them? That's why they're taking that extra pressure, I see? Or do you think there's another reason?
That's the thing about Team Alpha, right? Even before Team Alpha was formed as well, not just Alpha, I'm talking about Krafton and also Punisher in particular. Even last year in their respective team, Krafton was playing with Araka SAS, Punisher was playing a different team. They did well only in the maps of Miramar. That's 1. 2, now coming towards the grind, all the maps that they have played that they did well was also only in Miramar. Today, there is no Miramar games. Rondo, yes, they have experience coming from the grind, but for some reason, dropped the ball, fell on a 14th place, and then in that map, didn't do too well as well. I don't know. If no Miramar, they're not going to do well. Unfortunately, which is kind of sad.
I mean, at this point, to sum it up, they pretty much need to evolve, right, and adapt to the game. But a little bit of a look onto the highlights over here. Yeah, Team Easy, they were on the chopping block right from the get-go, and this is how good Only Pain were. They took that really confident fight around Siverny. They were not flinching at all, right, especially with how their teammates were providing cover. But for Team LOLs, such positioning, out in the open, what are you doing trying to take people down? And this is exactly where they also incurred a casualty.
Yeah, there was just late to rotations as well. That has been a little bit of fiasco. But in apartments as well was a little bit of scuffle, because the circle people, they may have thought that might have gone towards the apartments, might have gone to the school as well, but after the circle shift, they don't really have a choice. They have to wrap up the fight before they can actually get out, because if they leave while there is enemies inside those apartments, they are going to get shot in the back.
Yeah.
So it makes a lot of sense why they had to commit to the fight very quickly as well.
And, you know, a big question marks on actually what Arsonists were doing. Even Necro and I were baffled. But this was, again, Team Borderland. See, there it is, right? They're getting those knocks, but they're really not showing that intent to actually commit for the push, constantly being scared that they might get third party, which is fine. But then again, the result clearly wasn't there. Of course, their team, Alpha, did muster up some courage. They went in for the push. Again, they were running out of time. But what followed up was an absolute shredding third party by Team Flash. Everybody was inside that little tunnel, and they got all clobbered down. But Sovereign Esports, I think I see they had a really decent one. Even in this, a lot of finishes, and still doing pretty well in terms of the overall standings.
Yeah, it just comes down to just gatekeeping, right? Like, eventually, gatekeep teams are going to somewhat benefit just because they have cover, people are rotating, you are going to be picking fights left, right, front, and center. But we have to talk about, again, you know, OP, they're all-rounder, their macro decision has been on point, their close quarter combats has been really balanced and all-rounder as well. You can see the confidence coming from Yuki as well to, you know, immediately take a fight to try and bait things out for his teammates and immediately catching one guy off guard. So that's really, really nice coming from Yuki. But I think coming back towards what you were saying about Team Alpha as well, it took them a while before they actually went for the push against TGYT. Eventually, when they did, they were caught off guard because the timings on when they win that fight and getting third party was just very, very unfortunate, because coincidentally Team Flash, they had no idea that there was going to be a team there. Like, they had some idea that's going to be in there, but they didn't third party with intent. They third party just because coincidentally it was rotating away, and then right at the edge of the zone, they needed someplace to cover and just go in for the slam, and somehow just won that fight.
You know, it was all about, you know, the circles closing in. Guys, we need to push in, we need to take this team down. And they could have spread it out a little bit. They could have really capitalized, but they still have one more go at it. Another game of Wrangle for Team Alpha. For all the teams that are struggling, let's see what happens in this one.
One final game for Group 1 on its way. It is going to be in the map of Erangel here for the round 2 stages of the BGIS 2026 on your screens right now, as the flight path seems to be traversing from the northwest side of the map itself, coming in from the west side of Hospital, passing all the way towards the southeast corner of Novo, a pretty southwestern shift. So teams heading towards Stalberg, Severny, Yasnaya, Kamishki, Lipovka, we are going to be expecting a little bit of drop clashes around the road sites of maybe even Rozok, maybe even around the Medusa's intersection, maybe even around Yasnaya as well. Even to a shelter, we're going to be expecting potential drop clashes. But right from the get-go, we do see Flash already heading their way towards South George. TGYT also heading towards Zorki and maybe even North George. Nothing super crazy, but seems like there is a lot of teams heading towards Gatka, Quarry, and also Pachigi. So we might see a little bit of tensions here, especially in the first few rounds of vehicles drops.
Now, since the mystery was unraveled in the previous game of Wrangle, now teams have a better idea as to who drops where. So maybe those drop collision fights around Siverny could be avoided. Even around school apartments, that also could be avoided. Teams might head out elsewhere. I hope they have watched those map streams. They've known which teams drops down where. You need to be quick on your toes there. But for now, what it's worth, I think we will be gauging out where the circle takes that shift. Now, this, I see, is a very interesting circle towards the western side. Now, for graphics, esports, they've not made a lot of commotion. We haven't seen them taking a lot of fights, but maybe Insurgents and Easy, there could be some tussle.
Yeah, it could happen as well, but seems like we are going to be seeing a little bit drop clash here, military as well. It's going to be SU going up against Vintage right now. King pretty much stuck on the top as well. Sucham does have shotties here. He should be able to win his fight here. M249s and AKs. Just needs to find a little bit off angle here to try and capitalize on this. One pump is all he needs. Misses his timings though. Gets tagged up pretty low. Forced to jump down. And now he needs some sort of cover fire, but gets scouted out instead. Lexus from afar takes him out. Sucham, old Nick, saw it, but did not take fire, and they are going to lose King.
Yeah, it's round 2 going up once again. Previously, we saw Suchamp, Vintage Esports duke it out, and Vintage Esports were the ones getting taken down. Did have 2 men. They did try to escape, but could not get much, as a result of which just 3 points on the block for them. But this time around, I think their fates have changed. They've come in prepared. They've modified their strategy a little bit, and in unity, they believe. And as a result of which, now Suchamp, they're on the back foot over here. And they really need to find their way back. And for that to happen, somebody needs to find an opener. And unlucky getting spotted out like that. Surely, Suchamp, I see now are in a world of trouble.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate here, but this time Vintage will be able to come on top. There's going to be 2 confirmations here coming from Vintage Esports. At least they will have a chance to fight towards the end game in their vicinity. But of course, now, Vintage, the question here is, can they get out in the open as well? They haven't really spotted out the last 2 players. And you can see the hesitancy coming in from Vintage Esports, the paranoia kicking in to try and figure out where are they.
Imagine King. So helpless, no?
Yeah, there's nothing much you can do. He's trying to give information for the team as well. But seems like Suchamp, they have no... They don't really want to commit to this as well. They want to try and cut the limb to save the body in this situation here. Nayak is going to try and loot up a little bit more. Nick already securing a vehicle, trying to go in for the exit strategy. So this is going to be a 2-man roster coming from Suchamp Esports to try and make it in the end game zone. Hopefully it's going to be A-okay. Old Nick was too busy looking for vehicles, hasn't really stocked up yet. But at the same time, Vintage is the one losing out on all these resources here just because of the fact they're just afraid of getting picked off.
Okay. Okay. Now, this is something that we really did not anticipate. Arsonists this time changing their ways, going for that courage, and Team LOLs really caught off guard. LOLs himself down on his knees, and now Slayboy trying to slay down his opponents as Knight. He finds another knock on JD versus all, as now Arsonists slowly but surely have started taking over this fight, and now everything rests on Kunal and that Honey Badger that he is wielding. At this point, even Team LOLs, they're out of options. They'll have to cut on their losses, tuck their tails and run.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. They were just a little bit too far apart. And it seems like they will lose 2 players right from the get-go. Another bummer start here coming from Team LOLs. And on the right side, we have the total points here as well. 31 points is where you want to be at least after 6 games. BTD, OP pretty much very easily surpassing it right now. And the comebacks is going to be very, very important. Being on the top 7 is where you want to be by the end of all 6 matches. It's going to be tough. But Team LOLs, right now, best option they can do is just get like 4 to 5 points. And even that is going to be very, very difficult.
This is going to be another interesting fight. A little bit of a recap of what we witnessed in game number 2. Sovereign Esports again on the chase. They were against the players of Team Destiny. The previous time they fought it out, it was just that one player, Shine, who managed to elope successfully with a lot of losses. And this time, Denver out in the open in no man's land. But AZ, a little bit of that overcommitment there, and he goes punished. As for Skyboy, needs to find some cover soon, but slow. That was a knock and a half, and suddenly it could be anybody's game to win.
Yeah, Sovereign Esports, they are out in the open as well. Team Destiny, they have covered. They've lost Denver. Sohu is going to be there on the sides, but Slow gets picked off as well by Skyboy, who now has to run for his dear life, not being able to commit to this. Denver should be able to be picked up, but he might look to try and confirm this. But at the same time, Denver is on the wrong side of the wall, so that means he is safe to cover. So who needs to actually push this, actually capitalize on this as well. Shine is going to try and pick up his teammate. Smokes are up, who is still on top of the mountain. They did spot it out, and Team Destiny should be able to secure him up into safety, considering that it is stage 1. Not a lot of teams are coming in yet.
I really do not like this idea. And, oh, this is a little bit of a bummer, right? Look at who does not have a grenade on him. Still has a Molotov to work it out, though. Oh, that was a quick snipe. Instant finish secured. But again, for Sovereign Esports, this is something that they can afford at this point, considering they were initially quite consistent and this time wanted to go guns heavy. And this is where they went ahead of themselves, I see, is what I feel like. Because out in the open, I do not know what they were doing, quite bold with their moves, and they really fell flat on their face. Now, For Sucham, they also ran out of options. They decided to take the hovercraft and a pretty wild rotation, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think the idea here from Sucham is just survive as long as they can. Take the routes that is least taken for any other teams. It is going to be a safer approach. They do have a hovercraft to work with, so that gives them a little bit more options to work with. But they are kind of spread out. So what I mean by spread out is that they are 2 players inside. They can't really spread out to take fights here. So if somebody decides to have a firing squad and just burst this down, they're pretty much done for. But at the same time, for these guys watching at home as well, if you guys want to be a part of BGIS 2026, now's a fantastic time because Discovery Island is available right now. And that means the more you play, the more milestones we are going to be achieved and the more rewards you will get. And on top of it all, the more you play, you will feel the overall prize pool of BGIS 2026. So be sure to keep playing. It's going to be another 2 months here of non-stop action, non-stop fun.
And it's the sense of belonging. And first of all, thank you for whatever all you viewers did for us in the previous edition of the BGIS, how you pushed the prize pool. And we are expecting more support from you guys. So keep on playing. That's absolutely free, and support the esports scene to grow and all these new and upcoming talents as well. As we talk about all these teams trying to rotate, the circle has taken a shift, ICN. Now, this time, Borderlands, they find themselves at the center of the zone. But Graphics Esports, they also need to make the most out of this game, especially with that circle center to themselves. They need to pick a fight. They need to get a couple of finishes and really need to push hard in terms of the overall standings.
Ooh, it's going to be a tough one as well. Borderland is going to be expecting a little bit of a resistance here. GX is right next to them as well, but they are split off. And we also, BTD, also starting to try and take shots on them as well. A lot of long ranges has been fired away, but as soon as I say this, we do see a couple of casualties already happening here in the center of the zone. Great migrations comes true, but at the same time, GX seems like they will find themselves Harry Potter, but they only have 2 players to work with as well. A lot of them getting caught mid-rotation here, and unfortunately for GX, that they are going to be the team that has been caught off, and seems like they have to play from an off-center spot here, hoping to survive and not get pinned.
Surely they have to conjure something special out of that visitor, aka Harry Potter, like you love to call it. And we love you for doing that, being so crafty with the names. And for BTD, you know, they have their shackles removed, right? That confidence surging through their veins. And now Toji is going to be a victim to that. Showing no signs of mercy, no signs of restraint. Getting another finish. And BTD again off to a flying start over here. Without any casualties, getting those 2 finishes, and especially after them already crossing that 30 points marker, all of these points would just be added bonus.
Yeah, the macro decisions from BTD has been really, really spot on, and just like that, they were able to punish multiple teams. And on the contrary as well, people are just dodging them left, right, front, and center.
Yeah,
they've got a very decent split, which will punish teams from afar. We haven't seen them going for the prone tactics for quite some time, but especially in Niringo, it's going to be a little bit tricky. But it seems like Venom OP is going to try and scout ahead here to check whether or not there's a couple people here. It seems like they are going to loot up the bodies as well. And I'm surprised they're not getting punished here. One smoke's coming through. Venom OP going to stock up on utilities here. Interesting. Very, very risky play, but okay.
They can take it, right?
Yeah, high risk, high return, apparently.
Of course, and given their footing in terms of the overall standings, I'm sure even if they get eliminated from there on, still that would not put a stop on their qualification into the next round. So hence, they've got that leeway. But TGYT, they're really on their toes at this point, especially given what happened to them in the previous one. That fight against Team Alpha, that was quite sketchy. They really ran out of options. Still tried to make the best out of the situation. But look at Only Pain. They've closed in. But now they've given their position away. And now they have to be very careful, I see, because when you take a look at that map feed, Team Arsonist, they are closing in from the backlines. In the next 30 seconds, they might close in. And that is where, if they do not shift, they might be in a little bit of trouble. But look at Team Flash and BTD.
Oh, wow.
Could have locked horns, and look at who.
Oh,
what
my
monkey
goodness.
business does he have just riding out in the open there?
Yeah, he was trying to survive this as well, but he's all by himself. As soon as he spot out Flash, as soon as he spot out BTD, you know what? I'm getting the heck out of there.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna commit. Flash Esports looking trying to get themselves a compound, and seems like they will be the gatekeepers on the southwest corner, but not a lot of range to work with. So that's gonna be a very tricky spot to be with here. But on the finish feed as well, we do see BTD also getting a couple of frags here, left, right, front, and center. Nothing super crazy yet. TOS, well, in this case, TDS, they've lost one player. Little bit of a awkward spot to be in here. That's going to be another one as well. Team Destiny using another player.
Yeah, this is more like it from Borderlands, especially when you can get those off finishes, just try to get on the board and get your hands hot, really. For Borderland, we expect bigger things, and Rio could be next on the chopping block, of course. His vehicle compromised over there. Rahul has got his eyes pinched. The crosshair locked in, trying to flatten out the tires. As for only paid, I mean, pretty much sitting at the tippity top. Nothing to worry. And look at Maya out in the open. He knows he's got his backlines covered by his teammates. And now who in a world of trouble over here? He's being pushed at. But before that, he does manage to snipe one player of Team Alpha out. And what is wrong with Team Alpha?
Oh no, mistakes were made. Team Alpha, they're actually hesitant as well. They think there's going to be 2 players at least, but it's just a solo player. And just like that, they actually back out from their fight. And who's going to be able to take space because of this? They do not realize there is only a solo warrior. And Punisher loses his life for absolutely nothing. That is just a big bummer here coming from Team Alpha. They should have just committed to that. Oh my goodness, that is just very, very unlucky.
They just don't feel the same, I see. It feels like it's a different team between what happened in the grind. I mean, of course, they had a little bit of a gap there. And surely they need to get their heads back together. This is not acceptable by Team Alpha standards, especially playing at bigger stages in the past, earning an invite into the grind. Of course, you are supposed to be setting examples. Now they are just dropping down bodies and clearly out of ideas over here. Their IGL really needs to step up. Their players really need to start hitting. But another circle shift. And now, Team Almighty, they've got a nice position to defend around. And even Team Alpha, if they somehow be defensive about their approach in this one, and if the circle really favors them, I see, maybe they could get decent points in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough spot to be in, I would say. But speaking of which here, seems like Socham that's going to be bringing in the hovercraft, and guess what? It looks like they are going to be looking to try to go for slam here. They see 2 vehicles, and even then, they think it's going to be more than 1 player. They're a little bit afraid to commit to this fight. Naya God all by himself. They lose the hovercraft. And Socham, he's all by himself, Nayak. Oh my goodness, the Nick is coming in. Nick is going to be coming through from the sides, but he himself is getting shot by Arsonist here. A little bit afraid of going for the push as well. And for some reason, oh my goodness, how has this happened? Naya God is fighting as if there's a lot of people coming in through. He needs to scare him off.
Yeah, everybody wants a piece of the pie there. A lot of teams partaking in this fight, and old Nick,
nicely
he gets
done.
the better out of Vaxo. So Arsonist, this time again, landing the wrong foot, not receiving enough rewards, rather being on the receiving end. As for Socham Esports, not having a great start, again find their way back in. Survive with just 2 players, I see. That one finish, it's going to be quite important as Gravix. What on earth was Bull thinking? As he gets pummeled down by Knight, and Knight goes in for the second player. But this time the spray really not connecting as he follows up. Are you? Almost had him.
Almost. It's not good enough, but they will settle with one. And in the contrary, Ayu is going to be on a smoking buggy, gets spotted out and open. Old Nick is going to try and bait him out. Free fires are coming in, no chip damage yet. He does have the M4, finally gets a shot in. And now Ayu, he needs to go for the jump shot here. He misses the first one, but eventually goes down. Old Nick gets tagged up low, but they will be eliminated here. And Socham somehow survives this, and that's going to be 1 team out in the bag.
Sublime stuff coming in. And look at this, it's stage 4, finally. 1 team bows out. So shows that all these teams are really starting to sweat it out. But only Pain, pretty much chilling. They've got Team Borderlands right in front of them and currently surrounded. The only leeway, they had the high ground, but Insurgent, Sukuna, beautiful knock there, and Vintage Esports find themselves in muddy waters. Sahil, he's been taken down, and Sukuna, instead of patching up, he goes for round number 2. Maybe this time after Varka, but it does not connect.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. But they do get one confirmation, at least for now. Insurgents, all 4 players still alive. They are gatekeeping from the southeast corner. A lot of teams have heard all these commotions, but they are on the far edge of the zone, and they need to find a way to push into the next phase here, which is going to be revealing in about 20 seconds left. So OP, however, has find themselves a little bit covered, but they're all down out in the open as well. Shots from afar. BTD actually shooting them from Gatka from an off angle, which is pressuring them as well. All may have used up a little bit too much ammunition. Pre-fires, tap fires, burst fires, everything is being shot here, but no connections as the circle actually shifts onto his lowest favor.
Now what's really interesting is now Team OP, they're actually exhausting a lot of their utility that they have on them. And now Sukuna, he wants to go in for the pop. Beautiful, beautifulEgyampe. You've got Insurgents getting that finish on towards Sukuna. And that's really lovely, lovely stuff. And Insurgents, they come out on those 4 finishes. And for Arsonists, they're really getting 4 finishes there. And they're feeling themselves. But for Team Only Pain, this time deciding to go after Team Almighty Amritesh. He gets knocked out. And for Maya, he does not have a lot of HP. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, they have to go for a reset as well. The push comes in, misses the timing. Alanku is able to punish this. And that is going to be Almighty looking to try and hold in a fight. Shots being fired from afar. Alanku still hesitating. He's actually going for the push. He is going to go for the repick here. Misses his timing. Gets straight down. And that's going to be Almighty Esports taking him out. And Karma had a little bit of freeze there. And just like that, Only Pain is able to capitalize on this and win this fight. What a wipeout from Only Pain.
Yeah, absolutely confident with their approach. And they have been just so good. And even for Team Easy, they need to find their way inside this tournament once again. Just 5 points secured so far. This time, a fight against Team Alpha in the making. As Adonis, he's got some cover to play around, but no grenades on him. Just has those 6 more grenades to work around with, I see. At this point, Team Easy, they're trying to muster up some courage. They want to initiate the push, and they're trying to collect as much intel as possible. Now, Team Easy, surely they have to make their movement. But they're scared as well.
Yeah, Adonis has pretty much pre-fired here, baiting out with the DBS, forcing Team Easy to actually back off, hearing that, oh, it's a shotgun, let's not push up. And now Team Alpha is going to try and gobble down from the insides as well, sprays through the smoke, the Molotov does connect and chip them down low. Team Easy, they're getting outplayed here. But at the same time, Alpha, he's looking for an off-angle flank with all these smokes. They are going to try to sneak past them here to go for a flank. Adonis still waiting on top as well. Alpha using the hovercraft to try and get information to drive around here to get himself a little bit covered. Nyx is there. He is going to be one in the smoke. Adonis gets sprayed from afar. Coffin getting punished as well. The information was given, but Easy was the one that wins the duel. 1 versus 1 on top and 1 versus 1 outside. And Alpha now has to run for his dear life. Gets spotted out in the open as well. As Insurgent is able to spot it out. Now Alpha in a very tricky spot here. No way out. No cover whatsoever.
And at this point, Team Alpha, they are starting to lose that mental battle. But another battle is brewing amidst us. It is BTD trying to lock horns against the players of Borderlands. As 2 players really bought down pretty low. But Plasma goes for a drive-by. Somehow Venom manages to escape. Maybe not lucky this time. As Om, he's feeling threatened. He's feeling surrounded. Rahul comes in, clobbers him down. Plasma getting another knock as Exorcist tries to get in for the trade, trying to go for a third party over there, as now Exorcist, 1 bullet shy, maybe could have secured that finish, as now Borderlands again find themselves in a world of trouble.
Oh my goodness, the perfect third parties once again. Flash, how do you guys find perfect timings like this? It's the 2nd time now, and just like that, Borderlands and BTD are in shambles because of those sprays. Now the question here is, do they push through Circle? Not going to be in their favor for now. 30 seconds, they have to push in. The question here is, do they clean them first or do they just go in for the zone? It seems like they are going to try and make an attempt for the zone while BTD and Borderland do not have their sights on them. And they are going to disengage to draw pressure elsewhere as Exorcist is going to rotate away. Borderland in a world of pain. trying to push through on towards Flash. BTD still going for Scout. Virat is able to drop him down low. Rahul, very, very low. Pre-fires are coming in. The nades here to try and get a little bit chip damage here. Farud down to his last HP, but the second nade will connect. Takes him now, and now finally Flash restrikes this, capitalizing on the third party once more again. They may have instigated a fight. They will be the ones to clean them out now. As Borderland Plasma all by himself, Rahul gets confirmed and he is stuck. No vehicles left. This is done for Plasma for Borderland.
Yeah, Insurgents did steal that finish off. And now for Borderland, they're really feeling that heat. But for Team Flash, they know they have to prioritize their entry inside the circle. And they've got Arsonist now to deal with in front of them. And for Arsonist, the only silver lining over here is that they had a slight higher ground. But eventually, they decided to give it away. Rather, still playing around the edges of the circle. But Team LOLs, they're fighting their way through. Survived by just 2 men. And Kunal, he finally gets on the board. And as of now, Team OP, they've got Insurgents to deal with, and Storm brought down pretty low. But Baki, what on earth was he doing? But look at this, Luna just pinces through, gets those knock-ins. Suddenly, even Team Only Pain, they are feeling that pain right now.
Yeah, what a slam kick coming in from Insurgents. Zohan all by himself. 1v3 situation here. One down here coming from Baki, but the nades needs to be good. And guess what? It does connect. He is all by himself. 2v2 situation. And it seems like Insurgent, they are going to go for the rest here. Nades are being cooked. He's got 2. He knows where Sukuna is. He's going to try and lob it over the window. It does connect. And that's going to be another knock once more. Zohan getting 3 knocks. 1v2. He's dropped down low. He goes for the flank, but eventually gets outplayed here as Insurgents once again gets the reset with 10 finishes in the game. What a performance from Insurgents.
Prolific and clinical is how I would like to describe them. Showing no signs of fear, but look at Alpha. He's barely surviving with a sliver of HP, and now Bliss might have his number. A grenade flung in the wrong direction, but should do the job as it was followed up with a Molotov as well. So again, Team Alpha, not the best of the games, but look at Team Arsonist. They're kind of in a very precarious situation over here, I see. At this point, they'll have to get inside the circle after that shift, but with a lot of ice pinned at them, it's going to be an arduous task.
I would say this is going to be the calm before the storm here. The circle just shift and everybody's going to be able to get the reset. However, currently, the ones with center circle control is going to be Flasher. Exorcist is
nobody has the
at
center.
The edge. But the question here is divided in the north and the south, and it's going to be an open fuse battle. So it's going to be a very tricky spot to be in here as well. Everybody's going to be caught out in open. We are going to be expecting long-range fights, and Vampire now gets picked off. Flash Esports in prime position to maybe get the chicken dinner as of yet.
Interesting from what Insurgents are really doing. Match 1, Match 2 was all about that build-up, was all about trying to be consistent. And this is where they unleash themselves. 11 finishes already, making it inside the top 4 once again. A chicken dinner in this one could get them right at the top. And Insurgents got their eyes on the prize, and a headshot to connect as well. Team Flash feeling all that heat. As for Insurgents, they really also have to get inside the circle. And their entry inside the zone is going to be out in the open, so they really need to have the support fire coming in really strong.
Yeah, at the same time, Lowe's Gaming, they've had center for quite some time. They have been playing with 2-man roster for right from the get-go, and now they have to crawl out in the open. Smokes has been set up. Flash not being able to spot them as well because they are being pinned by the 2 teams who has the high ground here, ISG and Team Easy. And unfortunately for them, they could not take out the members coming from Flash yet. So that means right now, action is on them. They have to push in, and Flash is going to strike back. But they can't really do that right now because ISG, they've shifted their attention. It's going to be Team Easy looking to try and chime in on them as well. Team Easy versus ISG right in the corners of the zone. Baki gets scouted out by Flash, and that's going to be the first one knock here on ISG.
And ISG is taking fight on multiple fronts, whilst Team Easy, they know they've got their work cut out, but even Team Flash, they're making their lives hell. Both these teams, they really need to make a mad dash inside the circle, and Rohan, he's trying to feast on the players of ISG as Sukuna falls down and curtsy to Exorcist. Quite poetic if you really ask me at this point, but Team Flash, this has to be their game to lose. Surely they'll have to go gun swinging, get a couple of finishes, especially these two teams. They need to devour them.
Yeah, the next phase of Circle shifts up north as well. Flash, they have to push in through. Team Easy and ISG, they're trying to settle the differences as of yet, but it's going to be very, very tough here because the biggest threat was Flash. But right now, it's going to be each other. Team Easy still has a corner to work with, but the knock coming from Axis this here might be the opener for Flash to push through. And yes, they do send two guys to creep up on them as well. Team Easy, they're looking to try and reset this as well. They've got 24 seconds left before the circle shifts in. But Flash, they come in from the sides. They do apply pressure, and they do have a wide split here coming from Flash.
At this point, it's all about who makes that first opening. It's a game of chess at this point, and it's all about that one little mistake phase. Gives his position away, but again, just that murky smoke saving the day. But Fez does explode that vehicle, as a result of which Insurgents, they find their way through. Nice resurgence from their side, especially given how impossible the conditions were for them. They're still making the most out of the situation, and Habibi, look at him. Still scared, still being very careful, and piece by piece just shredding apart. Team Flash over there. Insurgents, they are men on mission. And seems like they do not want to stop at anything at all.
How do they do this every single time? Two players just dominating the lobby here. No chicken for them, but Team Easy, they're just struggling to close out this game now. And this time, they have the man advantage to fight through. ISG, going to pull away a little bit of pressure here, but both Team Easy and also ISG right on the edges of the zone. So it is going to be out in the open on the roadside as well. And Team Easy may be the ones with the shorter end of the stick alongside ISG. While Flash, they do have a vehicle to kind of work around with to try and set up a small little bunker. But the problem is, to do that, Easy needs to be distracted. And with those smokes coming in play from Easy, this might be the time here for Flash to actually push up forward.
I'm really loving how they're engaging and disengaging, right? You know, their thought process. And again, those macros you keep talking about, I see has been perfect. Maybe Habibi. He has his number. Surely has spotted him out, but does not have any grenades. Just a stun to work around with, and he's going to make that move. Surely he's been spotted out, and Fez, he delivers once again. What a player he is. Of course, falls down to the circle, and at him, he's also visible. Storm would want to take him down there, and he connects. But unfortunately, was quite unlucky over there. The circle really devouring him, and now everything rests on Mike.
Oh my goodness, 1v3 situation. Team Easy, they're still proning. They don't really know he's been knocked. They may have misread the finish feed, and they do not know it is a 3v1, but they're not exactly out in safety net as well, so they will get the reset. 2v3s, Adam gets the full health as well. The smoke's still being set, and Easy, they're still snaking their way through. They do not know where these two players are. Is it a team or is it solos? Oh my goodness, this is nerve-wracking here for Team Easy, but Flash, they know exactly what to do. They have the utilities, and all they need to do is just wait things out. The smoke is there. Blizz and Texi hoping to try and go for a double trade here by sneaking beside each other. Both teams just paranoid, but the circle still forcing Easy out in the open here, but eventually Easy should be able to win this. They have the high ground. Nyx goes in for a jump pick, scouts out no one, but the information has been gathered as well. Blizz going to be looking for a flank from the bottom right instead. And Mike, he does have the vehicles as cover. He's going to try and take advantage of that. Shots has been fired. Mike know exactly where Blizz is. Taxi and also Phoenix looking for the first knock here. Mike misses the timing, spots out the glimmer. The shots come through, but they miss the shot and gets taken down. That's going to be Team Easy that takes the winner chicken dinner.
What a final game it was for all these teams, especially from Group 1. Both these teams, I think at this point, they were searching for that chicken dinner. And you could surely see those nerves taking over, right? And at this point, Team Easy, they were scared initially. And finally, when those mistakes were made, they doubled down. And as a result of which, came on the right end. And as of now, I think it was such an interesting game of Erangel. But still, I must say, the spotlight has to be on how good Insurgents were in this game. I think throughout the day, they were the most consistent team. Rondo, they got a lot of finishes. In Erangel, they started to step up on their gears. And we saw the final form, maybe in game number 3.
For some reason, Insurgents, both Faiz and Stone has been, two-manning the entire game for quite some time now. And it's just insane. And for some reason, this duo is just working really, really well together as well. And this duo has been able to make it to end games for quite some time now, in 3 games in a row. And I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they do it again the next day.
I really hope. But I think, ending this day on a good note for Team Easy is really going to instill that confidence that maybe they'll be believers, because you were seeing them being very hesitant with their movements, where this was a very easy game for them. They really complicated it to a certain extent. But Phoenix comes up, 3 finishes, Bliss with 1, Texi, no finishes but some contribution whatsoever, Habibi with that 2. I think the best part about Team Easy was how quickly they prioritized the circle, right? The moment the ships were there, they were quite disciplined. They were not engaging in all those hasty fights, and as a result of which, I think patience really did pay off.
Yeah, it definitely did as well. But of course, with the chicken dinner and also 4 finishes in total, that's going to be a decent amount of points for them. Yeah. But is it enough? Because the potential cutoff is somewhere around 30 points and above. So right now, they're halfway there. There are 3 more games for them. I think they can technically do it, but they need more games of this. But for now, ISG, pretty much, I think they're qualified for round 3.
At this point, 3 teams, I feel like we can say that they have sealed their qualification. Has to be Insurgents, has to be BTD, and even Only Pain, right? These 3 teams, they secured the qualification. We'll see them in action tomorrow, folks. So that's going to be interesting. But with Team Easy and even Team Flash, I really loved how you did mention about the fact that they always found the right timings to third party, especially that fight where they were engaging. We saw Borderlands and BTD fighting it out. Loved what Flash did over there.
Yeah, they were just so annoying to work with as well. Like they commit, they start the fight, they instigated it, they commit a little bit, and then just completely backed off, let them finish fight, and then close out the fight. So that was a very sneaky play coming from them, and it worked out in their favor. But for now, the MVP of the match is going to be Faiz once more, coming from ISG. 9 finishes in this game, and I think he's gotten himself almost 20 finishes in the course of 3 games. So this is just insane stuff here coming from Insurgent. At the same time, Sukuna is going to be joining him as well with 4 finishes. We've got Knight coming in from Arsonist, we've got Plasma coming from BDL, Borderlands, and also Phoenix coming from Team Easy. So let's talk about the point standings from that game. ISG, 21 points in this game without the chicken dinner. 16 finishes in total.
Impeccable performance, if you ask me, right? 16 finish points. And I mean, if they had few of their players alive and the circle really did not go away from them, they could have easily secured. They fought till the very end. Valiant performance from their side. But Easy, earning that chicken dinner, 16 points, will definitely propel them up in the overall standings. But for Team Flash, I think this game was much needed. Even for Arsonist, I think they had a decent game in Rondo, could not deliver in Wrangle, but nice backup coming in here. But Team LOLs, again, that starting mistake being made. A lot of hilarious moments in this game as the overall standings I see, and ISG, 46 points. What a team.
Yeah, this is going to be insane as well. I think ISG, OP, BTD, they're pretty much qualified so far. Sovereign is not exactly qualified yet. Yeah. They do need about at least 5 to maybe even 6, maybe even 7 points here. Just like 10 points just to be safe here. They're pretty much done for qualified here. But for Flash, they make it in towards the top 6, which is great, but they're not exactly in the border. But let's talk about the teams at the bottom here as well. TBWB, Lowe's, Suchab, they still have a shot. But their remaining 3 games need to be a massive one. Team Alpha dropping the ball big time here. With 3 games, they've only gotten 7 points. This is very, very concerning.
Yeah, indeed. And, when you talk about Team Alpha, this was a team that, Necro and you both believed in before whilst we were discussing about the teams. And seems like, again, I have to bring this out. This is a whole different Team Alpha that we are seeing. Yep. The pressure has started to take over on towards them. And even for Team LOL. So these big names are really struggling whilst our underdogs are really bringing in all that heat, breaking boundaries. And we certainly have been surprised with Team Insurgents. Because when we look at the data from round 1, they were not a really finish-heavy team. They barely clawed their way, and suddenly in round 2, they are showing their real colors.
Okay, that's the thing about Team Alpha, right? They're just good in Miramar, and right now there's no Miramar games yet. So the next set as well, especially the final 2 games here, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Team Alpha, because in those 2 games, even any of that games, they drop the bomb, they're done for.
They certainly are done for, and we will see them in Miramar tomorrow. But, that concludes the matches of Group 1 for round number 2. Right now, you know what, folks? We will be cutting short for a very small break. After this, we have a beautiful switcheroo. Group 2 will come into play. Till then, you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026. Round 2 stages is on your screen right now. My name is ICBaby12 at your service. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through commentaries for today. And guess what? We saw 3 amazing games coming from Group 1 in particular. We saw the glimmers of coming from OP. We saw the moments coming from Borderland. We saw the moments coming from ISG as well, which is a big standout. But we are going to put that a pause for tomorrow itself because now we're bringing in a completely new team, which is Group 2.
Exactly, inside of Group 2, we've got some known names as well. Let's speak a little bit more about White Walkers now. You didn't want me to spoil it? Why?
We haven't really revealed it yet.
I mean, they already know it on social medias. It's already out there, so people know who's playing inside of Group 2. And even in the waiting screen, the teams are already there, so everyone knows. But hey, something that's really good currently on your screen, it's also going to be the Rebel Rope Fox set. You can get your hands onto it if you do purchase the Royal Pass. And once again, as you guys all know, if you grind through the Royal Pass, you will get all the UC back once again. So this is insane.
Exactly. Get those UCs, grind it out, get the skin, one-time purchase. You can buy the next Royal Pass. And if you are feeling, if you're not liking to actually, get themselves a Royal Pass here as well, some of these UC, you can go in for the gold spin, which is kind of nice. Or maybe even if you get very, very lucky, you can go for the Royal Enfield Continental 350. Or maybe
in my opinion, they should try their luck on the Peaky Blinders set now.
Oh,
it's the last day.
Really?
It's literally the last day. You need to head inside of the game right now and get your hands onto it. If you are not able to do so, well, unfortunate, man. You won't be able to ever get it ever in your hands. So just try your luck right now.
I'm so sad.
You don't have it yet?
No.
I thought you already did have it.
I got no luck, bro. I ain't lucky like you.
Man. Well, I guess maybe that's what literally happened with Team Alpha as well. The way they were playing, I don't even know. It does not feel like the same Team Alpha that we saw back in the grind. But hey, you know what? Since you said I do not really want to spoil things, now Group 2 pops up on the screen. You've got Esports Social as well, a part of it. Then you've also got White Walkers, a part of it as well. Then you've also got Seiko Metal Wings as well. You've also got Team Allied Force, Iconic FTW, Rising Underdogs. You've also got Rising Star Official and Super Esports.
Yep, on the bottom 8 as well, we have Astrovex Arena, T10X Esports, Chaka Jam, Insane White Tube, Royal Academy, Team Actions, High Flyers, and also still Falcons in this roster. And yes, obviously we have to talk about the grind teams here. Esports Socials and also White Walkers are the 2 teams that we have to be watching out for.
I know, right? Once again, they're going to be the heavy favorites, just like Team Alpha in the previous group.
Whoa.
But I hope the performance is not going to be the same. I really do hope that these teams are here to dominate and they will actually do a good job as well.
It might be the rise of the underdogs this time again here. Last year we saw it happen before, and now this is going to be a situation where I think... Okay, I still think Esports Socials has a decent shot as to dominating here. Like, they've been doing good here. They came in, qualified from Group D in particular, I believe. And then for White Walkers, they came in from Group C. So I think momentum is still favoring Esports Socials.
True, without a doubt. Esports Social is supposed to be the heavy favorite over here. They're supposed to be the one to dominate. But then watching Team Alpha play like that, I don't even know what to say, man. I'm still in 2 minds. I really do want Esports Social to success. But still looking at the way Alpha played, there's still a lot of questions in my mind, but at the same time, for White Walkers, I do understand momentum's not going to be with them, but that also means that there's going to be that vengeance in their mind.
Well, let's take a look at our Kraft's predictions so far here, because our predictions was completely off for Group 1 itself, a majority of us, except for Anki, who went for Borderland, I believe. And right now, it seems like he's going to go for Seiko, but a majority of us has gone for Esports Social. You went for White Walkers.
I'm the only one?
The only 2 casters, which is TTR and Anki, went for Seiko, and the rest of us went for grind teams.
I can't believe it. I mean, I'm the only person going with White Walkers. Come on, it's an experienced banner. We know about the players as well. They're pretty good. Yeah, I do understand they bomb things up a little bit in their own particular group, but it's White Walkers we're speaking of. Come on.
Just because Vegito, single-handedly clutched the team, during his Volcano days, qualified for the next phase, means they're going to get lucky every single time. Nah, not happening, man.
I believe that this time it's not going to be the luck. Instead, it's going to be the skills shining through. We're currently inside of the round 2, and I believe, especially for a banner like White Walkers, the scouting program has to be good, right? There is a reason that these players are currently playing in a banner like White Walkers. So I do believe that they are going to be doing at least decent. The same thing can also be said for Esports Social, but after watching what Team Alpha did, that's a whole different story. But now, once again, right, the remaining names. Now, we got to talk a little bit more about Metal Wings 2. We have seen this team in the past in BGIS 2025. For Metal Wings, the performance wasn't too good.
Yeah, I think now it just comes down to whether or not this is going to be their shot, right? This is going to be a clean state for each and every single team here. Right now, they need to understand what is at stake. Yes, they're not going to be Rondo for today here, so Arrogate and Miramar is going to be their biggest priority as of yet. But again, you need to have the first few chicken dinners to give you guys a little bit more confidence and pretty much, you know, gives you a little bit of safety cushion to work with. 31 points is what you want to ideally get to qualify for the next phase, which is top 7, I believe, somewhere around there. But again, right now, it's going to be a free-for-all. So it comes down to drop clashes, it comes down to your individual gunplay and how well you coordinate with your team in order to survive the first few encounters first.
And once again, for the first game itself, a lot of these teams are going to try to get the lay of the land, know exactly what's happening, know exactly what sort of potential drop clashes are also going to happen as well. And since we know after the first game itself, the map's also going to be switched up to Miramar. So even that switch is also going to play with the minds a little bit more. But the first game is just going to be about testing the lands, testing the waters, know exactly what's going to happen.
I think this is an advantage for all these teams coming from Group 2, just because of the fact that, number one, they do have a little bit of time to prepare for tomorrow. Yes, they won't drop the entire Miramar map, but if tomorrow they play, let's say Erangel, you do, oh, this is going to be first drop clash, you mess this up, it's fine, you know. Go finish today, go through the replays, you have a lot of data to work with, and then focus on tomorrow's Erangel games.
Yeah.
But if you finish Miramar, that's it. You don't really worry about it, right? Rondo is going to be a completely different meta. But for Group 1, it's a little bit unfortunate because there's just not a lot of data on Erangel. You finish first game, second game, you don't really have time to kind of analyze what happened in the next game. And tomorrow is going to be one Erangel for them.
Exactly. But hey, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Beyond limits.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 here. The round stages is on its way. We had to take a little bit of break here because there was a little bit of a re-host. My name is ICBaby12 at your service. This is Necro and we're going to be taking commentary for today. Now, seems to me Group 2 is going to be preparing themselves here. We had a little bit of an interesting match and I'm extremely curious on how well Esports Socials and White Walkers is going to do. Just because, like you said, Team Alpha may have dropped the bomb in that scenario. So,
to be honest, once again, things really do boil down to the momentum itself, right? We've never seen Esports Social play in a lobby like this. We've never seen White Walkers play in a lobby like this. So whatever we're going to say right now, it's just going to be speculations. So I do believe, considering the momentum, it's now with the players of Esports Social, I do believe they should be able to do good. Speaking of White Walkers, the experience is with them, so they should be able to dominate as well. But what's going to happen? Well, it's going to be up to the last second. For now, let's move on towards the game. The plane's up in the skies once again, but this time, for the first time for Group 2. And this time it seems like the plane flight path as well is going to be starting all the way from Milta Power towards the southern side, which is going to be Sosnoka Military Base. Now this plane flight path heavily tilted down south. If the teams do want to move up north, that's going to be a tough stretch. But with this sort of a plane flight path, it just means we're up for a chaotic start.
yeah, and it's going to be a very tricky one here as well. Pretty skewed towards the southeast corner. So teams heading down towards North George, Rozhok is going to have a very difficult time here. I think a majority of teams are going to have a little bit of skirmish down towards the highways around Shelter, around the schools as well. Vehicles is going to be high contention. I think at least 2 teams is going to be eliminated right from the get-go if they do not plan those drop spots for vehicles carefully right now.
True. I mean, looking at White Walkers heading towards Milta, that's not even a question for White Walkers. They're going to be uncontested. They've also got RE heading towards Farm, or at least that vicinity. A few of those teams actually moving towards the Sosnoka Military Base as well. And I would love to see if we are going to see a drop clash towards Military Base. Because in that previous group, we did have those 2 teams constantly duke it out. And because of that, they were also wasting a lot of their own potential. Looking at the right side around Lipovka, there's a few teams as well dropping around that same vicinity. And we already do have a bit of that drop clash. 2 teams against each other. It's going to be T10 and even the boys of INS.
Oh boy, this is going to be a tough one here, at least for INS. Seems like they are going to be hugging on the corners as well. T10 does hopefully have pistols here. All 4 of them have only got pistols. They've got a Scorpion up in Suzhou. And it looks like they're going to try to press the matter here. M4s versus BB Bisons. Maybe going for a couple of sprays here. The Molotovs comes there. Insane YT gets the first drop here. Ashu ultimately is like to fall, but Insane YT, they go in for the sweep. And they just got outgunned here. And just like that, INS, they come up on top with 4 finishes in the bag.
Yeah, Insane YT making it look insanely easy. And then you move on towards Pachinki. We do have another drop clash. It's going to be Super Esports against their foes too. This is going to be another interesting fight to witness. For Super Esports, once again, just trying to get their hands on the basic loadout. And still they haven't even gotten their hands even on the basic guns. So that just means that this fight's going to take a little bit more longer to actually initiate. Super Esports slowly and steadily trying to move on towards the enemy territory. While if you look at the opponents, they're still taking their own time, not even caring about Super Esports yet. For Rising Underdogs, they still need to be a little bit more cautious though.
Yeah, there's a lot of drop clashes coming in as well. So this is going to be a very awkward game here, at least for Rising Underdogs here. But as of yet, I think they're going to be A-okay. They are going to be able to stock up a little bit more. They have no reason to actually commit to this fight. But I'm a little bit concerned on the circle here because it is still split between the main island and also military base, which is going to be a 50-50 coin flip here, favoring towards main island before. But we have seen scam circles before to force teams to cross onto his road. So this is going to be a big test for all these undergods, I would say, to potentially, you know, make a play like this.
But as of now, these drop clashes, I'm pretty sure it is something that's humbling these teams. After watching T10 just get eliminated like that, I'm pretty sure for T10 as well, this is going to be a big shocker. They did not even stand a single chance in that fight. Probably one of the quickest wipes so far. The moment the fight started, the fight was already over.
They actually lost that 3v4, and you can't really blame them, right? 4 of them's got pistols only. We've got a Bison and an M4 waiting with a Molotov outside to block the doors as well. So, could you really blame them? The entire shopping building just had nothing.
I feel like, yes, you gotta blame them. Things could be done better.
4 guys with pistols against a Bison and an M4.
In my opinion, just pushing like that as well is also a big question. You should have waited first, know exactly where the players are positioned, and then accordingly you could have reacted. Or maybe you could have just played defense when you know you don't have good weapons. You could have just held angles.
Okay.
But instead, still, they made the decision to make that pounce with just pistols, and they did not even have proper utilities, so it makes a lot of sense why they lost that fight.
Well, fair enough. You know, harsh words, but you're not exactly wrong. But let's take a look at this Pochinki here. We do see RU also having a little bit of a spread here with SUE. And it seems like there is going to be a very, very interesting one as well coming from them, because they are looking for a little bit of outflanks here. But Esports Social, they're getting a couple of shots in to try and scare people off.
No,
for
just
some
testing
reason.
the recoil, maybe?
Are you sure they're testing the recoil? I think they're trying to bait out some kind of fights here, as Esports Social is already rotated into the center control. Very quick rotations coming from them. White Walkers stocking up the entire build up for themselves, uncontested, and they should be the ones to look to try and dictate how the fights, or in this case, the end game's gonna look like as well. They've got a hovercraft even prepared, which is weird.
But if you look at Murdoch's, he does not have any nades to play with. And that's a little bit of a concern. Every single player in your team should have at least 4 nades. Bare minimum. And the most you can have is going to be 6. And that's where the assaulters really do come into the picture.
Why not 10?
It's going to take a lot of your ammunition slot then. You need to compromise on the ammo. And you know, especially in an esports lobby like this, you need a lot of ammo. Unless you're a team that's going to take constant fights so you can keep on getting the replenishments. But still, 10 nades, maybe you can keep it in the car trunk.
Yeah, probably. But seems like Chagajam, they have only got 2 vehicles. They haven't exactly found their 3rd and 4th vehicles yet. Seems like they do spot one on the horizon, so they should be able to secure it. But if you guys love cars, guess what? We have an official collaboration with Porsche right now that comes in 4 models for you to choose from and 8 variations. We've seen red colors, we've seen blue ones as well. And obviously, if you can't afford a real-life Porsche, guess what? You can most definitely afford one here.
I know, right? And brag it to your friends. Whenever you're playing BGMI, just switch the skin of your vehicle, and everyone's going to be asking you for that same skin as well. And you know what you do? You don't give it to them.
Wow. Wow. Such a nice friend, Necro.
I mean, come on. Something's got to be exclusive, right?
Okay.
IRL, if you buy a Porsche, are you really going to give it to your friends? No.
No.
Absolutely not. It's the same thing. But looking at the replay on how exactly the entirety of T10 was just mowed down. Yeah, it was like an easy piece of cake for the opponents.
Yeah, that Molotov actually pretty much zoned them out in the open as well. They didn't really have cover. So that was a very, very nice, well-placed Molotov to actually isolate 3 players, force them out in the open, give them the easy takedown here. But as of yet, SOE still stuck in towards Pochinki here, Super Esports. Still stuck in a little bit tougher here with Rising Underdogs, which again, Rising Underdogs has slowly disengaged from trying to rotate outside the zone to look for vehicles. So Super Esports still a little bit paranoid here, and even from Vayne, you can see the perspective as well. Scar L only has 1 clip of magazine. They haven't been looting out as well, hoping to get the jump on Rising Underdogs. But Rising Underdogs, they've looted the majority of this place. They have backed out, they've got vehicles, and they're looking to play for end zone now. So that's not going to be a good sign here for at least for Super Esports, I would say.
Look at Metal Wings. Still around that northern side, taking their sweet little time to rotate. They've got their hands on a lot of utilities as well. You can see 6 nades on the man. Everyone from Seco looking pretty good. And now starting to make that rotation down south. It's a bit of a late game rotation, but they know contesting them is going to be tough anyways. So they're going to have a free pass in the zone. The next circle, though, that's what everyone's waiting for. A lot of these teams also anticipating the fact that it might just shift around the edges, and yes, there's a big chance of it.
Yeah, the zone now is going to be a closing in 5 seconds as well. This is going to be important as well. Does it shift down south, or is it going to go to the main island here as well? Majority of them in the main island. Guess what? It is a scam. We are going to see a military circle. Everybody is going to be forced to rotate it as quickly as they can. AT does have a gatekeep available, but they're still in vehicles. So White Walkers might be able to sneak past this. And on the contrary as well, why is there a convoy on the bridge itself? That is going to be a little bit of an obstacle course for teams to actually rotate from the eastern bridge.
This is going to be interesting. Look at Pochinki. There's still that drop clash going on. Those teams haven't even sorted their issues out yet. White Walker's already making that pounce all the way down south. They've already just ran over. They've already crossed that bridge. Now looking extremely safe as well. But White Walkers, now they want to be the one to bridge camp it, which is interesting. Look at the boys of Ari. Oh no, they've been spotted by the boys of Iconic. And now these shots, they're definitely going to be deadly. Nothing the boys of Ari can do. These are going to be free elimination point for Iconic FTW to grab. Everyone from the side of Ari's in the water lines. Slowly and steadily, everyone's going to start to suffocate to death as well. I'm not even sure what sort of call that was. And White Walkers, this bridge camp, it seems beautiful. They're able to do a lot of damage to the foes as well. And eventually Vegito, he shuts down one of the foes as well. Chaka Jam in a real bad spot. They wanted a crossover, but now this bridge camp from the side of White Walkers, it's caught him off guard. And they're still moving up close and personal, slowly and steadily, by the way. They're also taking a lot of damage from Guru from the sidelines.
Wow, Guru looking for an off angle to try and capitalize on them as well. If CJ tries to go in for the sides, Guru is going to be able to capitalize on this. The confidence coming from White Walkers. And now Vegito finds another one as well. Chaka Jam in a tough jam right now, forced to go back the way they came from. And they have lost 2 members just like that. And only just Wiz and Legit remains here. Arsh got pretty much done for in this scenario. What a bummer for Chaka Jam.
That was a perfect trapping setup by WW. And White Walkers now feeling pretty good after that.
Oh, that's definitely a W play here coming from White Walkers. But on the contrary as well, the circle's still not going to be on the edges of the zone. White Walkers are able to farm a couple of points for themselves, and they still need to pick up Murdochs. But let's talk about the teams, well, outside the zone apparently here. It seems like High Flyers caught in a little bit of a scuffle with Insane YT out in open. Jimmy GL pretty much done for. I'm surprised that they're still outside the zone.
Yeah, Jimmy IGL. Not even sure what the man was exactly doing, but yeah, for Insane U2, I'm not even sure what the game plan is. Started things all the way around that school side and then rotated towards Lipovka. Tough calls. And because of that, now they're losing the grip on the game as well. Even Insane YT himself drops down. You can look at the boys of Metal Wings slowly and steadily trying to move down south, and Metal Wings just here to claim the elimination points. If you look at the boys of Sue as well, even they're taking heavy damage. Rising Star officials. Abi is down low. The Blues constantly taking away damage. And looking at the circle, it's still in 2 minds. There's still a big question mark. Is it going to go up north or down south?
Yeah, I think it's going to be in towards the bridge here. It might be a little bit of 50-50. It's going to be a very tricky spot here as well. But Rising Stars official, they're caught outside in the crosshairs in the Pochinki, the outskirts as well. They do have a little bit of vehicles, but they are getting gate-capped by Sicko and also Super Esports, who's just trying to get out of Pochinki right from the get-go. So that's going to be a very, very awkward fight there. Sicko does have the perfect opportunity to get a couple free points for themselves, but again, is it worth it tanking the zone for this point? It is stage 3. It does not hurt as much, but stage 4 is about to begin, so that is, well, I don't know, man. Do you want to risk bleeding out all your meds and then going for the zone? I don't think so. Seems like Wabi is going to make the call. You know what? Let's bail on this.
Metal Wings, they're burning through a lot of their meds. White Walker still on the move around that military outlet. And White Walkers just want to find a clean breaching point. That's it. They do not really want a lot of risk on top of them. Instead, just want to find a clean breaching point. You can see CJ as well around that proximity. White Walkers spotting out that team in the front. That's going to be team action. Esports Social as well now chiming inside of the fights. Esports Social still up north. They believe that maybe the circle's going to take a curveball shift up north and catch everyone off guard. And if that does happen, oh my god, Icy, imagine a team that's camping the bridge. That's going to be Date with Destiny. So many elimination points can be secured. But as of now, Esports Social versus Iconic. This is going to be an interesting fight. And Esports Social, they just send it randomly. Chris OP gets knocked out, but it's fine. Recovery, it's there. Kalyug is there to get the instant trade.
Yep, counter nades are coming in as well. Cyrus looking trying to disengage. Wanted. Going to be providing a little bit of support smokes here, but behind the pings are coming through. So Esports Social is going to deny the ping coming in from Iconic. Cyrus and TOG going to be hugging on the edges. Fraganoop going to be supporting with those nades here to try and buy time for the reset. And just like that, they get the full reset as well for Esports Social. What a play. But they're still not exactly barely at the edge of the zone, and Iconics only got 2 players. They have to clean them all out before they think then of their next game plan, which is about to happen in 25 seconds there, because stage 4 is about to begin.
Oh no, and looking at Esports Social, wrapping this fight up as soon as possible is going to be the main priority. And that's what Esports Social really want to do. Straight up just making that push against the foes, and eventually they shut down another man of Iconic. but these utilities, they can be deadly. Constantly, the nades are being tossed, but he's not able to find any sort of value. And you can just look at the cook on the nade as well. These nades are not being cooked to perfection. And this is something this team needs to work on. The circle taking a southern shift. It means now everyone up north needs to make a shift down south.
Oh boy, this is going to be a fiasco as well, especially for the Western Bridge in particular. Esports Social, how do they do this? Do they stand and fight, or do they just go in for a nosedive? It seems like Sicko is able to spot them out to get the first knock through, and Sicko Metal Wings, they have only two options. Take that fight, commit to it, or just completely back out, because as of yet, they do not have enough finish points. But inside the zone, on the south side here, White Walkers is able to clean up the remaining members of CJ. There's only one left, and that's going to be Just Wiz, who's forced to run inside the zone now, as White Walkers finds themselves 3 points off CJ.
Exactly. He's taking that constant blue damage as well, so what can he really do? Is now trying to find a good rotation pathway, but I'm pretty sure soon the man's going to be spotted too. And for White Walkers, they're anyways hungry for elimination points. Whatever they can get their hands on, they will try to latch onto it. 3 finishes acquired so far. It's been a slow and a steady start. White Walkers still placing themselves around the good spots.
Oh, such a tricky spot to be in, but I'm glad White Walkers has somehow made it onto the sound and approach here. But Esports Socials, they've got a lot of heavy lifting to go as well. Sicko seems like they are going to try and engage against this fight. And Esports Socials, they are going to clean them all out before pushing through. They've got the outskirts here. Sicko going to double down inside those compounds to try and drag more time, but the zone is slowly closing in. This is not a good spot to be in. The nades come through, and Fraganu finds a knock, but with the blue zone coming through, Fraganu might try and take an opportunity here. The opener is set, and they are going to drive past them and ignore this entire fight, or maybe even clean out this last guy here who's inside his house. Fraganu goes in for the push. He's dropped down low. He finds an opportunity, and he eventually takes him down. How does he survive this? Fraganu cleans out the second player.
It's going to be Matt Scramble. But look at Metal Wings. They haven't given up yet. One nade. It's able to shut down 2 players from the side of Esports Social. And even the Blues now going to be doing a lot of damage. It's chunking away HP. With Gersh, he needs to wrap this fight up as soon as possible. He needs to be on the rotate towards the zone already. With Gersh, he wants to find the knockdown players, hand out the death blow. But now this duel, it's actually going to go the way of Esports Social as wanted. He just threats that needle. And he also finds that final piece of the puzzle. But now wanted, he needs to rotate inside of the circle. Luckily enough for Esports Social, they already sent Chris swimming in the water line. So Chris is almost across.
Oh my goodness, this is the best option they could have done for as well here. They've gotten a decent amount of finish points. That's all they can do. Asking for placement points at this stage is going to be a bonus point. But at the same time, that's 7 points in total as well. As one of the other guys let out the zone, wanted, finally mix it into his bridge, but gets spotted out. So alternative plan, Chris, you are the last hope here for Esports Social as of yet. As Sicko will be able to gatekeep here because right now, MW Sam, last player left coming from Metal Wings, who's got themselves 4 finishes. And that fiasco was a complete flop here. But meanwhile, underneath the bridge, we have a new team. And that's going to be Super Esports finally getting out from Pochinki.
It was anyways going to be a mad scramble,
no.
I'm not going to lie. And because of that mad scramble, problems occurred. Look at SUE. Looking at the boys of Metal Wings as well, and Royal Academy, they definitely do have to line of sight on top of the bridge. Now wants to search for those sharks as well in the water lines. Slowly and steadily, the players as well suffocating to death. So many teams were just stuck in that scramble, including Esports Social. This could have been a good game for them. But because of that one wrong move, everything messed up. And now Rising Stars, they're actually just claiming these scrappy points, which is at least good.
It's really nice that Rising Stars is able to rotate out of Pochinki despite being gatekept by Sicko. Taking advantage that Sicko was in the skirmish with Esports Socials, re-rotated inside the zone, and now they're going to gatekeep the Western Bridge. Meanwhile, let's talk about teams inside the zone right now. We haven't seen too much of High Flyers because why? High Flyers was one of the teams on the furthest outside the zone in Eastern Shorelines, but for some reason, was able to find an entry point from the Eastern Bridge and then breaking in towards the insides of the zone now. So they should be safe. But Esports Social, look at this. Chris OP finally makes it to shore and nobody has spotted him out yet. He's got no vehicles. He's got no cover. His helmet is damaged and finally spots out a player from AV. Gets the first shot in. Drops him down low, but he's out in the open and he's going to get taken down. And that's it for Esports Social.
The man's done. He should have utilized some smokes in my opinion. Should have laid out a smoke pathway, then kept him going. But instead, he was just caught out in the open. And that was anyways going to be an easy finish for the opponents. And now looking at White Walkers as well, they claim the final point of CJ. It's funny how White Walkers was just constantly on their tail, claiming even the last man that was left over. And now for Team Action, they found themselves in probably one of the worst possible scenarios. Action losing out on one of the big boys, and now the other guy, Freaky as well, he's stuck in a real bad spot. But still Action, they haven't given up on the fight yet. One man peeks out of the vehicle, he somehow finds those 2 frags, and White Walkers, what is this mess up? How did they just mess the fight up? Started things off with the advantage, but just because of that one play, now the day is being saved. Hovercraft spotted, shots were taken, it's on the verge of being blown up as well. Eventually Action gets shut down, but it's all down to Murdoch's. He's got his hands on the DBS, and for how long can he really keep himself alive? And now Murdoch's just needs to be careful. That hovercraft in the front, it's contested. There's an enemy sitting in it, and Murdoch's cannot even utilize it as cover. Soon he's probably going to get ran over as well, so Murdoch's needs to start counting his options.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well. Athena just stealing his vehicle available, but Murdoch's finds another one as well. Athena, he was able to 1v3. Can he win the last one as well? Murdoch's 1 versus 1 situation. Now Athena with the flank, the reloads come through. Murdoch's trying to jiggle his way through, gets a couple points in, but eventually goes down. Athena gets the 1v3 all by himself, taking down 3 players, and just like that, White Walkers goes down.
If you ask me, it's not a bad start for White Walkers. 6 points in total in the first game itself. It's not bad. Yes, things could have been better. They messed up that fight, which was a rookie mistake. But still, it's not bad. High Flyers on the opposite side of the spectrum, claiming 4 finishes. And they've also got all the 4 players on the block, so that's going to be plus point. And now they also need to take care of that man on top of the hill.
Oh my goodness.
That's going to be the only possible threat. For Team Action, it's just one man standing now.
Now, who's going to be the ones to get the chicken is going to be the question as well. The circle seems to be favoring on towards Allied Force. We haven't seen them in action for quite some time now throughout this entire game, but they do have center control, and they are going to be getting pushed by the teams from Rising Underdogs, which is, again, one of the first teams in Bujiki to leave, but for some reason has taken a sounder approach. So now they're coming out to strike, and they're looking to farm some points themselves, but they are kind of out in the open as well. We do have AV on the sides as well, but High Flyers looking for a drive-by with the nades, but gets sprayed down from afar and gets punished as well as Monster gets the knock-in.
Yeah, it's going to be Astrovex now knocking on the doors. And for High Flyers, saving the day for that knockdown, man, since he was out in the open, it's going to be impossible. The finish point claimed. Things looking good for the opponents. Look at this man, RIS. Even he gets capitalized. Oh no, it's Allied Force from the back. Just constantly pinning them down. But Allied Force as well, they need to be careful off the backlines themselves. The position they've got, it's not good at all. It's too exposed to a lot of threat from the back, and soon there's going to be team moving in from the back lines too.
Yeah, look at this video. They're taking time to secure those points. That's going to be the first point here from Allied Force. The teammates is pretty much done knocked as well, because Rising Underdogs is going to be coming from the flank to go in for the push, and they have the high ground. They spot them all out, and this is a good fight for them as well. Nades are coming in from Poison to try and scare them off. Rising Underdogs disengage, waits for the team to try and go in for the push, and this is going to be good. The nades overshot a little bit from the sides as well.
Oh my God,
but another nade, bounce nade. What a trick shot from that shot. Almost takes out Abi.
Yeah, it was really close, but this nade, it was on the verge of finding a re-knock as well. Luckily enough for Allied Force, the man was quick enough to just head back to cover, and that's why he's still going to be standing. Rising Undergods, this is one of those teams that was actually towards Pochinki, by the way. And they still somehow made it down south, which is brilliant. And now for Rising Underdogs, I'm not even sure how they can actually just funnel their way around this fight. They have to go for it no matter what.
Such a tricky spot to be in. High Flyers, they have the high ground as well. They're going to be spawning out members coming from SF from the sides as well. As AJ looking to try and punish this, but they've lost too many members, and right beside them, that's going to be a little bit of a sneaky rat available, and that's going to be Athena, who's trailing behind them. He sees them all out, but at the same time, does he take the shot? Yes, he does. Finally close for the connection, gets the first knock, and that is going to be a point for them. The refire comes through from AJ, and the nades being cooked. They are going to be sharing the 3 visions here, and Athena, he knows he's going to get naded, and he's going to back out from that fight. Great game sense coming from Athena.
Yeah, the man just backs away. To be honest, actions, they've been impressive. The way they converted that fight against White Walkers, yes, it was down to the wire. Shouldn't have been that way. But still, they started things off with the man disadvantage, and they still somehow managed to capitalize. That was some brilliant stuff. But now looking at the teams getting eliminated as well, a lot of these names not able to secure points, and because of that, problems are also going to stack up. High Flyers, they do have a few elimination points stacked up, but it's better to get away with a few more placement. Looking at the boys of RU that found themselves in probably one of the worst possible spots, and the circle, it's going to shift out in the open. Imagine the team up north, they're going to be messed up.
Yeah, Allied Force has got the high ground as well. They have to shove the teams onto the north to the sides here if they want to try and survive this. And still Falcons, if they find an opener knock, that's going to be the chance for underdogs to actually push up as well. It's going to be a very tricky spot here. 24 seconds left before the circle actually moves. And they have to take the first move here as well. Actions on towards STF. But for Rising Underdogs, they're still waiting for the third party here. They're just too afraid to take those fights. And they're really unsure on what's happening on the other side of the zone as well. They've heard gunshots, but they do not know there's only 2 solo warriors on the east side of the zone right now.
You know, watching these groups, one thing can clearly be said, and that is going to be the utility usage. It's not been that precise. The cook on the nades, it's been way off, and that's why they're not able to find a lot of those knocks just on the back of the utilities. One of the confirmation actually does comes through. And now that's going to be Hades who gets that solid stuff. And they also get their hands on the airdrop, by the way. So that's a really good thing.
Oh, Tabahi going to be flanking from the outskirts here. He's all by himself. Seems like under the disguise of Steel Falcons, he's going to be okay, but he does scout out the last player of High Flyers, and with that shot, he takes one out, gets spotted out by Allied Force, and we're down towards the last 4 teams in this final zone here. Very, very interesting here. Still Falcons, they are able to get the cover on the east side, and little did they know they have a Kryptonite, and that's going to be Athena that may spoil the games for them as well.
Just one man lurking in the shadows, waiting for his time to pop up, waiting for his time to shine. And now looking at RU with 0 frags on the board, by the way. They've been playing this game extremely passive. Steel Falcons position compromise. It's going to be Allied Force taking those shots. The underdogs, they need to be a little bit careful. Athena, once again, the man starts to strike, and that's going to be triggered down.
Wow.
Unfortunate for the boys of SF. It's not looking too good. Steel Falcons, they're hurt. But all the 4 players playing in tandem, which also means the revival's going to be there without any concern. Athena, the back's against the wall. The man needs to be on the move as well. RU now, they start to take the fight against Allied Forces, but the utilities, it's really keeping them off the bay.
Yeah, they have to push up as well. The zone forces them out in the open. And the only biggest threat right now for Rising Underdogs is going to be Allied Force. The nades are good, but they need to find the open knock hits. Does see the push coming through. Lobs it over. It is going to be perfect, but he gets knocked instead. And he does get a counter knock as well. As Rising Underdogs, they have no choice but to commit to this fight. But just like that, they lose their members here. And Allied Force now getting slammed in, but somehow Poison is able to defend with a slick of his health.
That was impressive. Poison, indeed the man's quite venomous. And that venom spreads through the entirety of the opposition. RU on the verge of being eliminated from this game. They've only got 2 more men standing. And these 2 players, they're definitely going to be under a lot of pressure. The times, it's taken away. The blue is on the move. Allied Forces, even they're on the move. They just want to put that final nail to the coffin, but the blue's going to do its deed. As RU has been eliminated from the game, and now Allied Forces, they got to shift their focus against their foes. Final 2 teams standing, and the fight's down to a 2v3.
Oh my goodness, it is going to be a 2v3 situation here. Allied Force in prime position, Steel Falcons. They've heard all this commotion, but they're just so afraid to push up. Look at this terrain. It is a small little hump for both teams to actually peek through as well. It seems like Athena is pretty much done for as well, as he got spotted out. He will bow on 4th place. But as of yet, Allied Force, they do have the vehicles. They're circling around. They spot out Flexi and Russia on the horizons as well. A big game for them. Can they get the first chicken dinner? Solely depends on that opener right now. Oh my goodness. There's just so much space control here coming from Allied Force as of yet.
Indeed. Ophelio, the man's now just backing away, wants to create an off angle. And oh, this already seems too deadly. Steel Falcons, 2 players next to each other. The only possible cover, that's going to be that hovercraft. which is already blown up, or maybe on the verge of being blown up. Steel Falcons, they're also getting approached from the sidelines. Ophelio, this nade, it's going to be tossed to perfection.
Ooh.
That's going to find that two-piece, and that will also be the nail in the coffin. Allied Forces, what a way to close things off. And this was a well-deserved chicken dinner, but even for Steel Falcons, placing themselves on the second spot with an okayish amount of elimination points, they did pretty good too. Speaking of Esports Social, they had 7 frags on the board, so they got the average.
Yeah, I would say this is a very, very split-off game for all the teams as well here in terms of points, just because of how the Circle kind of scammed their way through into the outside. Teams in the North area here, especially for Seiko, was one of the biggest teams that get punished as well. Esports Social, they tried their best to survive. They got decent amount of eliminations, don't get me wrong, but the Circle just forced them in one of the worst possible positions that they can ask for as well. So I would say a lot of things happened, but at the same time, you know, you have to give credit where credit is due, because one of the players that really, really stood out for me is going to be Athena, because he 1v3 White Walkers, snuck into his end game, got a top 4 position, and also got a few frags off that. So he single-handedly got his entire team a lot of points.
At least a consistent average, that's what you can say. So Athena definitely did his part. And overall, the fight with White Walkers, it was so shaky. But looking at the final blow as well, some of the final few moments, Allied Forces, this fight against RU was definitely quite concerning. It was raising a lot of eyebrows, but eventually they did eliminate the entirety of RU. In the final few moments, it was just that one nade that was separating them from that victory. The nade was cooked to perfection and tossed to perfection as well. Ophelio's flank was brilliant. Ophelio getting 4 frags from that entire game. It's definitely going to be a monumental feat. If you move on towards Hades as well, even the man got his hands on 2 finishes. A P2 from AF getting 1, and Poison as well getting 1.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, technically, Allied Force shouldn't have been able to win that fight here, considering this fact that Rising Underdogs, they had the jump in terms of high ground going for the push. And the only reason why they did not commit to Allied Force was because they were afraid of the teams coming from the east side, which has a clear line of sight. And because of that, they just were forced in these positions where they were so awkward to a point that it took so long to a point that finally, when they decided to go for the push, it was too late.
Guess who they were scared of? Athena.
Athena. Oh.
He was the one who was able to find that knock against RU, and that's where things just completely split apart for them. That's where things messed up. And yeah, Athena was definitely doing a lot of damage. And speaking of that fight between White Walkers and Athena and the boys, in my opinion, White Walkers should have been able to win that fight mile away. But still, somehow Actions was able to turn that entire switch, and they were able to flip the entire table in their own favor.
Yeah, Actions. It's actually Athena that just got single-handedly dismantled the 2 guys in the buggy. It was so, and ever since that happened, Murdoch was like, what do I do? Oh wait, I've got a hovercraft. Let's run in. But the problem with hovercrafts is that pushing up mountains, very, very low mobility. You can't swap your seat and change the gun and then go for the commit fight as well. So that was just a little bit of a 2-3 second window gap, which cost them the fight.
Hey, even for high flyers, it was quite a solid game, right?
Oh, yeah.
Nothing taken away from them as well. They had decent bit of elimination points, even the placement points. It's going to be tallied up for them. So for the known names, you can say, Esports Social and White Walkers, they were not able to get a lot of points. For Esports Social, they got 7 points. White Walkers got 6 points in total. So you can say it's a decent start.
All things considered, they still did better than Team Alpha.
True.
3 games, 7 points. I'm sorry, Alpha.
I mean, Esports Social got 7 points in 1 game, so you can't say they're off to a good start.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know what? I don't really want to speak about Alpha anymore. I really wanted to touch up on that topic, but it's better to just focus on what happened in the previous game itself. For Team Insane YouTube, it felt like, yes, the start was really good. After wiping out T10 in such a quick way, we thought that Team Insane YouTube might just stand a chance to do something good in the game, but then rotating all the way towards Lipovka was a questionable move, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was very surprised considering the fact that, yes, they rotated late, but they got punished and caught from high flyers, which is also late as well, which is kind of weird. But let's talk about the MVP of the match here. It's going to be Athena coming in from Team Actions here with 5 finishes and 864 points. And he himself, I think, he got into the top 4. With this 5 finishes is good enough, almost 10 points here for Team Actions in particular.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the top 5 players as well of that previous game, Athena MVP is also going to be there with 5 finishes. Ophelio there with 4. You've got Fragranoob as well coming through from Esports Social. Hisoka there with 3 as well. And Jimmy IGL from Insane YouTube right there with 3 finishes. Jimmy IGL, all thanks to those 3 eliminations that he got. That's why at least Insane YouTube is able to have some sort of a stand in the point standings. And speaking of the point standings, yes, Allied Forces getting that chicken dinner. It's going to keep them at the top with 18 points. Then you've also got Steel Force right there as well. Steel Falcons right there with 11 points. And then ACNZ as well getting 11.
Yeah, this is going to be a big game here. And I think, yeah, this one pretty much secures it, right? Actions, Athena single-handedly getting 5 finishes and also the placement points. He's got 9 points for the team out of 11 points. So, well, guys, do some work. You can't be having one guy carrying it all the way through here. But still, it's only the first game. There's still more games to come here. White Walker still having 7 points, and Esports Social also doing 7 points as well. And technically, they're still in the top 6. So I think they're still in the clear. They are on the better line average points per game that they need to get to actually
I know,
qualify.
right? White Walker's actually got 1 placement point, so yeah, that's really good. 7 points off the rip. That's actually a really good start for them. For Esports Social, they were just messed up. I mentioned this as well. The moment the circle moved down south, for Esports Social, at least they sent one of the men across. That's why they were able to survive for too long. But that scramble that really happened around the bridge, that's what really just cut off a lot of those teams. Yeah, one of the men from the side of Metal Wings was there on the bridge. He was able to secure a few elimination points, but even that did not count a lot.
Yeah, I agree. Sicko, they tried to get their finishes and capitalize on Pochiki. They just took too long as well. The Western Bridge and also the Circle Scam just made it so difficult. So I would say, in my opinion, Esports Social had the best possible outcome out of the worst scenario given.
Yeah,
I thought they would be just eliminated right from the get-go, and they made their poison, they made their choices. Take a fight, we win, if we lose, we've done well our options. We've sent one guy here, we've sent one guy here, we tried to survive the longest, but they just couldn't.
I still believe the fact that the last man who was there, which was Chris OP, if he would have tossed out a lot of smokes, maybe still a chance would have been there to at least get behind cover. But since he was the only person standing, no means of transport as well, I highly doubt surviving for a long time in that scenario would have been tough. And then for Metal Wings, we anyways know that the circle was way too far away. Metal Wings started all the way from Severny, rotating down south. It already took a lot of time for them. Once again, that was also one of those teams that was struck in the scramble. That's why the points were not being able to accumulate. In my opinion, High Flyer was definitely a big surprise for me. The amount of points they got, they only got 7, but I still believe it's a really good start if you get even 6 to 7 points in the first game. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Fixes with me on the panel. And yeah, Fixes, after watching that game, after watching White Walkers bomb that fight, what are your thoughts?
I mean, felt a little bad, but at the same time, I'm really happy that the points were actually distributed. And when you look at the overall grand scheme of things, a very good start nonetheless. And even for White Workers, yes, that moment, Monarchs could have done better. That extra 1 bullet that he took after, confirming that fallen player, maybe he could not get that reset. But again, as a team, they can certainly do much better. But White Walkers, knowing their past, their blueprint, we know they're a team that can stage a comeback. I don't think round 2 is a round where they really get challenged. So hoping they bounce back in this
So
one.
far, one thing is for sure, the Circle is really playing its mind games, right? Everyone thought that maybe the Circle's going to pop up north, then later on shift it down south. When it happened, once again, the Circle was in two minds. There were still a few teams around the northern side thinking that the Circle is still going to shift up north, but then instantly another curveball shift happened. The Circle moved down south, and everyone up north was messed up, including Esports Social. But hey, something that's going to be really good for you guys is also going to be this BGMI and Royal Enfield collaboration. You guys can get your hands on the Continental GT650 or even the Classic 350. Whatever you guys like, you guys can rock it.
Of course, you could just cruise through all the beautiful maps of BGMI with the Royal Enfield, so do check it out. But I really loved how the Circle played its mind games, you know, and throwing all these players off. Suddenly you're thinking maybe it might take that little hard shift towards the north. And, you know, this is where, you know, this was the lovely discussion that you and IC had about Esports Social. I still felt like, yes, they made the most out of that situation, given how they executed those fights. They were quite methodical. And if they can somehow make it into the Miramar game with a similar set idea, you could see, right, how well distributed the players were. Everybody knew their job. It was just that Circle really betrayed them, but hoping that they bounce back in the next map.
Yeah, and once again on the map of Miramar, there's not going to be these type of circles where rotating is going to be tough. In Miramar, rotating is always an easy job. Yes, I do understand the open terrains is something that can catch you off guard, but at least you can place yourself in a good spot and then think of what you want to do. So Miramar is going to give them a good fighting chance, including White Walkers as well. They can secure a decent bit of points. Now, I also do have high hopes coming through from Team Action, but are they going to be able to perform on the deserty lands? Let's find out. The planes in the skies once again, and this time it's going to be the second last game of the day. For Group 2, it's also going to be the match number 2. And this plane fly path, once again, it seems pretty good for everyone. Well balanced, so teams are going to have a pretty smooth and a slow approach.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be easier. I just hope that the Circle this time is more merciful on all these teams, especially from what happened in the previous game. But the good thing that everybody is still in contention. Most majority of the teams walked away with a couple of points and not a lot of those 0 pointers. And given tomorrow it's going to be Rondo for this particular group, that is going to be another different story, right? But now, for what it's worth, I think eyes will be on where the Circle really forms. And I just hope I get to see something maybe around the Monte Nuevo area, considering how the flight path trajectory has been. But at the same time, eyes will be gauging out for any sort of drop collisions that we might potentially have.
Yeah, I'm a personal big fan of drop clashes. You already know that.
Of course.
In Los Leones, there's probably going to be multiple teams dropping down, but I highly doubt they might cross each other's boundaries. But let's see. If it does happen, then of course a few frags will be blown out. We've also got Rising Underdogs as well, just dropping around Los Leones. Team Actions too, around Los Leones themselves. For Underdogs, Actions is definitely going to be a big threat. Now, heading towards Chumacero is impossible. So a lot of these teams, they're going to drop around a bit of that pit stop, get their hands on the basic loot, weaponry, vehicles, and then maybe move on towards their main primary drop location. Look at Actions. There's 2 teams next to them.
And when you look at even the Circle, right, it's quite generic. And for Team Actions, Athena, he's got my hopes up, right? The way he really engaged in that situation. But right now, seems like a little bit of heat going on around here. As Rising Underdogs, Athena really closing in, and beautiful shot connected. Addy, he had no answer to that. And suddenly, Rising Underdogs are on the back foot. And even their IGL has nothing to work with and no weapons to play around. And Action, he's just going to devour them all.
All they could do was beg for mercy. No weapons, nothing, just running naked. And oh my god, 3 points accumulated. It is only in round 2 you will see such things. Then you've also got another team. That's going to be Astro Vex now, making that pounce against Esports Social. And Kalyu getting knocked out. The confirmation's also going to be way too easy. Monster handing that death blow. And yeah, for Esports Social, they already start things off with a big handicap.
Yeah, that's the cloud of uncertainty really kicking in. It's the flight path trajectory really messing these players up. And of course, let's not also forget that they might not have played against each other in the past. So as a result of which, they came in unprepared. And we could all see how the RNG really took over. But Astrovex Arena, I mean, decent start. Nonetheless, but for Team Insane, they really need to step up on the gears. Of course, the first Miramar of the evening so far. So really excited to see how teams are going to be approaching this. especially after the new zones that have been introduced. A lot of these new teams have actually come into play. So I'm excited to see what their course of action shall be. But Chakka Jam, how has this team impressed you so far, Necro?
The previous game, CJ was getting constantly hunted down by White Walkers.
0 points.
Every single person was literally caught by White Walkers. So it's really tough to say anything about CJ yet. And yes, I like that short form a lot more.
I still like Chakka Jam.
I'm pretty sure CJ wished that's what happened when the train slipped.
I really wanted them to add an extra A. It sounds like a Chakka Jam kind of a thingy. We've had strawberry jams, we all love our jams, but when you talk about jam, that's a different story whatsoever, but a little out of context. But coming back into the game, Esports Social, Necro not having the most ideal start, but still a recovery nonetheless, and especially given how Wanted has been anchoring this team, has been leading. The grind was a decent journey. They did play really well, and they were all boosted up. I think we met them even at the Krafton India Esports Awards, and they were quite positive. So despite the little setback that they have had in this game, I hope they really bounce back.
Let's see. Anything can be said. Astrovex Arena, after finding that one elimination point against Esports Social, they've definitely got to feel a little bit on top of the game. They've got to feel good. And they've actually rotated all the way outside of the circle as well, towards Montenegro, now getting their hands on the loot. Understandable, I guess. It is one of those teams that would love to rotate a little bit late. That level 3 West, just waiting for someone to claim it.
It's a treasure out in the open. And seems like nobody knows it is lying out there. Surely somebody would want it. But seems like T10 Esports are in no mood to claim that as for now. We've got HF engaging against Team Iconic. Drago already down on his knees as Toji looks for some redemption. Maybe a grenade once again, but nothing seems to connect as this time Toji does not fail with that shotgun. Instant connection coming in, and now Iconic, they really need to recuperate in this fight. Get their damage player back up, and now let's see how does HF answer back.
Iconic FTW. Solid stuff, getting that one finish point confirmed. Toji's going to be feeling pretty good. And once again for Iconic, they've got that off-centric spot as well to play with.
Okay.
Allied Forces spotted in the front. After winning that previous game, Allied Forces, they've got to be feeling really good. Esports Social losing out on Kalyug. He's like the main man. I'm pretty sure for them, this is going to be big stinger. How do they continue the journey in the front? Now they need to continue with just a 3-man squad. All the strategies, they once again need to be scrambled up and rethought of.
Yeah, this team comprises of a lot of veterans actually. They've been on the block for quite some time, and of course, rightfully agreed, Kalyug has been one of those heavy hitters, but still can't rule out Fraganoob. He's had his days, and even Chris, back when he was with his former org, did play quite well, but then again, we did see that dip in this performance, but right now, Wanted, he's got all that intel on the players of T10s, and Sujal, completely unaware of him being watched over. As even for T10, I think all they're trying to do is get enough of the loot. But this is what really concerns me, Necro. Somebody's going to come for that vehicle, and that is when Esports Social might have a dig at it. But even if they get a knock, are they really going to commit for a push?
Still, it's a big might.
3 players, no?
Committing to a push like that, no, I don't think it's going to be worth it. It's just mainly about getting a knock, and maybe if you can, steal the elimination point away. But getting a knock on that range is also going to be impossible. Let's keep this thing in mind. There's enough cover available as well. So things can be repositioned and rethought of well.
Especially with the positions compromised, I don't think Esports Social would want to re-engage in this one. Of course, they have the higher ground, but I think it's all that sense of fear they want to instill in the players of T10 Esports right now.
And it's also mainly because they don't even have all the 4 players on the block, right? So for Esports Social, they just want to play that poke game. Constantly keep on poking them, instill that fear, make them think that there is someone just waiting for them to walk out. And for T10, the first game was just down the drain. The way that fight really went on against Insane YouTube, I'm not even sure what exactly T10 was thinking. They were just instantly evaporated in thin air. They melted.
It's just that pressure. Especially, you know, you've been grinding throughout the year. It's one of those open tournaments, and you coming in as one of the undergods, and you have to prove, and sometimes it just feels too heavy on the shoulders of all these players. It's all about that one good game. It's all about that one good fight, and suddenly you might just catapult your way up. But talking about catapulting up above, we can see the circle taking a northern shift over there. Whilst Ari have a decent position, but Team Iconic, they seem to have a little bit of that high ground. But given the fact that so many teams are going to be closing in from the southern side, so I think we can anticipate a couple of turbulence around the southern areas.
We definitely can. Steel Falcons. Now looking at them as well, I really do not know what to expect. The position they've got overall, it's definitely going to be confusing as well. And for Steel Falcons, they've placed themselves around the top left. There's also RIS now coming through on the northern side. You've also got SUE as well around the centric part. White Walkers too. They've got themselves a real good spot to play with. They've also got their hands on the Golden Mirado.
Of course, an identity that they did venture out towards the Hacienda del Patron. And especially after having decent start nonetheless, 7 points in the bag from game number 1. It's still around that average that they would be eyeing out for. But now they have to be careful, Necro. Royal Academy catching a wave. They take a couple of shots, and now Ezzy, he needs to connect. And having that mini 14 with an 8 times on, really not having it scoped out, is causing a lot of issues. And Royal Academy, they need to show more conviction there.
Oh no, look at RIS. Rising Stars against the boys of Iconic, and this is going to be an interesting fight. Rising Stars, they were taking those shots. Raiden as well from the top. He wants to rain down, but it's still going to be tough. Now Raiden just placing himself in a real awkward spot. It's an off spot. Wanting to catch a few players off guard. Nade's being tossed out once again from the side of Iconic, but everyone, they're just congested. No one's going to try to peek out just yet. No rookie mistakes being made. Everyone's taking it slow.
And it's a fight for the center, Necro. What really concerns me are the teams that are surrounding these two teams. The moment that this fight breaks out and comes to a conclusive end, somebody's definitely going to third party.
Yeah.
And this is why Starch, I like his position for now. He's going to keep an overwatch from up top, maybe try and deny any third parties. But now, again, RIS are missing a man over here. That is really concerning. And Kraken, the moment this smoke dissipates, that is when Team Iconic might actually make a move, given the fact that they were the ones who collided.
Rising Stars. There's that one-man Starch in the back lines, as you mentioned. And he can definitely play a big factor. But no one from the side of Iconic is even given a peek. They're playing this one so passive, waiting for the opponents to approach. And the longer this fight just stretches, the more the chances of getting third-partied as well. So this fight needs to come to an end as soon as possible. But Rising Star as well, they cannot just make that pounce randomly. They need to wait for someone to at least fall apart. But yeah, the chance of third parties, they're now just going up even more. Starch getting caught off guard, and that was the first knock Iconic was waiting for. One frag just gifted like that, and that's going to be a major mistake being made from the side of Rising. Rising Stars now caught off guard. They've only got 3 more men standing, and Kraken, he spots another man. Shots were taken inside of the smoke, but nothing found yet.
I think a lot of overthinking being done over here by Rising Star. As of now, Ronin, he needs to step out of his cover, maybe try and get a reverse knock, but seems like that's not a case. As of now, even Cyrus, he's been brought down too low, as now he needs to patch himself up. By God's grace, Toji was there to provide some assistance. And now Raiden, he's got that stun grenade, but still to no avail. Having done no purposeful work there. As Ronin, what is happening in this fight? It's looking so sketchy.
I know, right? Where are the utilities?
Utilities all over the place.
Nades?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh my god, the frag grenades are missing in the fight, and that's why it's looking so awkward. That's why the fight's being stretched up. And no one's got the guts to make the push. Oh no, it's not a good look, and there we go. Finally, Rising Stars, they do find a return knock. Exactly what they were looking for. Another man from the side of Iconic is taken down real low. Ronin now pulls out the Scar as well. They need to make the pounce in tandem. And eventually Ronin is taken down real low. But together they make the push. And together they come out on top.
But this fight is still not over yet. Look at this. Already we've got Team AF up. They are already around their heads. Any given moment they can commit for that push. They've been watching from afar. There was another team, of course, SUE. Also in the nearby vicinity, and I think everybody is well aware that the moment they go in for the slam, they are going to get third party. So Super Esports playing their cards really, really safe, but really did not understand what Iconic were actually trying to achieve. They were the ones who went for the slam, and they did not commit. If they did not have any grenades on them, then there was no reason to slam at the very first place. And I mean, a lot of mistakes being made, but Rising Stars, I think still, they come out at the right end of the stick. But for now, High Flyers, they've got a player of AF in front of them.
Hey, and the knock as well, it's going to come through. But once again, an important update or an important announcement for you guys. We have been talking about the Discovery Island over and over again, and you guys can actually stand a chance to boost the prize pool of this BGIS 2026 up to 4 CR. All you need to do is just keep on playing the game. And while you're playing the game in the Discovery Island, you will also get your hands on the exploration points. The more the exploration points you get, the more in-game cosmetics and rewards you get, and you will also be contributing towards this entire prize pool. But if you do move on towards the game now, team actions. Oh my god, Athena getting knocked out. Unfortunate for White Walkers. Once again, they collide against actions. And this is probably one of the most weirdest fights ever.
And to be honest, I really love to watch team actions in play, especially Athena. And slightly my heart broke over there, watching him get knocked like that. I think he got a bit ahead of himself, the way he wanted to go for the commit. And of course, against the wrong opponent, right? White Walkers, not to be trifled with. And now they have shown why. They're one of the known names on the block. As of now, team actions, they need to figure out their next course of action. As of now, because they're pretty much around the edges. They haven't made it inside the circle yet. And especially with a lot of teams keeping watch, I really want to see how they funnel inside the zone.
And for White Walkers, they've managed to actually funnel in 5 finish points. So yeah, once again, seems like this is going to be another consistent game on the block from them. Having a look at the replay of this entire fight between Iconic and Rising Stars. Yes, it did stretch out for quite a long time, but then in the end, it was Rising Stars to come out on top of the 3-man squad. Ronin was almost on the verge of being knocked out as well, but that support fire coming through from the back really saved the day. And now if you look towards the side of team actions, yeah, they did try to make that pounce against White Walkers, but in the end, now they've only got 2 men left over. They've lost out on Athena, the main playmaker.
And the good thing is that Rising Stars at least have their nerves eased as of now. You know, we could see that tension whilst they were engaging, but for now, team actions, like you said, they're going after White Walkers. Vegito might be in troubled waters, but still, he walks out with a knock, but the quick trade does come in, as now White Walkers, Guru going in for the leap, and there you go. That's done and dusted. Team actions out of commission pretty early into this match.
White Walkers, they've got so much firepower, they've got so much experience, but still for some reason there's a disconnect between the players. And because of that, they're constantly being fiddled with. The team play seems like it's missing from White Walkers. Yeah, individually they're able to squeeze in the elimination points, and that's why they're getting the decent amount of elimination points on the board. But what about the team play? That's going to keep you alive till the end in the game. CJ, they actually do thread the needle perfectly against Insane YouTube. And that's going to be a knock. For Insane YouTube, for some reason, they're only playing with a 3-man squad. And already, Kishu is knocked out and finished off. Now they've only got 1 man left standing, and he wants to get the revival.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be pleased with the 4th player not being able to make it inside the lobby. But now their troubles have quadrupled, especially with one of their players out of commission. Jimmy IGL, I really felt like he could have done better in terms of how he was positioning himself. Did not have his backlines clear, and still instead decided to stay put. But White Walkers, now 7 finishes collected, and again, you know, they're getting this constant influx of finish points, Necro. And now, with just 2 players alive, if they play their cards right, maybe get around 10 finish points and couple of position points, they still have had a good game in Miramar.
Oh no, White Walkers out in the open, now getting caught off guard. It's going to be Insane YouTube taking those shots. And as I mentioned, once again, the team play missing. Where's the cover fire? Where's the save? White Walkers just 2 men standing. Nate's being tossed out from the man. That Nate's not going to do anything. Once again, insane YouTube. This man's a real thorn. Real pain in the back. Another Nate tossed out. It's not going to do any sort of damage. Murnox, he's supposed to be the clutch meister. But these utilities being tossed from the side of insane YouTube as well, it's really keeping Murnox in check too.
Yeah, he's failed once. Surely will not be happy with himself if that happens twice. But this time, a one-on-one situation against Team Insane, who've got their morals quite low, who are scared, who are worried, as Murnox this time commits in for the push, and Insane does have that S12K on him, goes for the swing, and this time he succeeds as White Walkers get another finish on the board, and Team Insane again find themselves eliminated from the game.
Murnox played that perfect, and Insane YouTube messed up big. And look at White Walkers, 8 finishes already on the block, once again, aiming for that consistency. Just want to get the average point flow on the board. 8 to 9 points per game, and you can still make the cut anyways. Looking at CJ, you do see Allied forces in the front. The revival was being stuck, but nothing found yet. And now the floor's going to be lava as well. The man's literally on fire. And for CJ, these are going to be the free elimination points they really do want to secure. The man in the front spotted. Poison! He's constantly biting the opponents. Another man taken down and dusted. How is this one man from the side of Allied Force still standing? He should be eliminated, and eventually he does.
Yeah, you cursed it pretty soon, but on the brighter side of things, Chakka Jam this time have really done well. 5 finishes so far, with just 1 man lost, and this time AF not having the best of performances. I mean, Poison loved it, but right now, as we move on ahead, we've got Team Psycho in front of us again. Super Esports with Sam already out of commission. Now Utkarsh is going to do anything and everything to somehow keep himself alive first, as the floor is lava. Flexi going in for the push, succeeds, get a beautiful knock as Steel Falcons. They also somehow medal through and won a third party this one.
Steel Falcons. The first aid as well comes through. And now there's 2 players standing next to each other. Hisoka as well. SUE on the opposite side. They're going to be taking their sweet time. They don't really need to force things yet. Metal Wing, the previous game, was a flop. This game as well, it's on the verge of being a flop. Steel Falcons, they were there in the top 2. But now, what is going to be the game plan? You cannot mess things up the same way you did in the previous game. Steel Falcons, you got to take matters in your own hands. Take the charge. Maybe move up and make that pounce. Maybe that's the only thing that's going to save you.
They're being hesitant. They're just waiting for the next circle to form. And that's when they're going to make a decision, because they do not want to be hasty with it. But right now, of course, Psycho, Metal Wings, they get a knock over there. And Team AV, they have 1 man down. But they also have to be very careful, especially Abhi. Given how open he is, Psycho, Metal Wings going after Team RE. They have to be very careful with their approach. Fang, he's in no man's land. What on earth is he doing over there? Suddenly decided to retreat. As Team AV, they are going to answer, and there you go. Ion secures a beautiful knock, and Psycho, they have gone Psycho at this point.
It feels like a lot of these teams are too hesitant, and that's why they're just dropping down bodies.
The conviction is not there.
So many fights actually could have been converted if they were not too hesitant. And because of that, they're just stretching the fights for no reason, and then ending up losing those fights as well, just by the rookie mistakes.
Exactly. I mean, it's the commitment. The intent is there, but there's somehow, you could see those miscoms coming out. The moment Abhi goes, there's no cover fire from the backlines, and especially he had no business really going out in the open. Of course, overthinking and messing up big time. But as we move on, the circle again, taking that shift, and RIS find themselves in a really promising spot. But Royal Academy, they'll have to figure their way inside the zone. Given Team AV right in front of them. Everybody wants to march in, Necro. But only the deserving shall pass.
True. I mean, looking at the position they've got as well around the edges. For Royal Academy, they've got a good split. Astro Wex can definitely be a threat, but Ghost, he's got a lot of backup. Look at that man out in the open. Shots were taken. And what am I watching? You're supposed to get the knock. Whiffing all those shots. Murnox is now still alive. And he's found himself a solid cover to play with. But now Royal Academy is going to be busy taking a fight against Astro Vex. And look at the Bahi taking those shots against the boys of Royal Academy. Almost on the verge of actually finding that return knock as well. Murnox is making a statement. Somehow the man's alive out in the open. How is this even possible?
The big question is, how does he get inside the circle now? Given he's got Forza everywhere surrounding him, and now he's on the lower ground just to make matters worse. But now seems like Chakka Jam could have opened a pathway for him. Given how RE, they're losing their players one after the other, as even Astrovex, they chime in. They're capitalizing on the situation, and Monster unleashing himself over here. Couple of knocks, needs to get those conversions, which I think he might, but does not have grenades. Has that one Molotov, but this is way out in the open. He's exposing. He wants to get inside the zone. Understandable, but for Monox, oh, that's all she wrote. Yeah, was pretty much helpless there.
Indeed. CJ as well, just stepping inside of the playing field. Astrovex looking at Metal Wings as well on the sidelines, and Royal Academy as well. To be honest, for Royal Academy, how did they even mess that fight up? They had a good split, they had all the 4 players on the block, but now it's just one man standing. It's like you blink it and you miss it. And once again for Royal Academy, hesitancy. It was there. Clearly noticeable. The way they were just positioned as well, it was good. But then taking that fight against Astrovex, it was a big question.
And you know what? Whilst we're talking about Royal Academy and all their fallacies over there, Rising Stars are pretty much chilling, right? Still at the central position. They've got that entire compound to themselves, and could be the favorites to convert this game if they make no mistake. But again, Super Esports and Steel Falcons, this fight has been prolonging for quite some time. And for CJ, this time they've made a mark. Of course, have left a good impression. 6 finishes so far secured in this game, and quite a bounce back if you ask.
Indeed. Look at Royal Academy. The nades actually crawling in pretty close to CJ. Another one tossed out, and this one's going to be cooked to perfection. Does chip away a lot of damage. Another one's going to be tossed around that same trajectory, but it's not close enough. Was not cooked well. CJ, if they do manage to find the knock, it's going to be insane. And eventually now, the connection was found. The blue's going to be doing a lot of damage. What are you doing? Oh my god, just out in the open, pro like that. And he just gives the elimination point away to the gods. But now if you move on towards this fight, Astrovex, they do manage to convert it. There was a bit of that casualty as well, but it's fine. Things under control.
Yeah, the revival's already been given, and now they are sitting with 5 finishes. And they've got a nice little bit of control around the southern areas, but they have to be watchful for Super Esports, because I see one lonely straggler over there. While CJ, I really like this position that they've taken for themselves, but Esports Social, they've been silent for quite some time, but they've been cooking. Another knock and a finish, and another finish to their tally. They're going to be pretty pleased after what happened in the initial stages of the game. Still making it inside the top 6, but now they have to dig for more.
Esports Social. Now they're going to be moving on up close and personal against the team in the front. And for Esports Social, they actually do want to move up and contest that compound where Rising Stars is. This will be a tough conversion for Rising Stars if the fight actually does come through. And have a look at the replay of that one push coming through from Astrovex. How was their knock? The man from Metal Wings was able to actually do a lot of damage as well from that shack. Since he was the only person standing, not a lot could have been done.
I think Astrovex Arena did make a couple of mistakes. Their timings were off, but we'll get to that. As of now, as for Steel Falcons, find themselves in muddy waters. A grenade again launched from Esports Social, but they also have to watch their backs. And now for Steel Falcons, another chance at life for Flexi. Need to patch up ASAP as Rising Stars. Still causing trouble, but CJ, look at them having that high ground advantage. This time they go after Astrovex. But again, a little bit overwhelmed over there. A little bit of that overstretch, as a result of which a trade does come in. But Astrovex Arena, time's running out. They need to get that revive, and they also need to have a good spot inside the zone.
Yeah, the positioning game from the side of CJ, it's been spectacular. 6 frags already. And now for CJ, they're searching for even more. Astrovex is there in the front, and they're also going to be moving out in the open soon. Esports Social, now they move in the same fray as the boys of Rising Stars. CJ now. Those shots are taken against Wanted from Esports Social. Wanted still safe. CJ dropping down a man. It's not a good look. At the same time, there's a few more teams around the block, and there's also going to be Steel Falcons a part of it. Steel Falcons now shifting their focus on the boys of Astrovex, and CJ, they actually do find a successful knock against Astrovex. Unfortunately for the side of Super Esports, things are not looking too good, and they're not too clean. Blue doing a lot of damage as well, and Super, they've been eliminated from the game.
Yeah, the panic really set in towards the ending phase of the game, but CJ, they have been phenomenal so far. As for Tabahi, the final member alive, and he gets shredded apart. And that is it for Astrovex Arena, completely surrounded. But now for CJ, really need to get in that revive on towards Arshgod. As for Sarthak, he wants to be the tip of the spear. He wants to lead this attack, and right in front of him, he's got Steel Falcons, who are apparently just holding off. Just want to ease the tension, ease the pressure. But 10 finishes for CJ, really loving them in Miramar.
What a game it's been for CJ. Insane, iconic. 10 frags already on the board. The positioning has been insane from CJ throughout the entirety of Miramar. And now fight between Esports Social and Rising Star is about to happen. Wanted was knocked down and even confirmed. It's unfortunate for Esports Social. They're already starting things off with a big man disadvantage. Chris OP, the man wants to reposition himself, and there's also another fight breaking out. CJ taking those shots against the boys of Steel Falcons, and one man's already down.
I mean, at this point, CJ, they're really feeling themselves. Adrenaline coursing through their veins, and now Steel Falcons, Flexi, he responds back. A knock on towards Arsh, and now Sarthak fighting on multiple fronts over there. Steel Falcons finally being dealt with, but now the big boys are here to fight with big guns on their hands. Right now, Fraganoob, he's got a little bit of that cover to play with. Chris OP, quite limited with the playing area that he has, as Rising Star separated by 2 walls over here. And they are wooden at this point. Those grenades being flung over. Fragger really needs to be calm in this situation. And Esports Social losing out players piece by piece as Chakka Jam. A little bit of a precarious spot there.
No one's going to stop CJ from claiming those points. No one's going to stop CJ from winning this game. And CJ, they eliminate Fraganoob as well. And just like that, eliminated every single team that stood against him. What a game it was. Clean, methodical, strategic, everything.
And filled with action. A lot of that brilliant effort being out there, and this means a lot for CJ, especially how they messed up Erangel big time, where we were starting to pose questions on, alright, I mean, the name is funny, are the players funny as well, but no, they mean some serious business, especially with how they were adjusting to every single situation. Even after losing out on one of their players, they did not flinch. They were taking fights head on, and take a bow. This is what we want to see, especially you, considering you want to see all those actions, all those fightings happening left, right and center. I think both of us, we stand corrected. I think CJ has made a mark in the BGIS.
And mostly I'm really happy the fact that we're seeing a new team, new faces do so good. Right, that positioning game was so good from their side. Sarthak and even Wiz from the back was just constantly firing down the enemies. It was a perfect game coming through from them. And for them, it's definitely going to be an iconic game. In the overall standing, CJ might just be on the top after such a spectacular game. Just look at CJ dominating the entirety of the final few moments as well. CJ knew they were going to be unstoppable, and in the end, just ran away with those eliminations. Look at Sarthak, 11 frags on the board. This is insane stuff. And then you've got Vince getting 5, and Urshkot just getting 1. Legit was eliminated off the rip, so he did not even get a single finish point. But Sarthak, what is that?
I think so far the highest finishes by a player individually in round 2 of what we've seen throughout the broadcast stage. That is insane. I mean, Sarthak, you've got to take a bow, especially those fights that he was taking against Astrovex Arena, then still going after the players of Steel Falcons. And, you know, more than that, before the build-up, the way they took over that higher ground, I think that is where the match was pretty much sealed for them. Even for Esports Social, you got to feel for them, especially how Chris got knocked out from the higher grounds. Because had it been a frontal fight, could be a different story whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, Esports Social, they also made the most out of this game. And same goes for Rising Stars, especially after Team Iconic made a very awkward push on them. They defended their grounds, and towards the end, still, I think, a pretty decent game from Rising Stars as well.
Yeah, but one thing that cannot really be ignored from these two groups that we witnessed is that both the groups are really hesitant in taking the fights. It feels like they're also overthinking a lot of those scenarios that they do not need to. The same thing can also be said for Team Alpha from that previous game. It felt like they were just overthinking a lot of those scenarios. And right now as well, even for Metal Wings, they were overthinking that scenario. In my opinion, if Metal Wings would have just made that bounce, things would have been better, and maybe they could have actually gotten away with a few more elimination points. Speaking of White Walkers, in my opinion, the team play is missing. Yes, individually, they're getting those frags, but what about the team play? If you are going to have that team play, you will see all the 4 players alive in the end.
I think they initially wanted to start off with trying to go a little bit frag heavy, so they're kind of diving into every single fight that they can, and eventually they're just losing out on numbers. But you know, if you have to actually draw parallels with what we saw in Group 1 and Group 2, I think still, I guess it's Psycho, they feel like Borderlands, right? They had such a great start in Round 1, they were getting a lot of points, but now suddenly in Round 2, they seem to be struggling. So at this point, you know, one more game remains, again another go at Miramar. Just try and avoid those mistakes. At least get that 8-10 points, and maybe just hope tomorrow's Rondo is going to be special for them.
I mean, hey, well, look, we've got the MVP popping up, and we all know who it's going to be. Without a doubt, it's going to be Sarthak getting 11 frags on the board. And yes, a lot of damage dished out as well. The survival time of 30-30, since he was the last person standing as well for CJ. 9 knocks, the conversion rate is flawless from this guy. You move on towards the top players. You're also going to see Wiz coming through from the side of CJ, getting 5 frags on the board. Athena once again from Actions getting 3, Sarthak as well getting 3, and then Actions as well getting 3 finishes. For Actions, once again, it's going to be a consistent game. For Esports Social, it's going to be a consistent game. For White Walkers, they did get a lot of elimination points, and because of that, they will still be there on the board. But for teams like High Flyers, that were doing pretty good in that previous game, now High Flyers, they're not going to be flying too high.
And again, same goes with Allied Forces as well, especially having a chicken dinner in the previous one, and this time just getting 1 point. I think they need to work a little bit on consistency, and that could really serve them well. But there you have it, Chakka Jam getting that chicken dinner, 17 points, 27 to the tally. So pretty pleased with you know, how their performance has been after that little bit of that setback in Erangel. But Rising Stars 10 to add on, and now Astrovex Arena. I think this is another one of those teams that was in the thick and thin of the situation, always in the fights. They still did manage 9 points. I'm happy about it.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, looking at the latter half of the board as well, Insane YouTube just getting 0. T10 once again dropping another 0. In my opinion, for T10, yeah, it feels like the bell's now starting to ring. They need to do something. The same thing can also be said for Super Esports, Iconic, Insane YouTube. For Insane Esports, for Insane YouTube, the only good fight was that fight in the first game itself, where they eliminated T10. And after that, for Insane, nothing's been looking good.
I mean, Insane just came up with 3 players. I still cannot contemplate what happened to them. Where was the 4th? And initially, even in how they set themselves up before the fights, they literally had their backlines exposed. Their IGL got taken down, could not do much. But yeah, I mean, T10 really need to buckle up. Same goes with Team Iconic. They need to show more vigor. They need to show more conviction when they are actually forcing out fights. Same goes with Royal Academy as well. We saw them. There were multiple instances where they could have actually won fights, but they were again being so reluctant in engaging. They were not really putting their hearts out. But you know, somewhere down the line, Necro, we need to cut these teams a little slack. Still their first year, still they're coming in. They've been relatively new on the block. The pressure is definitely adding up.
Of course, the pressure is going to be there, but once again, Fixes, we cannot even forget the fact that they've only got 6 games, from which 2 of them are already being played, and now 1 of them is going to be played later on, and then tomorrow they're only going to have final 3 chances to do anything. Yes, I do understand, since the top 7 are going to move forward, there's still a chance that anyone from the latter half of the board with 1 big game can instantly make the catapult towards the first half of the board. And let's just draw the safety lines now. In my opinion, the moment you cross that 35 points marker, you will be safe no matter what.
And let's not also forget that all these teams do have Rondo tomorrow for themselves. So I think that's one of those maps where you can instantly make a comeback. You just need to be explosive. But given that, you are going all out, right? You need a lot of those finishes. And from what we have seen from these teams that have been struggling, they need to put in more heart. That needs to be there.
But hey, in my opinion, the fact that even the known names are now starting to struggle, it's actually a good sign for the undergods, right? They're doing something right, and that's why even the known names are not able to create that vacuum. At the start of the day, even in the meeting, everyone was saying that, yeah, we're probably going to see that vacuum from the known names. They might just dominate these lobbies, but with the way the games are going, the known names are not able to find anything. But hey, the conversations will continue after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Well, 5 games done and dusted with the last one yet to go. Welcome back, folks, once again. You're watching the BGIS 2026. We're here in round 2. It's day number 1, and we are broadcasting the matches of Group 2. And what a game and a comeback it was from CJ. I mean, Sarthak, 11 finishes, running emotions. What were you feeling?
You know, I think Chaka Jam has just proven themselves here that they are one of the best teams coming into this group as well here. First game, they were shut down by White Walkers. They were hunted down. They just could not have an opportunity to shine. And for them, in this particular game, Sakar definitely stood up big time.
Oh, absolutely. And especially, you know, that bounce back, especially when you do not start off really well and then still having that instant mental reset. I think they are pretty much inspired by Thomas Shelby and, you know, talking about Peaky Blinders. We've got some amazing golden spin going up, and disclaimer and a reminder, folks, it's the final day. So if you are aspiring to be as good as Sarthak was, courtesy to, of course, Thomas Shelby, do check it out and maybe you might be lucky. But coming back into the discussion, White Walkers, Necro wasn't pleased with them. But honestly speaking, I see they're still getting points on the block. They're still on top 7 and constant influx of points. I think I'm fine with it.
I think right now, White Walkers, they just need one massive game and they should be able to make a comeback as well. Esports Social has been somewhat consistent, but they did that one big performance. And overall, I feel like Esports Socials and also White Walkers, they still had a lot of finishes. Yes, you can say, oh no, White Walkers did bad. But think about it that way. I think they've gotten like, what, 8 to 9 finishes in that game as well. So they've pretty much hit their all average so far. It's just that, you know, Circle may not be in their favor. That's pretty much it.
It's just Necro being very whiny about
it. See, that's the thing about Necro, right? He compares them to a T1 team.
He always complains.
He always compares it to the T1 team.
I mean,
like OG, True Rippers.
I would still categorize White Walkers into somewhat a T1 team, considering how well their last year was and how well they played in the grind as well. But then again, given that being said, they're still getting those constant points coming through. Yes, they could be much better in how they engage in those team fights, and if they can fix that. But still, you know, leaving everything aside, I'm still happy, man. Murnox, he's been clutching out. This time he did clutch out. But let's talk about Allied Forces. I see the first game, they got a chicken dinner. Second game, just 1 point.
I think, see, was Allied Force, was it a fluke that they got a chicken dinner? Yes and no.
Were they cocky?
No. So I felt like they should have been taken out by Rising Underdogs earlier in that previous game. But because of one specific player known as Adina, that's why Rising Underdogs could not push up the mountain and take them out, despite being in a low ground position. So did they win the final fight in the chicken dinner? Yes. But was it lucky? guess as well. That's what I think. So it's like a 50-50 feel, because sometimes you need a little bit of luck, not just skills, in order to win games. Like you can see how Esports Socials and White Walkers are dominating the performance, but if the circle doesn't favor you or somebody's timings is a little bit off, you're done for.
Yeah, in the words of the finest players also, even Destro was of the opinion that this is a game of luck at the end of the day. The circle favoring you, you having a good position. You need to cash in. And Allied Forces did that in the first game. But second game, they were caught in the middle of nowhere. I think maybe could have gotten a little ahead of themselves, but we never know. I mean, there was so much drama, so much commotion going on. But then again, moving forward in the next map, I think now all these teams know which teams are going to drop down, where, especially for Esports Social, because this time they were caught with their pants down. They drop down and suddenly there's another team who's got weapon and one of their player already wiped out, but still Esports Social made the best out of the situation.
Yeah, one thing I really like about Esports Social is that you must understand that luck comes in the factor, but when you're given a situation, how do you handle those situations makes you a different standout team or a player in particular as well. Like a perfect example was the first game in Erangel as well. Circle not in their favor. There were so many teams on the Western Breach here as well. They wiped out this team. They got some points. The best outcome they could have gotten was just pretty much send one guy here. If the guy survives, great. But again, they tried all their options. They pretty much exhausted all options before going down. That's what makes a great team between a normal good team.
And you know, Esports Social, they did really play a good game of Miramar in this one. But in the next match, are they prepared? Let's find out who gets the chicken dinner as we traverse into the deserty land once again.
Well, we shall see how things is going to be happening here in the final game for today. And this is going to be the third match here for Group 2 itself. And things are going to be a little bit of an interesting factor here. But from now, the circle, or in this case, the flight path is going to be coming in from the north side. And it is going to be traversing all the way towards the southwest corner of the map. A pretty balanced one, I would say. Not super 50-50 for teams towards the east side, but it's still very, very much manageable in these drop spots. But speaking of which here, seems like we might see a potential drop clash here between RIS and also T10 here, who in this case, T10 Esports, again, I agree with Necro. They were the team, they had a great start with the first game itself, you know, 3v4 wiping the 4 players, but other than that, we haven't seen massive performances coming from them as well. Rising Undergods, or in this case, Rising Underdogs, where are they going? I don't see them anywhere in the map here. Seems like they haven't exactly dropped yet, so I guess nothing super crazy, but Picado seems to be pretty empty here, at least for Allied Forces in this game. Seems to be a very, very peaceful game so far, but El Pozo, seems like we are going to be expecting a team there. That's going to be SF in that vicinity, so that's going to be a little bit of a drop clash here down towards El Pozo. We are going to be expecting heated matches right from the get-go. Right here in this map, Chumacera is also going to be a little bit occupied as well. We are going to be seeing 2 teams in the vicinity. And the circle actually shifts back up north as well. So teams, especially from Esports Social, is a little bit late to the party, has to rotate rather quickly back and towards the north side. So that's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in. Meanwhile, Chaka Jam, they were the stars in the previous match. They got the chicken dinner. Now it's their time to prove it as well. Seems like they do find the first knock here. It's legit. That's the first knock and the confirmation as well. As AV losing 1 player right from the get-go. Going to be a very, very awkward spot here. Astrovex Arena losing 1. As Chaka Jam now is looking to try and spread out their forces to try and clean out the remaining players of Astrovex Arena. Seems like AV, they are going to be backing out from this fight. They've got an M249 in front here from Mayan, but he doesn't have the helmet available. He's only got an M249, so any random hit shots is going to take him out.
Yeah, and he really need to count his options over here, reevaluate, because it is CJ in front of them. And they've been having the momentum swinging in their favor. And again, they cannot even overextend in this fight, I see, given that they could be subject to third party. And CJ finding a little bit of that opening, instantly wanted to thread the needle there. Just Wiz this time having a go at it. Of course, he did also have 5 finishes, but Tabai with that SKS. Beautiful one shot.
Wow, what a shot And with that being said, that's going to be the opener for them as well. Sadak with the flank misses his opportunity, gets sprayed down as well with the M249 Chaka Jam. They may have made a little bit of a mishap here as well. Ashgard are going to try and save the day, but at the same time, AV, they have pushed up really close. Legit is going to be backing out of the fight as well, trying to back him up as they go in for the double down to try and pick up Just Wiz to keep the numbers. But seems like Monsters going to be caught in a 1 versus 1 with Legit right now on the sides here. But while this is happening, look at the minimap as well. Rising Underdogs is looking to try and third-party this. And guess what? They stole the finish points away from AV.
Yeah, that's going to be really a little bit of a bummer there in it. And especially, this is something that we did discuss, right? The more you prolong this fight, you are going to expose yourself from getting third-partied. And CJ, they're having their own problems to deal with. But Tabai looking for some destruction there. Legit, barely surviving by the skin of his teeth there. As Monster rattles through just that final bullet separating them. But Tabai, he has got no meds on him. Really needs to commit. And look at that pressure really creeping up. But Monster mustering up some courage. Final 22 bullets on his Tommy gun. Right in front of him, he's got a player of CJ and he wants to go for the swing and the ring around the Rosie and somehow delivers. Instantly would want to finish him off. Maybe ban him down, get ammunition, get some weapons and get yourself back into action.
Yeah, Maxtrovex is pretty much denied Chaka Jam in this scenario here. What a way to start this fight, at least for these two teams here. And the one is going to be having the last laugh right here. Is going to be Rising Underdogs, as they are going to be pushing up close as well. Ayan pretty much knocked off. Tawahi, no mets whatsoever. Suppress fires are coming in. Cannot overcommit, but another off angle picks him off. That's going to be Rising Underdogs finding another pick off, and Monster remains the last player here for Astrovex. And just like that, they get themselves some points. Juicy points here for Rising Underdogs.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, wow. This is going to be a 5th team.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Arshgod, well aware of his surroundings, but still did manage to get a knock, but instantly proning down is gonna be his Achilles heels there. As suddenly Team Insane, this time once again, back with just 3 players. Jimmy IGL is not pretty pleased with his 4th. Where's the 4th, I see?
Well, no idea. Only time will tell. But at the same time, Insane YTU being the 4th team to join in to try and third-party this. And seems like it's going to be disastrous here, at least for this game for Chaka Jam. So they've pretty much stopped the bleeding, I would say. But for Monster, all by himself, now going to be hunted down here by Rising Underdogs. The Hounds are coming in, and they are about to go in for a slam. And they do go in for a slam. They get a first knock, 2 knock here. But at the same time, there's just too many players as Rising Underdogs cleans him out. But 2 knocks here before going down. What a spray. But once again, the shots has attracted company. The question here is, will Insane YT actually go in for the push is going to be the question.
At this point, Rising Underdogs need some loot, man. Look at Hitman. Still playing with that level 1 vest. And I think they're aware that Team Insane is just lurking above them. And at any given point, they might strike. So, instantly repositioning. But for Team Insane, I think with this kind of an approach that you've just got 3 players, you're pretty much mentally flipped. You just want to go all guns blazing. And let's not also forget and remind our viewers that for round 2 and for this particular group, this is their last Miramar. So no more Miramars after this. So hence Team Insane, if they can make anything out of this situation, they need to do it.
Yeah, they have to as well. There's loots on the ground, but they have vehicles, and it seems like they don't want to waste too much time. The circle is about to come in, so they aren't going to rotate for center control to try and dodge this fight. No more points for them, though. They did settle with 1 point, and that should be all coming from Team Insane YTube. But speaking of which, let's talk about the other teams here. They might be running into his Esports Social. He's going to be in the very similar rotation path. Seems like they are going to try and swing outside the zone to try and enter the zone from the northern side of the region here. They're going to be trying to avoid any kind of fights here before going through. But it seems like they are scouting ahead in case there is a team. It seems like they have a little bit of idea that SF is right in front of them as well. So Steel Falcons going to be one of those teams going to be sharing the compound with them. So better safe than sorry, I would say. At least coming from Esports Social.
But you know what I really love about Esports Social right now is them being very disciplined. You know, look at them, executing their rotations every single time. They're playing as if their lives depend on this particular game. And that's how the approach should be. Whilst we've seen many teams, trying to make those mistakes, I think one of which would be White Walkers. At times you could see them being very overconfident. Esports Social has abstained in doing that, engaging in those fights. They have been very systematic about it. They know their roles, they know their position. And me personally, knowing Wanted back from his TSM days, one of those underdogs being picked up as the IGL for such a big org like TSM back in the days, I think goes on to show that this player has stood the test of time. But Kalyug, lovely stuff. Just snuffing a player out and instantly picking him off.
What a shot from Kalyuk as well. He spotted out the vehicle, instantly waited for it in the right moment. As soon as he jumps down, goes in for a spray, takes him down. And just like that, Steel Falcons, they lose one player. But based on the circle, like you said as well, it seems like they are going to shift on towards the outskirts of Creative Fields and Water Treatment. And White Walkers, first team to make center control this time, doesn't want to get taken out right from the get-go. They are going to try and dominate the lobby here by zoning them out on the edges. It's a good call, considering that they have been playing Edge for quite some time.
I think it's the idea of trying to secure the higher ground, because when you look at Creative Fields, the topography is as such that it's a very tricky circle to actually play. And it seems like they have the right idea, but Dubai, what a monstrous tap that was. Instant right on the head. And, with SKS, if you do not have level 2 helmet, it really takes you down with that fun bullet. But Monster, this was a lovely fight. But Rising Underdogs, I think, were the eventual conquerors of Chumasera, if you might call it. As Team Incent did actually show some signs of committing, but eventually they just backed off. But yeah, this was a very close call. Astrovex Arena so far had been pretty impressive. But Chakka Jam, man, I got a feel for themselves. But then again, I think they have a little bit of that leeway, right? 27 points, looking quite good.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, speaking of the points itself here, again, like you said, Chakka Jam having a safety cushion, not too shabby as well. 31 points, 35 points should pretty much guarantee in the next round. Minimum, I would say.
Look at how points are divided there.
Yeah, it's
good distribution.
Scattered as well.
Yeah.
And this is actually helping Chakka Jam, I would say. At least for now, considering it's divided here. But Esports Social, they continue to hound onto its Steel Falcons. And Fragado this time finds one. And that's going to be the potential third one for them as well. And they do find... No, they actually don't find one. They do get the confirmation, but Hisoka is in a lot of trouble here. He is the last player left from the side of Steel Falcons. They've lost 3. Hisoka running for his dear life. The vehicle is about to explode as well as Wanted goes in for the spray. Hisoka forced to duck out in the open. It's going to be running down as well. He's sliding down the mountain. Even then, taking some fall damage on his way down. But seems like they are going to go for push, and they do not win this yet. Hisoka gets the confirmation before going down. That's a little bit of a small revenge there, but Esports Social still cleans them out.
Yeah, I mean, all I can say is he made the best out of that situation. And that was a salty finish. I would have done the same. And Esports Social would not be pleased with that. In fact, Wanted, he would have expected a little bit of an early help from his teammates. But Team Allied Force, I think they've gone back to their shell. They realized that, yes, after having a very good outing in Erangel, they messed up Miramar pretty bad. And now they just want to play it quite safe as well. But Steel Falcons, I mean, yeah, they could have done better. But they were constantly being hunted down by the players of Esports Social. And yeah, I mean, we are gonna see more of them tomorrow. But look at this. Now, this is what we were talking about, White Walkers holding on to the ridges, having that higher grounds. They have to be watchful of the players of Esports Social coming in from the backlines. And by the looks of it, nobody seems to keep an overwatch there. So if they're really pincered on the players of AF, they might land in a bit of trouble there.
I think Esports Social and White Walkers, because of the experience here, they are going to prioritize those topographies, right? Like you said, mountain, high grounds, etc. But because the circle right now forces them in towards where Allied Forces is going to be a very tricky situation, because Allied Forces, they won't be able to do too much because the topography is kind of like a U-shaped funnel where high grounds on the left, high grounds on the right, they can't really shoot out. But it does give them a safety net because the center control, at least for the next few zones, is going to be included with them in it itself.
And you need to create those vehicular blockades also to at least have your backs covered. I think that's the way to approach, but again, at the cost of your vehicle being taken down. So, yeah, that's a gamble that somebody needs to take. But T10 Esports, man, I see 2 games done and dusted. They're yet to open their account. And, at this point, you could see the tension see how they're panicking. They're constantly on the move and trying to figure some way out. But Rising Superstars did spot one of the players of HF, but it's going to be Team Psycho. In fact, Sam, who takes AJ down in the middle of nowhere, out in the open, where SKD could not possess any sort of threat.
Yeah, it's such a tricky spot to be in here, especially when he actually went out in the open. Nothing much he could have done in that scenario. High Flyers forced to back out. The Buggy is almost exposed as well. But White Walkers having the high ground here. Guess what? They spot out Team Insane, White D. And it seems like he's been missing his shots though, for Guru at least. And I don't think he wants to overcommit this. He's got 136 bullets. Unless his shots hit and connect, there's no point spamming his way through considering he's all by himself. He needs to make sure that he is in a sentry position to provide some sort of space control for his team. But the shot though from Kaliuji.
Laser.
Oof. That's 2 knocks coming from Kaliuji just like that.
No, he made it look so easy actually. If you could have noticed, it was a moving vehicle and he just laser beamed the player down. And it's so difficult to control the recoil, but this is where... Oh, there you go. The criminal has been spotted in 4K. A little bit of a slip and Esports Social down to their 3 men over there. But now, again, High Flyers trying to fly around. Wolf not having the best of the vehicle there. Not ideal.
Ooh.
As Fragger Noob just keeps pummeling down. And now out in the open. And there you go. Chris OP. He's going to have the last laugh. And oh my god, even AF, they've gotten a couple of knocks on towards HF there.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate here. The Allied Forces, they've lost 2 players as well. And that's the downside of being center control, right? Look at the positions they are in. It is funnel. There's so many angles they can shoot from them here. They can't really do too much. They've lost 1 player. Yes, they have cover, but the moment they overextend their pick, they are going to get punished. But it seems like Sicko, Metal Wings, they are going to be looking to try and punch this as well. But it seems like they do spot a T10 from the horizon as well, as they are coming in. But it seems like a couple connections have been made, but no knocks yet. So they should be safe and dandy for now, at least.
Still very interesting circle, if you ask me. One of my favorites. It gets very complicated, and this is where all the IGLs are actually going to be tested. And so far, I've really been enjoying what White Walkers have been trying to do. I think they've heard us. The first 2 games, you could see they were just going all out, looking for fights. And this time, they want to have a disciplined chicken dinner, end the day on a good note as Superstars, as in fact Super Esports, they decide to push in on High Flyers and SKD. He could not even reply back before he could even have his guns out. He was duns out. But Super Esports, I mean, at this point, even the previous game of Miramar, I see, they were looking quite promising. Did not get the chicken dinner, but still decent points, still in contention.
Yeah, right now Super Esports has a very clear objective here. Get center, hold. Get center, hold. Get center, and hold. But as for White Walkers, now they're going to be in a huge gamble as well, because the circle does not really favor them as well. But if the circle shifts onto the west side, they do have one of the strongest position possible. But it does, if it shifts onto the east side, they are in a lot of trouble, because they will be one of the last teams to push inside the zone. So everybody is going to be focusing their fires on White Walkers as they try to descend this. And they have been making a lot of trouble with shoving teams onto the corners themselves. Insane is going to be the next year, which is the closest proximity for White Walkers to actually engage with this fight. But the problem here is, Insane, they need help. They're pinned. Their position is not really that great. White Walkers got them pinned. And if they look down as well, there's going to be rising underdogs looking them from the east side as well. So, not a great spot, but it seems like Guru has somehow snuck close enough with them for the nades, but unfortunately, no connection yet.
And the good thing that Insane has popped a smoke up, now it has dissipated. This is where Guru needs to make a move. And Insane! Still alive? Not anymore. Guru is going to be happy about that. As Team Insane already a man down. They came in with just 3 players. So just 1 player surviving. Not a good sign for this team, if you ask me. At this point, as White Walkers would want to capitalize on that situation. The moment they see INS on the finish field, which they have, they know it's just Kishu against 4 hounds of Wild Walkers.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky spot here, at least for Kishu. He's stuck in a rock and hard place. Nothing much he can do. He can't peek out.
Meds.
He can't run. No meds whatsoever. Kishu is done for. Unless Insanity gives him some meds here. He is slowly crawling him away over. try and provide some sort of cover. But again, White Walkers, they have no reason to push out. But they do have a reason in 10 seconds as well.
He's making a choice.
Peek. No, he can't hit that shot. There's no way he hits that shot. But the circle, does it shift left or does it shift east here? Is going to be the question as well. It does shift to the east side, so that means White Walkers might need to push down. They barely have a little bit of a small edge here on the mountains. It should be out in the open, but even then, I think it is going to be a good time for them to hunker down because every single team needs to push into the compounds right now.
I'm not over what I really saw, but now Rising Stars up against Team Iconic. This is round 2. We saw this epic showdown before, even in the game of Miramar previously, where Team Iconic decided to go for a paw, and eventually they fell flat on their faces. This time, tables have flipped. It is Rising Stars who are initiating, but Iconic, they've got a little bit of a spread there. Cyrus on the higher ground. He's been flushed out. Rising Stars officials are well aware of their position. Nice smoke grenades. The path being built up and they are inching in closer. Getting the gap really closed in as another grenade comes in. This is nice stuff. But now Team Iconic need to act on it. Of course you've got a knock. Are you really going to commit for the push? Because now Iconic, when you look at the map feed, I see they'll have to get inside the circle. So at this point, they are pretty much to the mercy of their teammates as they are looking to back out, whilst Rising Stars need to get the revive and need to run inside the zone.
Oh, seems like Krafton may have spotted out the angles here as well. He does have one grenade available. Seems like he's going to try and stalk out a little bit more. Iconic has got the pin onto his Rising Esports as well. But he's been left alone here trying to buy time and bait out for his teammates. In this case, he's playing on the corner as well. Cyrus goes for a couple shots, scouts out the members, but no knocks yet. Krafton could be holding the DBS here, but he gets spotted out instead by Abi with the off-angle push. And that's going to be the opener for Rising Stars officials to push out in the open. Iconic may have made a little bit of an oopsie right there.
Now, this is something that I pointed out. They'll have to be at the mercy of their teammates. And again, they were betrayed by the teammates. And this time, Rising Stars, they've got a lot of challenge in front of them. Two teams having their eyes pinned. And for Rising Stars in the previous game, they came second. Missed out on the chicken dinner, courtesy to Chakka Jam, doing so well. But now, really out of time, really out of meds, really out of men. How are they going to make their way inside the zone with Drago?
Oh no.
He spins it down, that smoke separating him. And the players of Rising Stars, they're still not giving up. This is lovely stuff. They are showing that vigor, they're showing their hearts.
Yeah, but at the same time, they need some help from Abi as well. Abi looking for an opener with the nades, but unfortunately a little bit too far off as well. As Drago goes for a couple of nades, but nope. Abi actually does connect a little bit on Drago as well. But from the far horizon, Action is going to be chiming in as well. So Iconic, now they've got new problems. They're getting shot from the back, and there's a team coming in from the front as well. They have to make a focus, but unfortunately to say, Cyrus has been knocked here by Team Actions. So right now, because of this small little commotion, Rising Stars is able to push up, and they are going to try and take a fight against Drago now.
That's going to be an interesting one. Rising Stars really inching in closer. They are actually pulling off the impossible over here. I'm still startled to how they're still breathing. As Drago wanted to breathe fire, they'd lob that Molotov, but to no avail. As he gets bombarded back with a grenade. As Ronin just slicing his sword through. Another grenade being flung over. Nothing seems to connect. It's a stun grenade. And there's no follow-up. Rising Stars official exercising utmost caution there. And Nabi, he's got to make that move. And Drago comes out in the open. And this time, Stars, he gets the knock. And Iconic once again in a world of trouble. Toji, the last man alive. He's also been snuffed out. But look at Team Action. They really want to play spoil sport. And there you go. Rising Stars, they're being kept at bay over there. But Toji still nonetheless being dealt with. Starch. That's a lovely performance by this young mad lad.
Well, thank you, Team Actions. Because of that, Rising Stars is able to creep up, but at the same time, they've got big problems right now. Both of those two teams have one common problem. They have to push inside the zone, and Team Actions, they've realized that the circle is not favoring them here. They've got a little bit chip damage, and they are going to push up from the east side instead. But little did they know, Super Esports is going to be in front here as they go for the spray, and that's going to be 2 down here. Lines them up, just like that, they lose 2. But Super Esports, they've taken out 2. actions. They dodged the first two fight. Now they're going to go for the slam onto his allied forces here. As Athena almost gets the knock. Frankie dies, but Athena somehow survives all by himself. But it might be over. Ophelio with the nade. No connection so far. Athena bobbing and weaving. Going to be hiding his way through. But allied forces, now they have to flush out this rat. There is a rat in our vicinity. We need to clean them all out.
Ophelio does have a grenade. I mean, he knows where Athena is. And there you go.
No way. No
he somehow
way.
lived
How?
through that. This man refuses to bow down. But maybe the flow turning lava is going to seal his fate there. As again, did show some courage there, did somehow survive that onslaught, that death road. But still, allied forces were one step ahead and completely outnumbering them. But now, even Rising Star officials, I see, how are they going to get inside the circle, especially with Ronin, the final player alive?
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well. Super Esports has got it locked down for a long time as well, unless Ronin finds an opener. But right now, he's all by himself. He's got no vehicles. There's not enough cover as well. And currently, this tree does give him cover, but he's not exactly in zone. So he might be needing to push out in the open. As soon as that happens, well, in this case, maybe that's going to be the opener as well with that knock coming through. Now he's going to try and make an attempt. Goes for the pre-fire. Gets the hit shot in. Almost gets the knock, but eventually goes down. Nice try.
Yeah.
But Super Esports, they still hold on.
I'm pretty sure even the viewers would be spamming NT on that. That was a commendable effort nonetheless. As we move on, White Walkers, this time they've made it inside top 7. And the best part is they've got all of their players alive. Could this be a chicken dinner in the making? As rising underdogs, they really want one for themselves. Really struggling. Aditya, having spotted one of their players out, but still, the smoke separating both these teams as the circle again shifts away from them. And this is where both these teams, I see, need to make a call. Do they fight or do they go inside the zone? As this grenade is going to be detrimental. As Ghosty, he finds that connect, instantly gets that finish. But Guru on that flank angle, he's making quick work of the players of Rising Underdogs as Hitman. He's scouring for cover to find none at this point. 2 first aids, no grenades on Guru, but still just beams through, gets Ghosty down, and Rising Underdogs, they are on the verge of a collapse.
What a cheeky angle coming from Guru as well, but the damage has been done. Rising Underdogs, they are in a lot of pain. Guru is able to out-rotate. He's going to go for the slam. The jump shot comes in. He misses the initial one as well, but eventually gets taken down. Nice try there. But Rising Underdogs, they will survive. But little did you know, the zone is about to move in. They have to make the first play. The reset comes in. Their vehicle's a little bit far off as well. And they have to push into the compound as well. But fortunately for them, it is going to be A-OK here. Because it seems like the coast is clear, at least for the south side. They've got a teammate inside, which is a good sign. However, little do they know, they are getting pinned by the teams inside the zone, and that is going to be Allied Force and Super Esports looking to pepper them with shots.
Look at Fragger Noob. His position absolutely compromised. Again, has to deal with the blue, and now Royal Academy, they're making his lives hell. And there is it. Esports Social out of commission right now, but Super Esports and SYCO off against each other as Dexter, he just spins through. Beautiful knock coming in over there as Super Esports. This time, they've gone Super Saiyan, especially with Dexter getting those 6 finishes to his belt. And now Super Esports could be one of the contenders in getting a chicken dinner. But look at the position Team AF is holding. Is it going to be the second one of the evening?
My goodness, it just might be as well. For some reason, the circle just favors them all the way through. Sometimes you need skill, sometimes it's just a little bit luck, but this is too much luck coming from Allied Force. 4 finishes in the back. They've got 3 players. Rising Underdogs once again in this precarious situation again. Feels like a rematch between them and Allied Force, but before that rematch is about to happen as well, they have Rex to focus on as well. Royal Academy going to be pincered here by every single team. You've got Allied Force shooting in the Super Esports in an off angle, and you have Rising Underdogs right beside them as well. Such a tricky spot to be in. This tag team coming from Allied Force and Super Esports, this is just working out. They just deleted the lobby because of these 2 compounds.
You know, at this point, I'm really worried about how Super Esports are going to inject themselves and have a fight against the Allied Forces. With Rising Underdogs, I'm still startled and surprised they're still alive, but Royal Academy, finally that high ground comes into play. gives them that advantage, and one of the players of Rising Underdogs on his knees should have no trouble whatsoever, I see, in getting that revive. But look at AF. They are simply staying put, not moving a muscle, just staying where they are, letting everybody just rip each other through shreds, and then whoever remains, they're going to be the final boss.
Yeah, but at the same time, Super Esports, they've lost a couple of vehicles as well. They need their way to actually go for a Grand Slam, but the sprays through the smokes, find connection here as Abi gets the first knock and the first confirmation on towards Royal Academy. And just like that, they lose one, and they're going to be losing the last player as well, potentially. It's going to be a very, very tough spot to be in. Poison, ooh. Tricky spot to be in. Almost gets exposed there.
Indeed. For a moment, even I had a jump scare there. But Poison has been such an interesting player to look out for. He's been having those moments right from Erangel, how he dodged that vehicle and then got a knock. And even in Miramar, he did have his moments, and now it was almost there. But for now, I mean, Rising Underdogs, they've won our hearts. Even Super Esports, what a nice bounce back it has been from them. But it's all down to Allied Forces. Can they get the second in the bag? As Rising Underdogs, everybody just grouped up. Now, the only respite is they've got the higher ground. But the problem is that Team Allied Forces, they've got beautiful covers to play around.
Yeah, but do they have the numbers is going to be the question as well. But right now, Rising Underdogs, first one to make a move. They're sending first guy to go in for the bait. The others are prone to try and get a couple of trades in, but no shots has been made yet, as Super Esports also needs to make his own as well. Poison gets the first knock, but he gets traded off. That's still going to be the opener that they need. Allied Forces setting up traps as well, but the sprays from Super Esports is going to be focused on Rising Underdogs as they get pinned, but Super Esports, they push on towards Rising Underdogs instead. So Team Allied Force, they are going to push up, but eventually Rising Underdogs goes down, and now Team Allied Force looking to take the high ground, but it's all by himself. It is going to be a one-person street now.
It's going to be a very interesting situation. Affilio, he needs to hold on to his ground as Super Esports, they're starting to dream of a chicken. Affilio completely stranded there. Gets taken down, and now Super Esports in. No, this could be a chicken dinner in the making. Instantly drawing those smoky parts as they race through the tunnels. As now Poison and Abi, two players surviving. Poison back on his feet. Abi is still alive. And now Super Esports seems like they're out of utility. They're out of the smokes. As now only those grenades shall remain. Ooh. And Abi, he has to be watchful. He's careful as of now. Affilio, he can potentially be brought back to life.
Oh my goodness, here they overcommitted to that as well. Poison was getting picked up by Abi, and that's the reason why Affilio had to push all by himself.
What?
The pressure was off, but the play zone actually connects on one, so that might be the opener here. 2v3, resets once more. And Abi, he's all by himself. He finds the first opener. He might be able to 1v2 this here. His teammate is not there in position. He's going to secure those points. But the pin is there. The Molotov is there. Abi going for the jump shot. He misses the connection, but the damage has been done. The drop down low. The rest is going to be coming in. And that is going to be Allied Forces that takes the winner chicken dinner. A little bit of a juggle in terms of threat and aggression, but they will secure the winner chicken dinner.
Whilst any doubts are lingering around their performance, their consistency, maybe thinking that the first game could have been a fluke, but this time I think this was a rightful reply from Allied Forces once again. As this time we saw finally what we wanted to see from their side. I mean, I was surprised. How did they even get Affilio back on his feet, and Abi coming out in the open and a swing and a hit with that S12K to take the players of Super Esports. But you know, again, Super Esports, you got to feel for Abi.
Yeah.
Him getting taken down to the play zone, that has to be quite unlucky.
Yeah, that was just very, very unfortunate as well. But at the same time as well, it's a very interesting play coming from Allied Force, but they play the sacrificial night roll, send one guy to 1v3 to buy time for the reset, and somehow getting knocked, but was able to get the reset. And this is the second time they've done it again, and they were able to get the reset here. So a very, very interesting approach, but I'm glad it worked out because that was a very, very high risk play, especially this play. Look at Abi. He 1v2 push to buy time for the reset, and then he got one knock, but he loses his life. But because of all this time, he was able to pick up his friend. Affilio picked up, full health, and then going for a commitment for a 2v1. So, interesting strat, but still, a win is still a win.
They somehow made it work. You know, ideally we did not see these strategies working going for the revives, but whatever it is, Allied Forces this time with a nice chicken dinner with nice amount of finishes, 11 to the tally, and Poison, he has been my favorite player. He's been amazing this time, 5 finishes, especially how he took that fight against Rising Underdogs. We saw that one knock, but he also actually got a second one that could not be captured. I saw that on the finish feed, and that is where it was all set up for Rising Underdogs, because they were clearly out of options. You know, the zone was closing in, and even Super Esports from one side. From this side, we had Allied Forces, and yeah, but then everything set aside, I think Rising Underdogs played really well.
Yeah, I think consistency-wise, they are in the position where they have got themselves a decent amount of points as well, alongside with Esports Social, alongside with White Walkers as well. This game in particular, I think Esports Socials and White Walkers didn't do too well compared to the previous game. And overall, I think right now, the remaining 3 matches are going to be extremely crucial for all these teams as well. They just need one massive game, and they should be in the running to qualify here. But for now, I think the guaranteed qualification goes to Allied Forces. We have 2 chicken dinners, more than enough points. The next 3 games, 2, 3 points, 4 points, maybe 5 points, they should be able to qualify for the next round.
Yeah, even if they flunk Rondo tomorrow, it's still not going to be an issue for them. They've already secured enough points. So, yeah, this is one team that I think has qualified, like you said. But for Esports Social and White Walkers, alarm bells will definitely be tolling, because, you know, White Walkers this time, they wanted to change their ways, but this time they forgot how to fight in trying to focus on those position points. But Dexter from Super Esports, he was quite phenomenal. 6 finishes for this young lad. And this was much needed, given how Super Esports was struggling so much in the first 2 games. But a nice redemption from this lad.
Yeah, I think the simple game plan or just switching a decision here, get center, hold, actually worked out for Super Esports. And because of that, they were able to just completely shut down every single team from the east, every single team from the south side as well, and even from White Walkers as well, who just could not get out of the mountain. Same can be said for Allied Forces as well. Both 2 teams pretty much just dominating the lobby just because of the fact that they made a very, very simple call. Get center, win.
Yeah, absolutely. And as long as it's working, why fix it, right? But let's take a look at the point standings. Allied Forces, 21 points, is going to secure their berth in round number 3. It's locked in, folks. But for Super Esports, these 18 points were absolutely crucial. And let's also not forget that Team Psycho Metal Wings finally have bounced back, courtesy to those early 8 finishes they had in the back. And for Rising Underdogs, nice points distributed. And for Esports Social, I think regardless of whatever the match is, they're still getting that constant influx of 7-8 points. I think they must be in the top 3, top 4.
Yeah, they should be. But let's take a look at the overall standings here. Allied Force going to be the number 1 here with 40 points. They're pretty much safe to qualify for the next round. Chaka Jam had a little bit tumble this game, will still retain the number 2 spot here with 28 points. Esports Social actually bounces back into the 3rd position with 24 points, so they're still in the running as well. Super Esports, with that performance coming in, gives them an opportunity to fight for the top 7 as well in the 4th position here. Actions takes a little bit tumble. Rising Stars also taking the tumble. White Walkers, the gatekeepers of the 7th spot.
Literally on the knife's edge, and tomorrow's Rondo is going to be very crucial as to what holds for them. But now, I mean, the difference is not too high. I still feel like, you know, it's pretty much open till the 15th spot, even if Team Iconic come in swinging tomorrow. But for T10, it's too much. The 3 matches, 0 points. What are they going to do?
It's really insane. But based on these points as well, what's really crazy was that White Walkers is on 7th position with 19 points. They got all their points from finishes. 17 finishes with only 2 points. Whereas for Still Falcons, they've got 10 position points. They're not even in top 8. What is this differences in terms of points here?
I think it's about understanding that you need to go finish heavy, but still White Walkers need to take a page off of Allied Forces book tomorrow. They need to be consistent. Let's be very honest, you need to have that perfect balance.
I disagree, because why? Tomorrow is Rondo.
No
positions. We are going to win fights all the way through. I think White Walkers has got the solid plan for Rondo right now.
I think they're set up for Rondo actually. When you look at top 7 just qualifying, still at the 7th position. So it's still good for White Walkers, but tomorrow has to be a day where we would be anticipating comebacks, and it has to be wholesome for all these teams.
It's going to be a very, very important day here for all these teams here. But as of yet, there's a couple of teams that has made their mark here for today. And I'm looking forward to see how they're going to be performing tomorrow. Are they going to spoil the dreams for some of their remaining teams who's going to be trying to look to qualify?
Yeah, I really hope, since we have gone through the halfway marker of Group 1 and Group 2. That marks the end of today, folks, as all the matches are done and dusted. We are all going to take a nap. We're going to go to the gym. We're going to hit it out. You guys take care, stay safe, and we're going to see you tomorrow.
the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits.